I love how you're getting out of big stuff. Yesterday I went to the, I love the student journey. One of the.
We'll go ahead and call today's meeting to order. Today's date is Friday, July 11th, 2025, Summer Board Retreat. Turn it over to Mr. Sabala for roll call.
All those present? Juan Bodilla,
In height two.
Kathleen Vance,
In hike,
Sylvia Hendricks,
hike,
Anna Marie Stevens, Jessica Miguel. That completes roll.
Thank you. With that, we'll continue with our agenda. We do have a quorum. Number 3 is our routine business. Letter A is the approval of the July 11th, 2025 board retreat agenda. If there are no objections, I'll motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Sylvia Hendricks.
All those in favor of the motion, Juan Bodilla,
So,
Kathleen Vance,
Masako.
Sylvia Hendricks, Anna Marie Stevens. Motion carries.
with that, number 4 is our information items. Letter A, today is our welcome and invocation. Mr. Diaz.
President Medina, members of the board, and members of the community, today we're super excited. Scrutiere.
Hit it.
Scrutiere, siya may background.
Sako.
Anyana Ruben Diaz, Wakiwahama Superintendent. Good morning. I hope you guys are doing okay. My name is Ruben Diaz, and I am the superintendent, and members of the board president, and members of the board, and our distinguished members of the community listening. This week, today and tomorrow, we have 2 packed days that I highly encourage not only our team, but also the community. They will be able to learn the foundations and the journey that we have gone the last 2 years and where we're heading. I thank you for being here for the next 2 days. Buckle up because we have a lot of great information that we want you to take away that is going to help us. Before we begin, I'm going to ask for a volunteer to see if we can do the invocation so that we can open our mind, hearts, and spirit. And so we can have an amazing, great day, and hopefully a good and incredible next year. So if you can, if you're able to, let's stand up so we can do the invocation. And if I have a volunteer, please do so.
Silva, will you? Sorry, Nation.
As we gather here this morning and plan for the future of our students for BUSD and students everywhere, we hope that we succeed and have a great year for everyone, for all our students, our faculty, our teachers, and our staff. Again, welcome everyone, and thank you, God, for giving us this day. Amen.
Amen. Right. Letter B is the district operational data initiative.
Alright, here we go. And
You're not on. Not green.
now we can go, yes, thank you. There's a couple of things that I want to go over before I begin. In front of you, you have all of the wisdom that you're going to need for this upcoming year. You have a binder with all of the documents. They're also available online. On your left-hand side, you also have a cheat sheet. There's 2 copies of the cheat sheet. And it's gonna make sense for the whole day. It's as you're taking notes, you're gonna see how we're gonna be able to be individual as a department, individuals as school, what is gonna be holding us together. Based on our how much mom shall cook 3-year plan, we will be providing you with a big picture and each individual picture. But before we do that, right now you probably are aware that we almost done with the pre-assessment and a quiz. So at this point, I'm gonna have you do a couple of things. On this one, we will be writing what is going to be our commitments as a board and a superintendent for this coming year. We're going to write everything that we say, you know what, that should be one of the commitments. Let's write it. And at the end of these 2 days, of this 2-day journey, then we're going to go back and say, which ones, after we discuss it, are we really going to commit to? Because everything sounds good in the moment. The emotions are going to drive us, and that's the one, let's put it on it. And at the end, we'll evaluate it and determine which one we're going to add to our strategic plan. The next one, I'm going to bring it closer to you. We spent 2 years, and I have asked President Buendia for the last 2 years to also every single meeting to start with a mission. And he has ongoingly stated in an effort to support our mission and vision and the district and the superintendent role, he's been reading it. It is a quiz time. I'm going to give you guys 1 minute without cheating. I want the mission. I want you to write what you remember for each one of the goals. Without cheating, because I want, as a board, remember, it is a team, and as a board, I want this activity to be done as a board, and collectively, because then we know where I need you to put your energies, which goals you need to remember, okay? For the whole year, for the whole retreat, our goal is to show you how we're going to meet each one of the goals. Every single school, every single department, every single person, our plan is to see which goal are we going to meet. And if we don't know as a leadership these goals, it's going to put us in a predicament. So, who is a brave person to be the recorder and everybody else doing anything? Alright, having said that, I'm going to give you only 10 minutes, because I'm going to give you 1 minute for each one of them, alright? I will not time you.
Right here?
Okay. Go for it. No change.
No,
That's
that's
the vision.
president.
Mission is recreate, healthy, inspiring, motivating.
Healthy,
Look at you guys.
transpiring, motivating, developing.
You're cheating.
No!
Come on, Sylvia.
Recreate.
Achieving,
Motivating.
achievement.
H-I-M-D-A-G.
How do you spell him?
H-I-M-D-A-G.
Developing.
H-I-E-D-I-N. One minute?
It's 5 minutes.
Oh, the whole thing?
5 minutes for the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
With the, something about.
More
Something about
This is
getting ready for the,
last of the vision.
getting
But
them
an additional
prepared.
commitment to our. Can you go?
That's all I know.
I know this one, there's a last part.
So what-
You know it.
Don't get started. Move on to the next one. You don't come back.
Go on.
80%,
75.
it's 80% of our students will
She's giving us a boost.
achieve 70% or more. Students, yeah,
She,
70% or greater mastery.
Who will,
90% attendance? 90%, oh, yeah, taking 90% of the
The other one's 25%, for the third year. I think it's,
increase.
by the theory.
Yeah. Increase proficiency.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Why?
The parents. Reaching out to the parents. What is it? Community outreach or,
outreach,
what is that, where they go online and they look at the parent portal?
Oh.
Parent portal.
what's it called?
I don't remember
I
what it's
don't
called.
know. Parent.
Parent.
It's not.
I need it. Just a,
Parent.
okay. And that's our hymn, but,
You know.
yeah, supporting our
Our cultural teachers.
in other words. Sing.
Wagi wag ham machamukug Jackson.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a new resolution, guys.
How? Okay.
So the new resolution is that we're gonna use the autumn record.
Okay.
Okay? I'll take that one for now. Yeah. No, you don't have to write it down. I'm just making my transition that I need to walk away from Baboquivari Unified School District to Wakiwaha Mom Chamukug Jackson. Okay? Mom Chamukug. Mom Chamukug. And I'm missing the dots that when I wrote it, I did not know how to do it. Now they tell me how to do it.
Mashkama.
Mom Chamukug. Jackson. All right, next one. For that, I'm gonna go ahead and get started.
Did you take away the accents?
Yeah.
We're gonna turn a little
I'll get that
talented
little-
up and
that little 20.
All right, Sylvia, here's for your class.
You're gonna be our teacher.
oh my God.
Yes.
You and Ben.
Kick on? Okay, it should be ready to go.
Should we ready? Alright,
Try
so
it.
let me see.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Governor Moore, thank you so much for being here. It's been a pleasure, and this year is going to be an incredibly challenging year. And tomorrow, the number one job for Ben is to update Jessica Miguel's picture. So you are correct. Thank you when you said the vision. And here's the thing: I need to go back and correct the.
I don't know if your alarms went out or somebody's calling you.
See, you exceeded the task because you completed it in a
Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah, that's the vision, that's the mission.
Stop.
Okay, I see what you mean.
No. This one it's backwards. I need to correct. That's my mistake. But you are correct. When you said, "Hey, no, that's a vision," you are correct. And thank you. And our vision, it is we create healthy, inspiring, motivating, developing, and achieving graduate. Now the part that you can struggle is this. It's only the definition. Himda is meaning our way of life. So we're almost there. You only took 3 years to get there. The big picture. This is what you're gonna see today. And this is so important to point out and to keep on the back of our mind. How do I get rid of this? One of the greatest challenges that we have had was, are we all going the same direction? Are we all heading the same direction? And that
There you go.
we have been trying to measure, even though we have two hemispheres. Nice. Even though we have two hemispheres, we've been focusing a lot on hey, the school. Yes, because everything that we do, it is so that they can be successful. Everything that we do, all the way from our grants, our curriculum, our HIMADOG, our special education, our CFO that also oversees HR and payroll, our Sunrise House,
No, I'm sorry.
our Sunrise House, our IT department, our counseling department, and operations, grounds, and facilities, our transportation department. By the end of this journey, I want you to keep in mind is, are we all doing what we're supposed to so that they don't fail? Here is the net, and if that's not happening, and then we're not supporting our reason, the primary reason we are here. But we cannot disregard that as we're doing this, you hire the superintendent, because I'm also holding every single one accountable. And the goal by today is so you can also have an idea or the infrastructure in place and try to keep this web together and focus. And the challenge that sometimes it takes with that. What you see in front of you is a binder of what for next year I'm responsible for. This is what I'm trying to make sure we all complete. And how we're gonna do that, it requires, first of all, understand our goals. We need to understand our goals, so every time you see something, hey, that's evidence of this, or that's evidence of that. Sir, yes, sir. I thought you were going to say something. Next slide, Ben, if you don't mind.
Son of a gun.
Next
See the
slide.
mouse? Yeah, it's not a touch screen.
Front of the class, please. I'm just kidding.
I miss my big screen. It's not giving me access to the mouse. And let me see.
Is it turned on?
It sleeps and I can't get it back.
Yeah.
I just found it. May not make a difference. Of course. As it comes in, my presentation at great deal is gonna focus on the operations and it's a general overview. And then you're gonna see also a general overview to framework thinking for the curriculum and instruction department. So again, the curriculum instruction, they're gonna focus on the curriculum instruction overview and prepare you to how we're gonna be looking at the plans. I'm gonna give you some information to once again share what else it requires, not only to be looking at how the schools are doing.
Can we refer here so you can keep going?
Yes, of course, and how we're gonna continue to do that. The next step, it requires a little pre-assessment. And to be able to be successful with a 3-year plan, we have 3 phases. We have 3 stages. Huh?
So we all have it here too.
No, you cannot cheat.
I'm just saying that, like, so you can keep going.
Alright, so there's three phases. It was year 1,
The mouse is.
what was our goal? Year 2, what was our framing goal? And what is gonna be our year 3? So I'm gonna give you now 3 minutes, come together as a team. And I'm gonna then ask you, you have a marker, right?
Yeah,
President Maria?
So I just have to
We have
shake
3
it.
stages in the
Just
plan,
shake it?
and 3
Probably.
phrases that we're gonna frame our mind.
Well, it didn't shut
So,
up, but I couldn't
go
grab the
ahead.
mouse. The
3
mouse
phases.
is connected back there, like a dual screen. Okay.
You read all the documents last night too.
Thank you.
It's easy working. And it was because it's working, but because it was all the. It was supposed to be 3. Man! You guys are on fire. We earning minutes. Please have a seat. You are correct. It was clearing the land, building structures. Now what we're gonna be doing is maintain the success. However, when you get to this point, anything that still was struggling, we need to change it. Anything that some of the structures that are not working, we need to double check. There were some phrases and some purposes. Year 1, it was a year to diagnose. How are we doing? How are we doing as a district? And that year, the framing that we were using, what are the needs? What are the promising practices? And the last one was, what do we do when it's working? What do we do when we don't? Once we change our structures, then we moved into, fine, now let's see. Let's look at the data. How do we read the data? The next year was how to analyze. We spent all last year, and there was a couple of thinking that we gave you to help us reinforce and share the accountability. And it was, here we go. And it was, here we go, you ready?
Here's
What?
So,
what?
Thank you. Thank you. That's what it was. It was here what, so what, now what?
okay.
But internally, we also needed to do, well, now what? How are we gonna do it? How? When are we gonna do it? And by when and who is responsible? So that's what we spend the year doing so. How do we prepare for next year? This is where I'm gonna need our governing board as a body. To maintain success, one of the things that you're gonna hear is, we're doing it already. We're doing it already. Oh, we're doing it already. So this is the next phase. Are you ready with me? Based on what it says, okay, if you're doing it, at what level are you? At what level are you? Are you forming it? Are you norming your team? Or are you performing? Ready? Are you forming it?
Forming it.
Are you norming it? Make sure everybody knows what they're supposed to do. Or are you performing? Ready? Are we
Forming it. Norming it. Performing.
Hold on. What are the three areas that we're gonna focus on this year?
Forming. Norming. Performing.
Alright, that's how we're gonna do it. So the cheat sheet that I gave you is, as we present, is a comprehensive, graphic organizer. So as we go, it's to understand how. Can you take me back one slide, por favor? How are we identifying what are the needs, what are the promising practices, and how do we monitor, and how, what does the data say? Tell me what the data said. Tell me what the data means. So what are you going to do? How are you going to get it down? By when and who? But then if you're doing it, I want to know at what level are you? Are you, at the presenting, we're going to be asking, are you,
Forming it.
or,
Norming it.
or,
Performing.
and the data should show us. So when they're presenting, it should let us know if they are forming, norming, or performing. 2 slides forward. What do we do for the year one? What did we do? Number one, we established a 3-year plan. We said with the next 3 years, we're going to increase our proficiency. We're going to increase our attendance. We're going to be teaching standards, and we're going to support and challenge our team. How we were going to do it? Through benchmarks, classroom visits, reports, check-ins. Next year, it was for the year number one is, and if you remember, we were coaching, saying, when you ask them if something doesn't make sense, the number one phrase that I want to hear from my board is, what is your system in place? Well, I'm curious to see what is your system in place. Or can you come back and report what is your system in place? Why? Because that is framing our thinking. It is developmental feedback. Says, I clearly the data shows that it's not working, but instead of saying, hey, it's not working, the idea behind is, give me your best thinking. What is your system in place? Next slide. So the next year, which is clearing the land, the next one, sorry. This is where I want to check your test.
Oh, yes.
These are our goals. We'll bring it back to you. As the governing board, in the next 3 years, you're going to be challenged with hundreds of pages. But your number one goal is, how are they supporting their goals? How are they supporting their goals? The first two has to do with achieving, with performing. The third one has to do solely about instruction and a plan for instruction. The number 4 and number 5, they are commitments that we're gonna support and challenge, give them the tools. Number 5 is that we're looking for, number 1, the lesson needs to be engaging. Number 2, the fluency. Number 3, it is part of the thing that we are required to find ways in how to integrate it, and that is the standard base. So this has to be the engagement and the tabletop, as you said. I'm gonna give you now 3 minutes to now go back and correct the one, give a happy face to the ones you got and correct the ones that you didn't get. Go ahead, 3 minutes.
the standards, essential, yeah. Read essential and standard-based instruction. Based instruction.
Ben,
It's working now, yeah. It should be kicking in.
Ben, you can push it off and I actually takes a while. What do you think?
Let them sweat.
Yeah, that one, because it's culturally relevant and engaging lessons.
Ben,
There you go. So tell me about your reflection on your pre and your post.
For
I don't
me,
think they were far off, we were just thinking different, like, ways.
yeah,
Cause it was,
because in the beginning, we really focused on these chips. And that's why it's stuck. Now, and then with this one here, the same thing, because I know the last time when we met, we weren't sure of these right here, but then when we were saying the hymn, that was part of the fifth goal, and I knew that was that one. But these two here, I forgot about the central 10, and I thought it was,
Yeah, I thought it was
yeah.
You were not far off. You're getting the core. I mean, where it goes, yeah, we can fix that. But now you know. Today, then, as we're going through, when most of the presentations today are going to be about instruction, I want you to focus on the essential 10. The essential 10 is: do they have a calendar? Are there? Do they have a curriculum? How they're going to spread it out? When they're going to teach it? Do they have a plan for lesson plans? Do we have a plan for formative assessments? Do we have a system in place for interventions? Do we have a plan so that kids they don't forget what they're learning? And do we have a plan for ensuring that benchmarks take place and that we analyze the data and we use it to make changes? That we're using pull-up programs or after school programs or summer school programs for those that are still continue to struggle. And one of the goals that we're trying to push is do we have a system in place to continue to connect rather than dump information? Right now we are connecting. We're going to be dumping information in person with an effort to change the dumping of information to connect. The last one is no one is going to be successful unless we coach. So in the whole system, there has to be coaching. The number one, what I want you to remember is actually the phrase, our goal is to support and challenge. When I got here 5 years ago, the governing board kept saying, we need to change the status quo, we need to change the status quo. So this is the root and the genesis of goal number 4. You wanted to see something different so we can change the status quo. How do we do that? Sure, we're gonna support you, but once we have the support, we're gonna challenge you. That's what we're doing. And the last one is, we are continuing to find ways in how we're gonna integrate. Now we have also a resolution that is making it as part of our priorities. Questions so far? Are we good?
What about outcomes, in results of?
Based on the outcomes, that's why we have the formative assessments. We have also the benchmarks. But if you remember also, take me back, Ben, 2 slides. I think it was one more. How are we doing in checking the outcomes? Well, we know we need to get where we need to get to. what is the mind frame that I need everyone, the thinking that we need is the,
Here's what, so what, now what?
as well, if you say that you're doing it, I need to know if you are.
Performing, normally, or performing.
Exactly. So moving forward, that's how we measure the outcomes. It's what are we doing differently as a board and as a team? We're changing and evolving culture. How do we change that culture? By changing the mind. How do we change the mind? By giving them the tool. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. So once upon a time, and when we started BT Visit Beyond Textbook, this is what became very relevant. When we had our last Cognia, Cognia helped us to get
Accreditation?
accredited, and also the recommendations they have been is that this is where at one point we were as Waukesha Macho construction. This is we felt like we were going in different directions. Everybody working on silos. And our goal was to get direction by having the 3-year plan. And by having the 3-year plan is every single person, every single department, they needed to have a 3-year plan supporting the district and board plan and changing the thinking so we can hit our outcomes. A proficiency as well as an attendance, as well as parent participation and connection. There's two main aspects that we're looking at proficiency and outcomes. The end of the road is 70% and higher, but the minimum growth that we expect is
25%.
25%.
Thank you. Next one. Skip, I already went through that. So this is some of the things that we have been working on to be able to go through the same direction. The grants department, one of the things that we did was projection and set budgets and lock budgets. This is how much you can save. We set up also an outcome that we were going to save $4 million each year. So by the end of our second year, how much are we supposed to have?
8 million.
How much money do we have based on the Tuesday board report?
10.
Thank you. By the end of next year, what are we supposed to have? 12.
12.
So even though I said that by the end of the 3 years we're gonna have 12, right now we have exceeded. Because I also said, well, if we say that we're gonna need 8, lock the budget at 10. And I went under for like $200,000 from the 10, but I exceeded the goal for the 8 million, so now we need to hit that $12 million. For curriculum and instruction, what was different? We created that department. We created a department of curriculum and instruction by to provide the coaching, the calendar, the classroom visits, the accountability partners, not counters. We have also, we brought in, we grew our own director of ESS. We also made changes in the CFO department because the direction that we were going, it was going to get us in trouble. And what we're doing, she's back. We have our CFO that is helping us to reinforce the policy, quality check, training staff, and working with Auditor General to make sure we're heading that direction. With HR, we've been hitting recruitment to make sure that we have the least amount of vacancies as possible. Ringing the bell for next year. 12 international teachers have to go back unless they get a waiver. The chances of getting a waiver, we don't know under this administration. However, is that we need to start the recruitment now for next school year because the intermediate is going to be a brand new school because almost every single teacher has to go back. So we need to start from scratch. From payroll, it's reinforcing policy, it's to checking the documents, holding us accountable with the supporting documents so we can also be clear in that area. We have been successful in the HIMADA program. I'm proud to say that we made it into one of the priorities, and we've been working with the priorities, and I think we are ahead of what the nation is doing when it comes to creating a program and teaching the auto. We've been successful in getting the funding for 3 consecutive years. We're going to begin getting the funding for this academic year. It took us a year and 2 months to get the funds from last year. So let's see how long it takes us for this upcoming year. For IT department, we maximize all of the funding to continue to ensure we have some of the latest technology in the classrooms and continue to have the funding to provide counselors at every single site, which in some districts that's not the case. From the operations, ground, and housing, sometimes we take for granted what it takes to have a successful operations department and facilities department. Anything that is not working in the building becomes a distraction for the teacher, for the students, and the principal. I want to take you back 5 years ago. 5 years ago to remember the facilities, what they looked like. 5 years ago, what transportation looked like. But it's now to be where we are. And I want to highlight that it's $13.6 million additional funding to be able to get those instructions. And most importantly is that changes that are made, we don't have to invest in those facilities for a while. If you remember many years ago, we wanted to outsource facilities, but it was going to be so costly because it was not a maintaining level. We've been working in the replacing and repairing. We're getting closer to get to the maintaining level in operation. And our favorite baby, transportation. It's at one point, if I ask you how many calls you were getting in complaints about transportation, I don't want to know. That was just hypothetical. Because the same thing that you got, I got, and it was one of the things that was keeping me in mind. So whereas we've been celebrating and working on the instructional department, these are some of the additional things that have been happening in the last 2 years behind the scene to run the district, the operation of the district. It's everything that is happening, not only the operation, but also the district curriculum and instruction department, what's happening behind the scene to bring the level of operational in the area of instruction, but also of accountability. There are some systems and infrastructure in place to hold each other accountable. We're here, which I'm going to get into just a minute. Okay. For the instruction, the big picture, it's by having the 3-year goal, the mentality continues to be, is focused on 301 goals to match, to increase. 5 years ago, the 301 goals were like, we're gonna increase 5%, we're gonna increase 5%. And the other one was like, we need to show up to 10 meetings and we're gonna get our money. So the board has been changing the status quo, but every year raising the bar, every single year saying, nope, take it back, revise it, nope, take it back, revise it, because you set the tone, you are the thermostat of the district. We've been working on activities that allow our students to participate and to engage, to get up and talk and to share their thinking, and every single school has something different. As we now increase attendance and as we now reinforcing the engagement, the definition of engagement is getting the students to talk, but also check if they understand it. So that's a part that we're missing. Go out there, see if the kids are living it or not. In terms of outcomes, is you will see what curriculum and instructions have put together to hold us accountable in every single aspect. We have joined Beyond Textbook, so making sure that all of us are following a plan based on a research-based structure. It's now we have SFA from K6. The curriculum and instruction department, specifically, Ms. Medina is Ms. Kinsey, they have put together a dashboard. We now trying to, for next school year, move the manual dashboard that they have put together into a actual dashboard in Synergy. This is going to cost us about $40,000 to add that, to automate all of the data. But it's the work that they have done has saved us this year $40,000. Because the amount of putting on, you see it, it just, well, I love data, I love Excel, I love numbers, and every time I see the dashboard, I hear things. I'm the nerd in me. Something that we do differently this year is the leadership training. We spent 2 years in trying to connect we spent 2 days with the leadership team in the cabinet to try to review some of the areas where we need to be calibrated to look at the data that I will be presenting for the operations that we need to be aware. Again, the ultimate goal is for the instruction and the schools to be successful, but there's the operation that we also need to look in, and I'm going to give you some of the data that I'm monitoring and I'm looking to see to make sure that we, the instruction and the operation continue to move forward. So at one point we continue to meet and work together. And something that you're going to see is some individual plans as part of what are we doing differently next year as part of maintaining success. Next one, please. You're going to see this one and you're going to hear it because this is a theme, this is a framework. Once again, we listen to everything that we do, we're looking for
Forming, warming, performing.
look at her, she like not even flinch. Next one, because we want to monitor. Let's go ahead and open up the retreat link on the bottom if it lets you. You probably press escape. Oh, you don't have that access.
Oh, shoot, it's
And then go
gone.
ahead and press leave it. Oh.
There?
Perfecto, and we're going to start, bring it up to the top.
Oh, I see.
I'll tell you, number 4. So this is part of that retreat. What are we doing differently to now maintain? And part of the retreat, what we're doing data. This is a hyperlink, you don't have this one, this is an attach. This is only to illustrate what we did, okay? You don't need this one, you don't need this. So as we review the data, each department and or school, they were required to create now an individual plan. It is the individual plan that is going to say, this is where I need to improve as a department or as a school. The school, they have 3 different plans. They have an operation plan that they also need to be addressing. They have an instructional plan to be addressing, but also a leadership plan to be addressing. And all those 3, they need to be aligned with the state plan. On the board meeting, we told you, hey, we have to submit a plan for the state. And they were saying it's going to be ELA and math, but that's not the only thing that requires any of us to run either a district or an office. It requires to know your instructional purpose, but it also is asking for how are you going to operate your school so it's seamless, but also your leadership is going to require some specific skills. For instance, let's go to the operational plan for the secondary. And you're not going to have, it won't let me.
Want me to open it?
Let me give you access to that one.
You need to give tech access.
Yeah. Anything else I could?
What did you say that, they reach out to, is the operation, is it administrative?
Yeah.
Commercial?
During the commercial, this is what I want you to do.
Get some
want you to think while you were getting coffee. So far, what has been one of your ahas for as of right now? Think and talk to your partner and share with the partner next to you. So right now, what has been one of the ahas or one of the thoughts that you know what, this is what I needed for this, for this academy. So a golden statement, a golden line. Refresh the first one then. And can you do me a
For me, I
favor,
think it's just
and
like
also,
that, when we went over that.
There's working.
That,
can you open out refresh the second one and see if it
No,
open?
3 and 4.
focus on that,
Refresh the second one and what?
I mean, refresh and open the second one.
I think.
Do you mean intermediate?
For me, anyway, it was.
No, the
whole thing.
operation for the high school, instructional for the high school,
This one?
Looking at the schools,
Uh-huh.
making sure that the kids go.
for the high school, and then the second one underneath.
Whatever
There's
step
3
that
links.
needs to take place
Yeah.
and stuff, so that, for me, this year, I think that's gonna be one of the
Excellent.
focuses. And then,
And
I think for me, that's really, but I really like the way it's coming.
and can you
together.
also
And
go
just
back and see if you can open
How nice to
data binder
go
on the,
over
for the high
and
school,
just,
on the bottom?
This is it?
just making
Yeah,
more
perfect. Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
And,
This
alright,
helps because then it lets you think about like what you know and what you don't know. And honestly, I thought I knew and then we went through it, it's like 5. And having a better understanding. And I think that, when we did the Essential 10 last summer, it was new and we're all trying to grasp the concept.
Mhm.
So I think now, like you're saying that it's really important to have a better understanding.
Yeah,
what was your aha?
Say it again?
so he asked what our aha moment was, and I think for me, it's, when we done this activity here, and, we knew the first, second goals, but the third goal, we did understand the essential 10 being part of the goals, but I think with this year, it should really be like for personally a focus, because like, it helps you understand how everything is going back to the kids and how to make sure that they're learning. For me, that's an aha moment, so, and then, Anna Marie mentioned something.
I said, going through this activity was helpful because it made me realize where my shortcomings were and not knowing, but also the Essential 10 was something we learned about last summer. So this time I think just having a better understanding of it, definitely helps because then we can realize like how we can move forward.
Another bit of an aha, or at least something that I feel like definitely is where I'm leaning as a board member, is to do just that, to shift attendance a little bit to the background, because obviously some of our campus students are there, but we're not seeing that third part, or at least that part that I'm noticing now we don't pay attention to, because we ask attendance before we ask about the achievements or the academics. So I'm like, okay, a little bit of a mind shift, but I agree.
Yeah,
That kind of helped me to visualize, we're so hard on these ones. And then now we're ready, at least I think to some degree ready and able to. Not saying attendance isn't important, however. Go ahead.
But that's the thing, if we don't have the attendance and they're not there, they're not learning.
Oh.
And so my is, the outcomes, where are we at reaching those outcomes? Are we getting closer? How much more work needs to be done in order to get to that point?
Mhm.
And I guess more or less telling us, yes, they're learning it, they're comprehending everything that, that is being taught.
You know what I think about
Basically, that,
when he was kind of discussing the breakdown of the goal number 3, is knowing what we know now in the data and throughout the school year, and knowing we want to have students present especially, but there are ebbs and flows of those attendances that we notice. We know certain times of the year they're just almost going to not be there, not because of anything other than, well, even how we try and approve the calendar, because we know there are times where students are either not going to be there for religious reasons or traditional or cultural reasons, but also I think our schools are so in tune with kids are probably going to start getting sick around this time or something to some degree, especially even when they start coming back together. So I'm like, okay, let's use what we know and start working at how do we restructure how we're doing those assessments so we can gather and capture more of that understanding and more of them to be able to lift up those achievement scores.
Aha! There you go. So how are we going to maintain success? So at the high school, for example, to be able to run a high school, as we reviewed the data, they said, you know what, this is my shortfall. These are the areas that I need to work on. This is what I'm going to do. This is who's responsible, and this is when it will happen. So this is how they're going to monitor the operation. Let's close this up. And there's also, in terms of the instruction, they say, in terms of instruction, to be able to run and get to the building structures and maintain, this is the areas that we need to focus. If we focus on these areas, there's more areas that they're going to have a big impact. Let's close that one. And this is, again, the symphony the ladies have developed. And thank you for saving us $40,000 when manually. But this is how we track these are what they're working on, but in here, this is how we collect the data, and this is when we are the data, how we monitor each teacher's data in every single month. Next one, how we checking the lesson plans and what score we giving the lesson plans. Next one. It's every time we do a walkthrough, more or less, what score is given. Hold on, this is the walkthrough. Is that the lesson plans or the walkthrough? Lesson plan. This is, how do they do the lesson plan? Are they submitting it? Are they submitting it late? What score are they giving them? What percentage is the performance based on the lesson plans? Next one. Based on the walkthroughs that we do, is what kind of performance the teacher is showing. Next one. Is how do they do in terms of each quarter benchmark? We have it in numbers. Next one, we have it in the pie charts, and let's skip all the ones and move forward.
That's it?
That's it. So in terms of outcomes, the question was last year is what is the structure that we're going to use to monitor the learning? That one, based on the manpower that it takes to be able to create and maintain. It is an investment for us to create a digitized dashboard with energy, so these can be done automatically, so that they can focus also more on the coaching to build capacity, so we can now maintain, not only monitor the outcomes, but also the support needed. Next one.
Next one.
Let's go back to my presentation.
That's your leadership picture, right?
So what are we doing differently? How are we doing it? It's next year we're gonna continue to do the data binder with intentions to converting it by the end of the year with the dashboard. We have created a leadership calendar. With the intention of making sure that we have clear goals as to when we need to accomplish some of the tasks, everything was placed in the district leadership calendar. In an effort to ensure the board and the superintendent and the parents can attend all of the activities, we put in there all of the activities on the calendar so that there's no overlapping, that we need to be into places at the same time. Anything that has to do with graduations, anything that has to do with professional development is through a leadership calendar. Models of leadership and coaching plan. If you don't mind opening that one. It's this one. Uh-huh. Close that one. I already showed that one. And I'll bring it back in just a minute. What we did, we created a leadership manual as part of the leadership retreat. That it requires to stop and think and reflect based on each one of the levels, if we are forming, if we are norming or performing. Let's go back and see where we are in everything that we said we're gonna do. And if you don't have it, let's look for something let's look for what it's gonna take to get it started. And if you already have it, how we get it from norming to performing. Next one. One of the things that I do as a superintendent, depending on the level of concern, I have check-ins with all of the departments heads, and we also add the check-ins as part of the walkthroughs. Part of the leadership calendar, this coming year, we converted 1 week, the focus is going to be for instruction, and the next week is operation. 1 week is for instruction and 1 week for the operation. What do I mean by that? 1 week we're going to be out in the field, doing classroom visits and doing the check-ins with the principals. The next week, including our coaches, they're going to be out in the field coaching teachers and supporting principals. Out in the field, the week of operation, that's the week that then I'm going to be checking in with every single department head, depending on what the needs and the priorities are. And the way I do it is we have an agenda, and every single week we add and making sure that the concerns are being followed through, or something is taking too long. Next one. This is what I'm asking our governing board. Again, this is the same graphic organizer that I gave you. So as we're presenting, take note. These notes are for you, so you can keep it on front of your desk, so the next year, as we're presenting, it hold us accountable. If we say this is what we're gonna do, so we can share the accountability together as well. Next one. Not yet, skip. And get out of this one, because now I need to present the operational data. The link of my operational data.
Operational needs.
Operational needs, click on it. Nope.
No.
That's it. That's the one, yeah. So let's go to the next page. Next page. Next page. Next page, next page, next page, next page. And we're gonna start with, right there. Go back. Next one. There we go. There, that one. This is a master calendar. And in here is gonna have the assessments, when are we gonna have them, when are they expected, when do we expect evaluations to do, if you're gonna put somebody on a plan, it's also in this particular plan. It has any of the holidays, it has all of the reopening, any single meeting, any of the trainings that are gonna take place. And any changes that we make to the plan, they're gonna be in blue, the system in place to make sure that we're on the same page. If there's any changes, they have to email Ben and I, and then we have to update it and let everybody else know. And instead of having a gazillion calendar invites on the calendar from multiple people, there's supposed to be only one that we it doesn't saturate it with the same event with multiple invites. Next one. Some of them you should have already gotten, and some of for the events, because we're sending all those calendars invites as well. So the next one of the system in place in how to hold us accountable and the structure, it was the weekly check-ins. One of the tasks that I was given was that we needed to make sure that we keep warm communication and give information. This particular one, it is about over 100 pages long, based on what goals are being met every single week. And one of the commitments is that we need to make sure that we read it, so that way they can keep you informed. How do I know how we holding each other accountable? I just check who was the last person that checked and when did they check it. So to make sure that my team is also, then I look for ways, if they're not seeing it here, I summarize it on the governing board report that we can get at least a monthly updates from the superintendent on everything that I write on my calendar. Anything that I write on here is evidence of how I needed one of the 5 goals that we said that we were going to meet. Next one. Next one. Operations. I said it to my team, and I don't know if I said it to the board, but right now I feel that this is an STD, that once you get it, you can never get rid of it.
You did
But
say
it's very intended to get rid of this STD. One of the, these are the 4 areas. One of the frustrating parts is that they give us a 90-day letter, and they want us to fix or show evidence that we're fixing it within 90 days. We submitted everything that they wanted us to submit, but they chunk it. First, we're gonna review this part, then we're gonna review this part, then this part, and this part. So right now, we're still waiting for the results on this part. I wanted them, and we started sometime in June. And they're gonna use 2025, 26, and how we run the district to determine if we are gonna be then fulfilling all of the deficiencies or not. What I told them, and I met with not only with the representatives, but also the manager, and I said, if you're gonna hold me accountable for this year, at least give me the changes that you want me to make, because if you're not giving me the change, how you want me to do it? And the frustrating part is that yes, we made some changes with some of the feedback, but we have not gotten the full review of the first part. And the frustrating part is that we already adopted the handbooks, we already have the staff handbook. We are reviewing the procedures manual that we created the first year to be on the same page, but expect changes in how we're gonna do things. Why? Because they're still reviewing one of the 4 parts, and we're supposed to be done by August. I don't know how on the face of the earth we're gonna be clear if they're not telling me what other areas. I do feel comfortable because everything that was on the findings that were published, we have made every effort to correct them. The issue is here, was it enough or not? So that's some of the things that we are following up. I gave you access to that CAP. It's CAP 1 and CAP 2 that will be presented tomorrow, so you can review it. With what evidence that we produce for the Auditor General, which one we're still forming or norming for the Auditor General this year. They told us, our goal is for you guys to show us that you are doing something about and that you also address some of the areas that we brought it up to your attention. So, next one. Sorry. Before I start on this one,
Can you,
running, yes, ma'am.
can you remind me who our auditors are?
Pop quiz.
ACL or what? CLA?
CLA.
CLA?
Clifton Larson.
Mm-hmm.
ELA?
Mm-hmm.
Clifton Larson? Is it?
It's known as CLA. Karen, CLA. It's our contact person. And then for there's the regular auditors, and then we have the performing audit, which is Phil, and then we have the auditor general, and that one is Catherine as well. But we're handling three areas. The amount of time and energy that it takes for the team, it's ridiculous, ridiculous. So it's not only meeting with them, but also stopping whatever we're doing, because anything that they need, we need to provide it within 48 hours or so.
So are other school districts having this issue?
Every school, sorry.
Every school?
Everyone has to do, but we believe that because they did poorly with Rio Rico and with Isaac, that now we are an scapegoat. They're now going by the book, and we pay the consequences for what they didn't do. Personally.
Every district usually, they pick a handful of districts every 5 years. Yeah, you can probably know this, right?
So, next one. Oh, no, that's another one. This is one of the things that now, that I will be closely monitoring, and this is something that more than likely, if as part of the shared accountability, I may have to add to the board report on a monthly basis by every single school in the department.
Do we have
We suppose, no, this is for information. This is the operation that I want to make sure I share with the governing board. The after the
I
fact.
just remember to ask for after the fact report.
What is an after the fact is a result of poor planning, or not doing or choosing not to follow the procedures. Some increase in the departments, some decrease in the department, but nevertheless, some of the retreat was spent on understanding and what it's going to do, and what I'm doing as part of the maintaining success. Now, this is also part of the evaluation, because I'm directing and telling every single one, you are expected to plan ahead of time. We gave you the calendar. Now you expected to follow the procedures. We review the procedures. If you don't do it, and now it is on you, and now at this point, I'm gonna have to use policy and evaluation as part of that too. So after the fact is one of the areas that we need to monitor. The next one. The purchasing, these are some of the areas that why we got some after the fact. These are some of the departments of school as to why we got them after the fact. And these are some of the areas and some of the staff that I'm saying, these are where you need to make sure that you follow the process, you follow the procedures, and do it in a timely manner. One of the shortfalls was not informing. I'm going to give an example to illustrate the example, but not in a negative or detrimental way. We have no, I cannot say names. Mr. X, that was the sponsor for that this year, in which they wanted to have all of these purchases, but they didn't do it before April 30th. They were like weeks before graduation, and at that point, it says you're gonna have to take it after the fact from your school, because if this should be done, and there was some miscommunication, and it goes back to planning and training. So we're only as good as we communicate the information.
And not to make excuses for him, but I think because, I think he was a first-time sponsor and kind of.
It was a recipe for disaster.
Yeah,
that could have been prevented.
right.
That could have been prevented for all of us. The other one, the schools that wanted to do, for example, end of the year celebrations as well. And there were some last minute purchases in May, but not approving it. Your phone and my phone, it was also going to be on the hook. And which was, well, you're going to have to get it after the fact for your site. But again, what this is one of the areas that for the operation that I have to monitor this year is going to have to be after the fact. Next one. The other one is traveling. The auditor general, they already, as you know, they say we're doing too much travel, too much spend on professional development. So we've been making every effort to reduce it. It's in the last, I believe it was 5 years. We spent $2.5 million, almost $2.5 million worth of professional development and traveling. 1 year, of course, was RCA. One of them was RCA. From the office of the superintendent, this is how we are been trying to reduce it for the last 5 years. So during 2022, it was $155,000 for professional development and $102 for travel. And after we started that 3-year plan, we have reduced it and we have it now down to about $100,000. And we continue now to say, hey, instead of all of us going, I need 2 representatives, I need 1, or can we do it virtual? But looking for ways on how we continue to participate, stay updated, and bring back the information the same way that President Mundia was bringing information saying, hey, I went to this training, this is good for us. That he plans to bring it back as well. Next one. The conversation is, okay, we got all these trainings. We have $2.5 million worth of training. We're not going to be chasing the silver bullet. Now let's form, let's norm, and let's perform based on what we know. If we don't have the expertise, who's going to go get it and bring it back? But we are incredibly trained with what we have. Now let's get good at the training that we have. Does that mean that do we have enough to survive? I think we have enough to move forward, and we can now send some people for the areas that we truly need. Next one. In terms of absences, these are the number of absences by school, by department. Either also by traveling, but whether you travel for professional development or you're out or you're sick, every time somebody's out, somebody else has to pick up the duty for that particular day. Even when I'm out, when I ask a designee, I need to ask a few of my staff members, could you be my designee in case something happened? The same thing in the schools, the same thing with the teachers. When some of the teachers are out, it brings also a challenge because we don't have the luxury of subs and our teachers can get burned out. Next one. So that's one of the areas that I'm going to be asking is how are we going to reduce also the absences for teachers? The other one, it's overtime. Overtime is like when you nail, you peel it more than you should have, and then it's like raw, and you're like, oh great, now I have to live with it for a few days. That's overtime, because this is something that we don't plan for, but we need to find. If, for example, in operation they have vacancies, we need to pay overtime, even though we have the money for those positions, but that's one area that we didn't plan for, but we have to provide it. The other areas is when they absolutely need it, but nevertheless, I needed about, let me see, next slide. I think I have it on the next slide. Oh, go back. Next one, right here. To be able to give 3% increase to classified staff, we need $54,000. to give all of the classified staff a 3%. But if I'm paying $80,000 worth of overtime, you see where that falls. Because once I pay the money, I have to get it from somewhere else, or somewhere else and balance it. The next one. Go back. All right. Next one. Next one.
Mr. Diaz, if we go overall, and I would agree, this is how we kind of try and curb it, especially within budgets between, let's say a district on the nation. They allocate a certain amount for overtime. That's pretty much what they have, and they know, okay, of course we want to compensate you if we were required to do overtime. And I think that can be something to structure to say, this is your bucket. When you run out of this bucket, there's no more overtime. So that, because I would definitely say I want to be able to respectfully say, the one thing that I hear in the community is we're not getting paid because the board said no. The board is always going to be here to help and compensate when it's appropriate. But you and your time and your management are doing overtime because you plan poorly, that's on you. But if there's stuff that we're asking them to do, like all of these enrollment things, I hope they're getting overtime. I don't know, and maybe they are, and I don't mean to say that like blindly. But those are things that I think absolutely compensate our employees that are actually going out of their way to take time to do those things on our behalf outside of school hours or outside of those things. But I'd also hope that as we're kind of looking at and wanting to be competitive and wanting to offer, we also try and put in a niche for at least a set aside of a certain amount so that eventually we can offer some form of a increase that's substantial as opposed to a 3%, because with this 3% isn't going to do much for anybody. However, I also see where what you're saying is we have to kind of rob Peter to pay Paul, and those things intertwine. But I think if we're being mindful of and providing that structure for everyone, this is the bucket for overtime, because we want to be able to give everybody an increase in pay to remain competitive, because I saw another school board say they're paying $94,000 now to teachers but those are metropolitan areas. Those are going to be very different circumstances, but it's going to draw people to that area. And we want to continue to be competitive. So I feel like I understand what you're saying, and I will 100% stand behind compensating employees or individuals who are going above and beyond and doing things we're asking them to. But poor planning does not deem a overtime payment.
Agree, and I'll say something in addition. Ms. Henry.
No, I just had a question in regards to overtime. So, is there a difference between, you have salary people and you have hourly people? So in my packages, hourly people are allowed the overtime.
Correct.
They're the only ones.
Salary, not.
That's correct.
So most of the overtime is the
Hourly. It is hourly.
Just wanted to clarify.
And you bring a good point, President. What I'm going to be reinforcing when I see the overtime is if you have vacancies, and because now they have to work, the ones we have, they have to work overtime, we need it. Like this summer we're short some custodians and I had to pay some more. That's a legitimate reason. We need to do it. One of the concerns is that once our staff get used to overtime, it's really hard getting off overtime. The other one is, one of the greatest challenges that we have is sports. And the expectation is that in every extent possible, in every way possible, try to flex the hours. So if you're expecting a team to start in the afternoon, make sure they flex the hours. When it comes to the operational, that may not be ideal, but it can be done. Historically speaking, we've done it. And if we're gonna need security in the afternoon, then we have to have security coming in late or have one come in late and find ways in how to avoid the overtime.
Hmm. Can I ask a clarifying question, just on that, what you just drew there? All of the attempts are made for individuals who are going to be doing coaching, because I assume you mean the coaches for teams, for school, for sports, is that what you mean? So some of them that are not only tasked with doing their daily duties would include that time after?
For
Because don't they get a stipend for that?
the coaches, they get a stipend.
Yeah, they get stipend.
The security,
Oh, you're talking about staff that actually has to work those sports. Okay.
it's security or office managers to help us run the sports in the afternoon. So they need to flex it. Operationally speaking, yes, I can say you're gonna be the security or you to be a security, so we're gonna deal with one. But I cannot sacrifice, I as a superintendent, don't feel comfortable telling the high school, keep the mornings with one, so we can have security for 2 in the afternoon. It's not operationally safe to do that because we do need that. So would I support that? Absolutely. The office manager, if depending on the day of the game, if it's possible, it can be done. But if not, operationally, when you don't have the office manager, when I don't have Ben, it makes it extremely hard for me.
What is, another clarifying question, what is the office manager doing at a game?
They help us with the tickets, they help us selling in the concession stands, or anyone that is hourly, we ask for help to come and help us. And we have to say, okay, can we flex the hours? So move on, they say, you know what, I want to flex it, I'll do it. But sometimes operationally, I will put the high school in a pickle by not supporting that overtime.
I feel like the duties of the office manager far outweigh doing any of that after hours. You know
That's
what I
what I'm
mean?
saying.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's like the prom, that's one of them.
Okay.
It also requires security in the afternoon. And they have to work all day, but then we have to have people to help with the prom. There are some instances that when you see or when I see the overtime, the first thing I ask myself, is it operational feasible to flex the hours? Or am I going to jeopardize the safety and the operation of the school? And if the answer is going to jeopardize it, I have to do the overtime. I am extremely frugal when it comes to the budget, but I am also trying to do right for people that I know they put in the extra hours and the extra effort and the extra time. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Can you take me back to the other presentation?
So many.
Last page.
The thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that one. In summary, we have gone 2 years in this journey. In summary, you have seen some of the thinking that has been embedded so we can move forward to turn around the district. As we present, I want you to also keep in mind some of the thinking that the curriculum instruction department is going to give you. So as our departments, they come in, I want you to see what growth have they had. Their growth is the evidence of the growth as a district. And the areas that they need to work is the areas that we need to support and challenge and challenge them as well. How we're gonna make it happen is we do have a calendar, we have the procedures, we give them the training. We have provided with a couple of dashboards, we have provided some of the plans to hold each other accountable. Some of the things that is still need to do is part of we're gonna conduct the ILTs and the cabinet in a more accountability manner because the training has been done the last couple of years. The only change of training that we're gonna be moving forward is continue to teach engagement in the schools. But for us, as a district, what I'm gonna be expecting everyone is to say, okay, are you doing it? Are you forming it? Are you norming it? Or are you performing in your area? And if so, how are we gonna continue success? Questions for me?
No questions.
Well, I give it to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for listening. And at this point, do you need a 1 minute, 2 minute break before we get into
Yes.
curriculum instruction? Go for it.
Quick break,
2 minute break.
5 minute. We have primary coming in at 10:45, 10. Ish. Okay, I think we're back. When you're ready.
Alright, buckle up.
Kinsey, Miss Medina.
Good morning. Today, Ms. Kinsey and I are going to talk to you about data calibration. Today, you're going to be seeing a lot of data from the sites, and we just want to make sure we're on the same page before you get to that point. So what we're going to do today is, we handed these out last year. We made some new laminated copies for you guys. It just kind of gives you an overview of the data information we use here at Dabo. Our mission statement's on there, our vision statement, our district goal that 80% of students will demonstrate 70% mastery of essential standards. And then that chart there tells you what all the colors mean. It's all our proficiency bands and the percentages that they fall within. So when looking at data, you're going to see a lot of charts with these colors. And so we kind of just want to give you a little cheat sheet in case if you don't remember what some of them are. We also included some guiding questions to help you when it's time to ask questions about the data. I know sometimes it's hard to remember, how can I ask what this means? Well, we try to give you some sentence starters on how you can ask some of those questions or on how to give some feedback. Anything else you want to say about that? No. All right, so we're going to get started. Some of the data that you're going to be seeing today are pie charts. This is the example of one of the pie charts that we have on some of our data slides. You'll see the colors on this paper with all our proficiency bands. The way that our data program shows you the data is at the very top, it has a circle with a number, and that tells you what the average percent correct is on that test. This one right here, it tells you what the average percent is. The average percent correct. So it's not that 62 students took it or there's 62 questions, that's the average percent correct. Under it, it'll tell you how many students took the test. Oh.
Here, we hit over here.
No. Here, page 2.
Oh. Thank you.
Here are the corresponding colors to all the proficiency bands, the highly proficient, the proficient, and so forth. Then it puts it in a nice little pie chart so that you can see how it falls within the total population of students. And in BUSD, we are using 5 proficiency levels because we did split up the not proficient into minimally proficient and proficient. So in some of them, you'll see the 5, and in some you'll see 4. And we'll show you in a little bit how we've adjusted those so we can see that. So here's a little practice we're going to try. Here's a pie chart. By looking at it, I'm going to have you think first, and then we'll share. How many students were partially proficient on this assessment?
16.
16.
16?
Yes. You guys are correct. How many students were proficient or highly proficient? You can either give me the number of both, or you can just pick one of them. Share.
13.
41? Oh, wait, I'm going the wrong way.
That's okay.
5 and 8.
Uh-huh. And so these charts are nice because it gives it to you in different ways where you can just real quickly see it. How many students, what was the average percent correct for this assessment?
48%.
48%.
So we really like this because it gives us the information in different ways that we can really quickly see the information that we need to know or to ask questions.
Like that.
And just like automatically set up.
When the students finish taking the assessment, this chart generates. And so you'll see some comparison data. So some sites will use like side-by-sides of these pie charts. And I know Mr. Diaz, the conversations that he walks them through is what was the change of the number of students in non-proficient from the pre to the post. So we can really look at that like to the numbers, what was the change? We're going to show you some of the side-by-side so you can see what they look like. But it's nice that it makes it easy to see in a quick way. So here's one. This is a comparison of a pre-test to a post-test. What do you notice? There's a lot of not proficient in the pre-test.
But also the percentage correct really increased.
It really increased and went from a 20% all the way to a 57%.
And the, partially proficient, they got 0 in the pre-test and P26.
Yeah, there was 0 on that pre-test and it grew to 26 students. So as you can see when they're side by side, you can really see that growth. And not only do you see like the percentages, you can see the actual numbers of students that are in like the different proficiency levels. So here's a question with these two. What was the growth from pre to post in the proficiency band of proficient? So what growth did students make? I like that you already brought that one up, from pre to post. Proficient. We went from 0 to 24. So in this grade level, the example gave me pretty good growth this quarter, or this year. And what about from not proficient? What was the change from pre to post and then not proficient?
50 students.
A decrease from 50.
Yeah, I'm like trying to see, it's really hard to see on other.
Think about, yeah, from
So we're gonna go with it, yeah.
61 to 11, so about 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when talking to sites, a good question to ask them is, what did you do to make that change? What are some things that you guys implemented this year that gave you that change? Because it is something good to bring up and notice, like, because they obviously did something that worked with the kids, that helped the kids make that growth.
So when the teachers or staff come and do like reports to the board, is this now gonna be the norm for us to be looking at, or are they still gonna be coming in with what they're creating?
So they all
that
have
we can
access to this, I don't
question
know.
have these thoughts and question because we're looking at this.
So with Ms. Vance, one of the ways that we can calibrate and norm is how we wanna see the data so that we can all see it the same way. Today, they walking you through a process on what to look for. But yes, it is within our purview if you wanna say moving forward, this is how we want the data to be represented on a quarterly basis so that we can train our eyes and we spend more time in doing the discussion and the analysis versus figuring out what graphic we are showing.
The reason I'm asking is because this right here breaks it down. For us to see like how many students, the percentage, the increase, the decrease, all of that. And if we were all uniform by all sites when they come and do the board report and have this kind of information for us, it would be really helpful. I think, I don't know.
And I think, yeah, and I agree, but I was wondering if maybe at a quarterly basis, to see every month, I guess. Because every month you can see, even just the smallest growth.
As part of the board report, every quarter, we have this data quarterly as well.
And the post?
We have a pre, but then we have how every quarter we are moving towards the post. Every quarter, at the beginning of the year, we assess all the standards, and at the end of the year, all the standards. And every quarter, we assess the standards that were taught that particular quarter. So even though there will be a pre, You will see on the quarterly benchmark assessment the growth of that quarter, which will show again in the same format.
Because we, in order to do, I mean, I like the side by side, because if you were to give us the, where they're at now, we would have to then go back to the last book, the last, report, and compare, but to see it, it would be helpful.
We can work on that, yes.
Yeah, because I feel
You know what I
like,
mean?
this, you're gonna have a pre and a post, but not specific to the overall year. It would just be based on whatever benchmark or whatever, wherever they're at in that time and place that we're asking for the report. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's what you want.
Yeah, I just think it would be uniform if we all, I mean, if it came in every time we
Like
did look at statistics like this to show, because we're being asked to ask questions and look at this type of information and how to assess it. So it'd be easier if they all came in like this and we'd know.
And this example would be a course of over the year.
Yes, this data we have is because we finished the past school year, so we're able to pull how they did at the beginning and at the end. But during the school year, you'll see different
Right.
data points.
But when we have our winter retreat, this would be like good information to come back.
And this can happen after each quarterly benchmark. Like Mr. Diaz was saying,
Yeah.
our benchmarks are designed to build. So our quarter one benchmark will cover everything that was taught in quarter one. The quarter two will cover all the standards in quarter one and quarter two. So our test kind of builds towards, so it's not only growing our students with their standards, but it's also growing their stamina. Because we all know that it's easy to sit for a 5-question test, but it's pretty hard to sit for a 30-question test. And so it's building that stamina as well. And so that's one of the things that we can work with sites on is maybe showing this data over time so that you have like the pre and then quarter one, quarter two. So that as those benchmarks happen, you see that side-by-side growth in those grade levels that happen.
And just for your awareness, I did propose to Mr. Diaz a little, like a 1-day retreat after the first quarter so we can kind of get some little in-depth information. So I think now we're leading towards that. It might be a good thing to kind of put together. Thank you, Ms. Vance, for the question.
It's like an audience plan. And so what kind of the purpose behind this is we know that the sites are gonna present their data in different ways to you today. And so we know that sometimes looking at those charts takes time to figure out what it's trying to say.
Oh.
And so we know some of these are a little bit more straightforward, but what Ms. Medina has really done purposely with this one here is saying, how can we make sense of the data in the way that our sites are going to present it to you today?
Right.
And so she really looked through the site's presentations and said, oh, this is how this site's presenting the data. How do I make this accessible so that you as the board can see the root of what's there instead of spending time making sense of it?
And if we were all uniform, you wouldn't have to do all of that. Okay.
My presentation would have been done right now.
Okay, thank you.
So are these comparing the two? Like that one and the top one is a different type and the bottom one?
So these are just pie charts. There's also bar graphs and stuff that I'll show you in a little bit that sites are also using, because I did go through all the presentations to see what kind of data they're gonna present to you, so that I can give you a quick walkthrough, so that when you do see it, you're like, oh, I already know what these numbers mean. So we are gonna finish up the pie charts and then we'll move on to the next one. You're also going to see a comparison between AASA, that's the state test, with our benchmark. Now this is where we switch from the 5 colors to the 4 colors, because the state does not have the different ones. So what we did was we combined our orange and our red. So this is one example of a grade levels comparison with how they did on the state test and how they did on our benchmark. One thing that Ms. Kinsey and I have done is we've tried really hard to make sure that our benchmarks help prepare our students for our benchmark. That it prepares you for the state test. And so what we try to do is see the alignment. And what you can see is from the state test to our benchmark, it's very close in the results. So one thing that we've seen this year is that our quarter 3 benchmarks really reflect that state test results.
And so that gives us a good indicator, especially because those state results don't come out until probably about end of May, early June. And so this gives our teachers kind of a heads up of what do they really need to be focusing in on in that last quarter of instruction to prepare our students best for that next grade.
So in this comparison, what's one thing that you guys notice in this grade level's results?
I noticed, like what was said, that is very close in comparison. Like all that work that you guys put into making sure that, and I know because last year we talked about how you were gonna take the data and align it to the state testing, so that way it'll be more or closer in comparison. And this just shows that all that work that you guys put together and done and put out there to the sites that were doing the testing, that it's really, you guys done an amazing job. You did. And so it does show, I mean, we do need a work, but this right here shows that we're moving toward that. We're gonna see a lot more in the green and the blue coming up, because you guys are doing what you're doing to make sure that the alignment is with what the state is testing.
We got really excited when we saw this. We got really
Yeah, that's amazing.
And so now we know that by looking at third quarter data, that's a pretty good predictor of how our students are gonna do on the state test. And one thing I like to see is that all the colors are on this pie chart. That it's not just, so our kids are making growth, they're getting there. All right, you'll also see bar charts today. You're gonna see, it's the 5 colors, again, it's the proficiency bands. But what we did was we took a deeper look into how the kids did by standards. So when you look at these graphs, the little codes at the bottom will tell you the standard that the student was tested on, and it'll tell you how they did on the pre-test, the quarter 1 test, the quarter 2, quarter 3, and then the post. So what you want to see is, at the beginning of the year, that bar to be kind of lower because it's stuff that they haven't been taught yet. But what we want to see throughout the year is the bars getting higher. You'll also see the green line. That is our district goal of 70%. So when you see those bars touch that line, you know that we've hit our goal on that standard.
And there will be some standards where you'll see missing bars. So they may not have all of these. And what that just means is that that standard wasn't taught until a later quarter. So if this standard was taught in quarter 3, the first one you'd see the blue one, then you'd see the green and the orange. It would miss those first 2 because it wouldn't have been present on that assessment. So if you see like bar charts like this that kind of have like some holes in them, it's okay. It just means that that standard wasn't taught or assessed in that quarter, so we didn't have any data to pull from.
So when you see a chart like this, one thing that you notice is, oh look, in quarter 2 they went up here, but then they dipped in quarter 3. So a good question would be to ask, have you guys looked into what happened? Why was there a dip? And so that's what those little bars kind of tell you, if the kids made that progress up to where we need to be, or if maybe it was more of a little roller coaster ride.
What is the standard for that?
So that one is a 3rd grade math standard. The exact standard, I am not.
OAs are operations and algebraic thinking. So a lot of times that's going to be like your operations within base 10, I believe. I don't know this one off the top of my head. Every time we pull the math standards, we're like, well, how are there like 35 statements? So I don't know them all by heart yet. But this is a pretty foundational one in 3rd grade.
So for like example, the way that it's moving, if after the green it continued to go down, that's obviously not a good thing.
That would be a cause for concern.
What happened?
What
But they
happened?
obviously made some adjustment because that next. Okay.
Yeah, and so obviously they had noticed that and did something to change that trajectory. Touchdown, put your hands up.
Okay.
May I come up with Our goal is 80% of the students are going to score 70% or higher, or grow 25%. I know that they
Do you
will
have, we do
grow
have
that.
slides for that.
What I want you to keep in mind is they're both important. Because in the state is looking how many they reach proficiency, but also how many they grew. One of the safeguards that we have in place is a 25% because that shows that they're growing, but also they will help them move from one proficiency level to the next one. So right now they're going to get into a 25% and how we'll look into that sense, but they're both important. As the principals come and present, I want you to keep in mind on the pockets of success on those two areas. How many of them they reach 70% on standards, and or how many of those grew 25% or more? Contribute.
Then I have a question on this then. So this right here, this chart right here would show the post-pre-test.
It shows you all the tests.
So is that 100% of the students that were tested, or one class, or how?
So when you see these graphs, it's usually the whole grade level.
The whole grade level?
This is how all the third graders did on this standard.
Okay. Okay, all through.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the code down here will have a number in the front, and usually that means the grade level.
Okay.
So then here's a bar chart from pre to post, and this is where we're gonna go over that 25% growth. I made a little box that shows the 25%, so it's easy to see at first. So one thing I want you to look at, how many of these standards made that growth from pre to post? How many of them moved at least a box length from that pre one to the post one?
6.
6.
Yeah, 6 out of that 7 standards, they made that 25% growth. So when you're looking at these charts, you want to look at this percentage gaps here. Now, they're not always going to be the exact amount, so you'll kind of want to try to train your eyes a little bit to kind of look between these to kind of give you that idea. Because one thing we do talk to sites and teachers with is that they need to see how many of those standards did they make that growth on.
Right.
And so that's one thing you'll see, and it'll help you ask some questions on maybe more clarifying things, or what are some of the plans or systems that the sites will do to kind of fix that or get to that goal. All right, so we're gonna practice. The little boxes aren't on all the bar charts. How many of these standards grew at least 25%? I did put the box on the side just to give you a little eye.
5 of them. I can see.
5.
5.
This one might have made it, I'm not sure.
I know that one's kind of,
I think it might
I
have
put it in the no.
so 1, 2,
So 1,
I said 8.
2, 3, 4, 5.
5,
Is it
6,
Am I wrong? I know, I might not
8?
understand.
I think it's somewhere
wait.
between there. Without me
Yes,
putting the
7, 8.
boxes on there exactly, that first one might throw my numbers off. But then you can say, okay, so 6, 7 of these standards made that 25% growth. Do you notice one on here that maybe you might want to ask about that is a little concerning on how much growth the students made?
The question mark,
This one? Yeah. Look at how they did on the pre-test and how they did on the post-test. Is there another one?
also the second to the last one.
This one right here?
Yes.
Yeah, that one definitely didn't make that 25% growth. And it was below that 50%.
Right.
So those are the kind of things you want to look at these graphs when you're asking those questions, like, what happened? Did you guys look into this? Was, what might have been those root causes that happened? What did you guys do to pivot? Or maybe next year, what is something that you might do so that this doesn't happen again?
So my question is, so like this data that we have now, does this help them also get their students coming in for the school year prepared on what they need to do in order to get them
So, two parts to that question. The first one is, Mr. Diaz did facilitate a vertical, transition data talk. So, third grade talk to fourth grade talk to fifth, and so on up to, I believe, seventh and eighth grade. And so then they were able to say like, oh, like they all saw these charts and they were all seeing like what standards the kids were coming to them with. But it was also really helpful for those teachers who were sending their kids to the next grade to know, oh, this is a really important one when they get to fifth grade. I really have to focus on this in fourth for them to be successful in fifth. But it was also important because fifth grade said, oh, I didn't know I was the first instance of teaching that concept. So it makes sense why my students come to me and I'm kind of like, why?
Why don't you know?
Why don't you know? Because it's the first time seeing it. And so that really helped that conversation of getting our students ready for that next grade. And then I know Ms. Medina and I looked at these standards and that's where we picked those summer school standards, that they emphasize them in the summertime.
There was a.
They have a lot more to go. Can we wait for questions?
Not a question, but
Go ahead.
No, it was also based on the data, but now we look at it by teacher. We also were looking at which teacher is struggling the most, so that then we can match it with the support needed.
I just want them to get through their presentation because there's a bunch more pages to go.
You notice that one.
Alright, so then this is also considered a bar chart. It's just the other way and it's kind of combined, I think, stacked bar chart. So it's still that same one the other way, but we're flipping it this way. And the numbers in the charts tell you the number of students in that proficiency band, but the bottom part tells you the percentage of that grade level. So just keep that in mind, that these numbers aren't the percentages.
It's kind of like if we took a
I
pie
see.
chart and then just kind of stretched it.
So,
Instead of representing it as a circle, we're kind of stretching it as a bar.
so now here you have 40 students that were the not proficient at the pre, and they lowered that bar down to 4 students. So that's how you would read this one.
Okay.
I think that's more
okay.
common in what we see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of sites prefer that. So,
You're also kind of able to really see side by side, like what shrunk what grew. So.
kind of went over this, yeah. So what does this chart tell you about student progress? What do you notice on this grade level progress this school year?
They're not proficient, decreased dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
And there is some highly proficient.
Yeah, there's 13 kids there.
So how would I tell in this chart, if they, oh no, I guess it wouldn't. They increase the 25% increase.
That bottom.
Yeah, so it isn't as easy to see on this one because the only
Yeah.
percentages are down here, so you'd have to do a lot of mathing.
Okay, so that's why I was like, well, maybe not.
I feel like I don't know.
But I think the important thing to note here though is thinking about like the bands that we have and the percents in them. So to get from red into orange.
That's
they-
25%.
It's 25. So if we think that we had 40 kids in that red, there's not 40 kids in orange and below. So to get from red to yellow, they had to grow at least 25%.
Oh.
So we have a good ballpark. While we might not be able to say for sure this is the number of kids or this is the percent of kids that grew that, you can kind of see if our red decreased that much and they're now in the yellow, green, and blue, that's not more than 25%. The red to orange, if you grow in one proficiency band, doesn't guarantee that 25% growth, but as soon as you go to that second proficiency band, you've done it. You've done that 25% growth.
So is a 75%, does that include both the green and the blue? Because there's no percentage under the blue.
That's, the percent of the whole,
80%.
it's kind of a tricky. It's saying that 75% of the kids fell green, like halfway through the green or below.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, that one's a that's, I sometimes struggle a little bit with these ones because it,
Yeah.
that 75% isn't saying 75% of the kids were in the green, it's saying 75% of the kids were green or less.
If
So
we,
that means that 25% were, well, a little more than 25% were green or above.
Okay.
So these ones are a little trickier, that's why we wanted to spend this time looking at these ones, is because sometimes you're like, I've got it, and then you're like, wait, no.
I was thinking that too. I was like,
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
and that's why we wanted to do this, is to make sure that you all feel, successful looking at these charts and asking our principals those right questions that you have that will best serve our students.
You will also see AASA historical data today. That's a little trickier to read. We get this information from the state, and one thing that we do is that we like to see how each grade level has done historically on that test with different groups of students. So like this, for example, is the math data. I can't remember what grade level I pulled it from, but let's say it's sixth grade. This is their sixth grade results for this year, sixth grade results for last year, sixth grade results for the year before, sixth grade for the year before. So this is always sixth grade data. Not the same students, but the same grade level. So that's when we see historical data, that's what that means.
If you have a Post-it note, that might be something to write. Historical is same grade.
So here we're just gonna look at the minimally proficient. I try to put a little box because it's a lot of numbers and it's hard to all look at once. So I want you to look at what are the trends moving from year to year in this grade level in the minimally proficient of just math. Let's just look at math right now. What do you notice each year that the sixth grade team has done with data with AASA with the students?
do you decrease the minimally proficient?
The decreasing.
Yeah, we went from 94% in 2022, and this year we're down to 75%. Now, is 75% what we want to see? Not necessarily,
Right,
but we can see the trends of we're moving in the right direction.
right.
What about an ELA? What do you notice there too?
See.
They sing, but it's a lot more. Wow, give or take.
It's gonna fluctuate it.
Yeah, there was a little fluctuation. They kind of got a little worse in 23, but then they've been making good progress year after year.
All right, to say that it's, they decreased it more than they did for math.
Yeah, it went from 78.
Like a percentage.
So I have a little, just because I want to wrap my brain around it. The way that AASA is testing is specifically for that grade level, but not students. It's specific to whatever grade is testing at that point. So in 2022 was a different batch of third graders, but you're still testing third grade.
We do have data on the cohorts that I'll show
I was
you in
gonna
a
say-
minute.
Yeah.
But I
Okay.
wanted to show you just the historical one first.
What does that get them? How does that help AASA? Like, is that just grading for the schools, obviously, but what in your third grade teachers is good, bad? I guess I'm asking why, and just probably you guys probably feel like the same way. This makes, I don't understand why. Go ahead, Diaz.
It's letting us know how our teachers are doing, not necessarily our students are doing.
Right, and that's what I was getting at.
And then we'll see in a minute how the students are doing. So it's important to see both.
So does that then say the effectiveness of the overall leadership? Because whether because we have sometimes revolving teachers, give or take, and we want to keep them as much as we can, but sometimes they're changing around. So that really is going to boil down to how well were you able to coach, get your third grade together and be able to give them, okay.
So like for this one with ELA, it could have been that 23, we had a new teacher in that role.
Oh,
And then that teacher stayed into 24 and 25, and so they got their feet underneath them, felt solid in those standards, and were able to then make greater progress.
okay.
So those are some of the stories that like, you can't tell it just looking at the data, but we can start to make some of those guesses. Or maybe, depending on what grade level this was, is what COVID year impacted them. We don't know. You know, and so those are some of the questions that principals will better be able to fill you in on about that.
Okay.
But you really just wanna see that trending, that we're decreasing that quickly.
And we're gonna look at one more proficiency level on this historical data. Just take a quick look, what do you notice in math and ELA with partially proficient?
Partially.
We haven't really, well, in the math, they decreased in the proficiency.
Yeah.
And there was no growth in the partially proficient and ELA.
Yeah, that was at the
From the
switch.
beginning of 22 to 25 years for that grade level.
As you go mentally to highly proficient, better to be higher or lower? I guess that's what we're asking, right? Because if you increased your partially proficient, does that mean more or, you know what I mean?
Now, we were supposed to be decreasing at partially proficient, but this also shows that even though there's no increase or decrease, there's a small decrease, there's also proficiency and highly proficiency.
Bingo.
It should go down twice.
Yes,
Okay,
it
okay, okay.
goes
Bingo.
No, I'm glad
One of the things that I noticed when I was looking at this is along that same
Yeah.
vein of like, we went from this 82 to 75. So that was a 7%, but that 7% landed here.
Right.
But then this 18% that was in the partially in the proficient is now this 19% in the so we're taking that and we're shifting it. So while these numbers of the partially proficient, you're like, you went from 16 to 7?
Yeah.
But we went from 2, like from 2% of proficient and highly proficient to 19%. So it's like zooming in on some pieces, you can be like, oh man, we didn't do it.
No, exactly.
But then when you look a little further, you're like, wait, no, we did.
Okay, good.
And so it's important to look at the whole picture on these, because it will tell you a different story.
Yeah. So, tell me, oh, she wanted that.
You
So,
can't do it.
So I said that when we looked at just partially proficient in 22, 25, there is a 1% decrease from the beginning to the end. And then the ELA, there's no growth, the 22 to 25. If we look just at that, right? But we're not looking at the proficient or highly proficient, as we look in the 22 at 0%. And it went from 0 to 13% and 0 to 6%. So there is growth. It's just that not in that proficient, that partially proficient. It's they're gaining more, and it doesn't. If you just look at that box,
It's the same story over here. We were like, oh man, they're not doing that great there. But when you look at the whole story, 21% were proficient. And now we have 8 highly proficient. So sometimes we tend to like, oh, let me compare the one row, but sometimes you need to look at all of it.
Yeah.
Good job.
I think you deserve it.
So now here's the historical cohort data. This is where we're looking at groups of students as they move along each different grade level and how they're doing in each of those grade levels.
So on that sticky note or wherever you wrote that historical means same grade, cohort means same kids.
So this, what we pulled here was 5th grade. And so in some of these charts, you're gonna see X's. That means that they were in a grade level that was not tested. So this means this was when they were in 2nd grade, when they were in 3rd grade, when they were in 4th grade, and now when they're in 5th grade. So here you can see how students are doing as they move through. So just like the last one, we're gonna just look at one little band right now. What do you notice that these, now I'm gonna do 6th graders, how have they been doing on their AASAs over the last few years?
again, they're decreasing in the minimum proficient, which is good, in both math and ELA, from 22 to 25. The same kids, so they're gaining more.
I do see like in 2024, like in 2000, the percentage went up. And I was thinking about what you were saying as far as what it's supposed to be teacher.
So then that's when you have to think about, okay, what grade level were they in? What was the teaching staffing situation? Was it COVID? So we have to think about those things and look to see what some of the root causes might be.
And the important thing to note about that is that it's not that in 24 things got worse and then they continued. We had a blip and then they recovered when they were in that 5th grade year.
And so now looking at the whole picture, you can see some of those things. Like, yeah, there was some, maybe it wasn't where we needed or wanted to see, but then we saw growth. We saw changes in the proficiency levels. I'm just highlighting this one. You see some growth or you see stagnancy, but then when you look at the next proficiency level, it gives you a different story of, they might have stayed looking the same, but it looks like kids are moving between all those levels. Alright, so those are the kind of data points you'll see today. So moving forward, look at that data, inspect it. They'll be showing you different data points. Look for key points outlined today to help you read that data and ask those questions to help you clarify and ask those deeper questions instead of having to ask what do those numbers mean or what does that say. Use your cheat sheet today to help you ask those questions. It'll be there for your support. And celebrate some of those things, some of the successes that we see today. Now you know how to see the bar charts and like, oh my gosh, your students grew more than 25% on that standard. That's amazing. What did you guys do? And when providing feedback, be solution focused. Maybe help think of what are some things that maybe we can try differently next year.
And then with that also just remembering that sometimes that one little piece of data that we've zoomed in on doesn't show the whole story. So thinking back when we were looking at that cohort, I think it was the cohort or the historical, where we were like, nothing really happened. But if you look at the whole story, things are happening. So sometimes if you zoom in too far, remember to zoom back out and think about what's the whole story that's happening.
Any questions about data or?
I do, and this is why I wanted to kind of wait for the end and give you some time since we have some time, because I feel like this might be a question we can kind of dive into. Not you yourselves, but us as a team and Mr. Diaz. But of course, you guys can provide some input. I know over the years we have looked at these, and like you said, you're aligning some of the information to kind of align with what the state's looking at. Are we putting ourselves in a little bit too much of a cushion by including this not proficient title when they're really only looking at minimally, partially proficient or highly proficient? And if we adjust it to some degree to phase out not proficient and really challenge our teaching staff to understand that we're now, you don't really have a place to, I think, and this is where I'm thinking we really want to be able to kind of give a cushion, because that growth is going to be substantial when you go not proficient to minimally, and that's where they'll look at it as a, we did it, however, we're still a little bit in the weeds with that kind of, with setting that standard as a school district ourselves. And I want to say that, maybe we should start to, if we're courageous enough, phase out that line, not for any instance, then just to make sure that we're not putting more work on, but giving ourselves the challenge of, we're not going to settle for anyone in that red at this point. I don't know, just my outside, my thinking at this point, because I know over the years we've had it, and I remember when we included it, and then we get the information later that, well, now we have to align it with what we're looking for from the state, who only has the 4 proficiency levels. I don't know, And I understand why we also want to be understanding, especially when that, I don't want to blame anything on COVID anymore because it's really not an excuse, but that the level at which some of our students come in is not at the level that anybody will be able to kind of compete. However, do we want to set the standard now, or at least try to move towards setting the standard that we need to be really challenging not ourselves, but our students? So that was why I was waiting to pose that question, Mr. Diaz, and then Ms. Kinsey.
The goal and the ultimate goal, yes, we want to make sure that we get rid of the red. That is the ultimate goal. 80% of the students is going to score 70% or higher. Every year, as the students move forward, there will be new standards that they're going to start learning that year. So every year, in the beginning of the year, there's always going to be red. But over the years, what we're planning to do is in the beginning of the year, some of that red should be looking so red. As they move on from one grade level to the next one, there will be a level of unknown because they started a new school year and a new standard. But what we want is that by the end of the year, yes, we want to make sure that by the time we hit the third and fourth quarter, there should be little to no red whatsoever. Go
I
ahead.
think you're misunderstanding my question.
I think I got you.
Oh,
So, you're asking essentially, don't look at the screen, you get seasick. One of the reasons that we have added in the not proficient and the minimally proficient is because if we don't, that red band covers 50%, like up to 50% correct.
Oh.
And so one of the reasons that we added this in is because it helps us tell more of the story.
Okay.
This example here, we have a lot of color on the post. One of the things that we know in education is that the further we get from kindergarten, the more that our students could have missed some of that learning.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, they may have missed some of that learning. So when we have grade levels that have more red, like if we look at this comparison here, what could be happening is that in this quarter 3, and this is where we don't know, that covers up to 50% correct. How many of those students were close? We don't know. And so that's one of the reasons that we added in that 25 to 49% is because we want to know who are those kids that are close to partially proficient. Because this just tells me that I've got a lot of kids that are less than 50%, but how many of them are close? And so when we add that other one in, maybe it's that about half of our kids are in that 25 to 50. That tells me a lot different than saying 65% of my kids are 50% or less. So it's just because they're not equal bands of like every band is 25%,
Yeah.
That is just a way for us to say we are making growth, because when we have grade levels that have a lot more of that, what the state would qualify as minimally proficient, that full red, sometimes it's hard to see that growth, because getting a kid in 8th grade math from a 5% on the pre to a 48% on the post is a lot, but they would still sit in the red.
Yeah.
And so that's where the adding of that came in. It's not to undermine the importance of growing our kids out of that, but it's to paint more of that picture of what is happening with regards to growth.
Okay.
So it's kind of addressing that 25% growth that Mr. Diaz has said, where it's either 70% or we grow that 25%, breaking this big red chunk into 0 to 25 and 25 to 50 lets us see that a little bit easier.
Right.
So that's where it came from. And it's just a way to help us make more sense of the good things that are happening. Those growth points that are occurring.
Okay.
And it gives you a visual demonstrating the performance. I think
Yes.
that's great.
And you'll see it a lot. Again, the farther we get from here, the harder it is to fill in. You'll see it a lot with the secondary data, where it starts red, and you'll still see red and orange, but that red will dial back a lot. But if we kept all of the red and the orange as just red, you wouldn't see the hard work that those teachers put in to fill in previous grades and get them to proficiency on grade level. So that's where it kind of came from.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Any other questions for the presentation? Ms. Vance?
No, I just think that, every time you guys come and do your presentation for us, it really helps us to understand, the data that is being shared with us every time. But also, it just shows how much work has been put into the background of making sure that we're moving forward, at all sites. So, and I really, really like the alignment from the state testing to the teacher, like where we're at with our students, because it does show that, that all that work that you guys have been doing is really helping, it's helping. And then, again, moving back into those areas where, you see, because of the data that, kids, students need to, be, or to reteach those areas helps, and so, like in the summer school sessions, those that needed to be retaught in those areas, that really is gonna help when they come back, so I really appreciate you too, thank you.
We appreciate you.
Ms. Sylvia or Ms. Hannah, anything?
I was gonna say the same thing, I appreciate the groundwork you guys have laid to like tell a story using data. I work with a lot with data and I'm sitting here like, this is amazing, I wanna pick your brains. Anytime. But it's amazing to see that what you said, it's like figuring out like where the shortcomings are so that you can provide the summer school, I think that's phenomenal, I think we, like I said, right now, it's up to you, thank you guys.
Anything, Ms. Sawyer? Anything? No? All right, well, thank you so much for being Tobias, with your permission, we're gonna take another break. And can we jump into primary after this?
It's us once more. Yeah, you're stuck with us.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
You're fine.
Okay.
But yes, I need a minute.
Yes, I do too.
Thank you.
Oh, careful.
They pick up the card. But you'll have to sign it out. When are you gonna get it back?
That's what I was trying to be back to.
Monday? Okay, well, if anything comes up, where's the other stuff? But you'll have to pick it out of, your security and now. Well, is it, Marlena gonna bring the gift back? Can you send it back with her and she can turn it in for you? Oh, who's driving them? Oh, are they, oh, okay.
What signal do you want us to give you?
So she's not buying all of them then, actually. She's not buying all of them that day? Tomorrow? Okay. Or you're gonna be with them? Who's gonna have it is the person that needs to fill it up, needs to check it out. If you're not gonna be with them, then she should be the one to check it out. Well, you'll need to let me know so I can let Rudy know. Okay?
I have 3 teachers. I've been in there off and on.
So you have really know what the next thing is.
We're looking at emails right now, so it's right now.
That's what we're doing.
No one?
Oh, no, no, last time I wanted to know.
Better than that candy.
That's I had a Kit Kat. Oh, no, 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 not a Kit Kat. That was a-
I had a Twix too.
Um, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Right here. By the end of these 2 days, I'm gonna ask, what are gonna be our board and commitments? This is what we're gonna add it. So this is something that we had in the past, we have not done it in the last 2 years because President Murillo wants us to bring it back. So it's not until we have all of the information that are as part of our reflection on the plans, this is where the commitments are gonna go. In this plan, everything that I discussed earlier is also embedded in this plan. But the part that I'm gonna need from you guys is that by the end of these 2 days, we have to come up with our commitments. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Can I close it? You're gonna go to it again?
Tomorrow.
We'll move on. We've already done our break. The curriculum and instruction 3-year calendar plan. Ms. Kinsey, Ms. Medina.
All right, there you go. So we have the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. I am a district math coach, and this is our district ELA coach. And so we're gonna go through some quick updates on our 3-year plan, where we're at, what's working, what we're changing, and a little bit of why we're changing some of the things that we're changing. So here is our mission and our vision. Our vision is that our students will love, encourage, and prepare to take on the world by embracing our humanhood. And then our mission statement is we create healthy, inspiring, motivating, developing, achieving. Y'all are very familiar with these goals, but we wanted to bring them back up here just to, again, make sure that we're really rooted in these goals. One of the things that you'll notice is that there's an icon next to each of them. You'll see those icons pop up as we continue through this presentation, because we want to be purposeful of showing how what we are doing is aligned with what we have as the district goals. So in our 3-year process, school year 23-24 was really where we were clearing the land. We focused on what do we want to do with summer school. We're starting to see those dividends now. We really started to work on the benchmarks and the curriculum mapping. So that's where we started to bring in beyond textbooks to address some of those. Last year, school year 24-25, we really focused on building structures that would maintain our success, that would really contribute to student growth and proficiency. We really focused on our year-at-a-glance documents, that's the YAD. We focused on tier 1 instruction, tier 2 instruction, spiral and reading. So being very purposeful of how each of those things is being done in the district. We did lean very heavily on the structures that are in beyond textbooks because they have research-based, those are research-based strategies that have proven to be successful. This year, school year 25-26, we're looking at maintaining success, and that's through summer school, our benchmarks and our assessments, curriculum, and instructional support. So some of the structures that we built this past year, and I say we, it was the team of myself, Ms. Medina, Mr. Diaz, Ms. Sudan, and also Ms. Valdez. We really leaned in on some of these structures because we identified the needs in the district. One of the big ones that we did was the teacher manual, which we'll get into a little bit of the breakdown of each of these in a second. Principal data binders, which I know Mr. Diaz touched on before. DFA data collection sheets, the development of a model of leadership, and then the benchmark and AASA alignment, which you kind of got to see during the data conversation side of things. Our teacher manual, what this really did was this addressed the need that we want to be clear. We want to be clear on what the expectations are within our USD system. And it also, we have a lot of resources here, we're very resource rich. So it collected a lot of those resources into one place for teachers to access them. So what we did from the district side of things was we created this at the district level and we solicited feedback from the sites and made adjustments as needed. And then this is rolled out to the staff by each site. Some of the refinements that were needed, it's just one of those that we continuously monitor. We don't have specific refinements right now that are needed, but as the needs of the district and the community and the schools change, we'll have to keep making those adjustments to best suit what we're doing. Our principal data binder, we have kind of pulled back. That's a refinement, we'll get there. So what this did is we have a lot of data points that we're looking at. You guys saw some of them during the data conversation. So the principal data binder really centralized all of that data into one place. So that instead of our principals spending time finding the data, they're spending time looking at it. We also want to really streamline that data analysis protocol so that we know what teachers need support in what areas. And to do that quickly, to quickly identify that, so that the time is spent on supporting the teachers and not trying to comb through the data and figure it out. So some of the steps that we're taking is we did create this at the district level, and then we refined it based on our site admin feedback. And then adjustments are made as needed depending on the site priorities. So I know sometimes we put in action steps, we put in data reflections, we'll put in the quarterly benchmark data. All of those different things exist in this binder. And so some of the refinements that we need is we really minimize what we're putting in this binder. Data can be very overwhelming. And so in order to really focus on the things that have high leverage, we really limited back, we pulled back on what we're providing in terms of data points for principals. All right, so then we also have the DFA data collection sheet. So each time a teacher teaches a standard, we ask them to give a short 5-question formative assessment. DFA stands for District Formative Assessment. And so what we do there is, this is a structure that we've borrowed from BT, or taken from them, or is a part of their curriculum. And so there's a lot of data that's generated by this because standards generally last anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks. So that means that we're pulling data every 1 to 3 weeks in both math and ELA. And so we wanted to have a centralized location where we could house all of this and we can analyze the data quickly. And so what we did again is we created this at the district level. We've edited based on site admin feedback. We've added in some additional data points there that aren't normally as a part of the beyond textbooks ones, just to better inform what we're doing. And so one of the refinements that we're currently working on is a homepage where when teachers log in or when teachers click into this document, it'll show them kind of at a glance how things are going. So similar to our principal data binders, we want to give them those quick visuals so that they have a better idea of how things are going. We also worked on a model of leadership. So again, if we're going to have expectations for, or if Mr. Diaz is going to have expectations for site admin, we want to be very clear on those. So we work together to say what are those high leverage actions or foci that principals need to have. And so it kind of became a workbook where we can all be clear on what are the commitments at each site with regards to the different initiatives in the district. So we created this at the district level, and then we worked collaboratively with each of the site admin teams to add in their key initiatives and to mark down what their commitments are to those initiatives. And then again, the refinements needed, this is our first time rolling it out, so we're really just going to be continuously monitoring and seeing what else is needed. With benchmarks and AASA, the need that was addressed here was that we really aligned those benchmarks. You got to see that, which was pretty cool. In grades 3 through 8 to AASA. So one of the things that we are working on right now is the Arizona Department of Education just posted their essential standards. So we're working on updating the benchmarks to reflect those standards as well. Some of the steps that we took here were we really created the benchmarks that mirror the BT pacing guide. So we really want to make sure that when we're assessing students, we're assessing them on what they've learned. So that's where when we talked about those quarterly benchmarks growing over time, it's because it's not very helpful to test a student on a standard they haven't been taught halfway through the school year because it's not relevant data. We don't want to spend time looking at that if it's not something we've taught yet. And then we also made sure that those benchmarks were adhering to the AED blueprint documents, so those standard breakdowns that they give us at the state level, we want to make sure that we mirror that in our benchmarks. Some of those refinements, like I said before, is we're reflecting those new AED standard information with those essential standards. And so we've had to make some quick edits to those benchmarks to be accurate and on target with what the State Department of Education is requesting. So some of the ways that we're maintaining that success and those refinements into year 3, because again, year 3 is maintain success, is we're really looking at new teacher induction and academy and our data analysis protocols. So with new teacher induction and new teacher academy, we start this on Monday. We're pretty excited to welcome our new staff. It's just really getting our BUSD new teachers to orient themselves with the key initiatives here in the district. So we talked to them about the model of instruction, we talked to them about their 3-year plans and the goals. We start to introduce some of the curriculum stuff. And then we also lean on the nation to help us introduce our new staff to the Bon Autumn Nation. So we'll be going out west to Louisville, and we'll also be going down to Himataki, down south. Just to kind of give our new teachers a feel for the nation that we're on, because SELS isn't the whole nation. So we want to give them the experience a little bit further out where some of our kids travel from. And so we've updated our NTI scheduling based on our feedback. So we did ask our teachers this past school year to give us feedback on how those sessions went, what they felt like they needed more of, what was really effective and what impacted their classroom. And so we've made some updates and some changes based on that. And then we created targeted new teacher academy sessions throughout the school year to provide them that continuous support. This last year was our first year rolling that out, so we've made some edits coming into this next year to better support those teachers. And then those refinements, we're just going to continue to make those refinements as we go to address the needs that come up based on any quantitative or qualitative data as it comes up. The data analysis protocols, they're kind of needed at every level. So that's one of the refinements that we're making is what does data analysis look like at the teacher, at the site, at the district level. And so finding ways that we can respond to that data in real time. And so one of the things that we're doing is taking a look at those existing data analysis protocols. And then one of the things that we did do this year was create a window where this is where we are asking you to look through the benchmark data and really review it and make choices on what's gonna happen next quarter based on what happened in this quarter with the benchmark data. And so then, again, continuous refinements will just happen as the needs of the teachers and the students come up. So one of the big changes that's coming for Ms. Medina and I is in our coaching. So one of the ways, since we spent so much time this past year building those structures, we are now going to be spending most of our time at sites and in those classrooms. So we will have a rotating support system built where we're just going to rotate through. I believe Ms. Medina starts at the primary campus and I start at intermediate, and then we just kind of keep going. So we'll spend a week at primary, then we'll spend a week at intermediate, and then we'll spend a week at secondary. Then we'll spend a week at primary, then intermediate, then secondary, just to really support those teachers, to support our site admin as well, because that's a huge, they have huge burdens to carry. And so if we can support them in supporting or providing that targeted math and ELA coaching, that's just gonna greatly help them. We're also gonna support with SFA instruction, and also add instruction at the sites where it's relevant. So we're just really gonna try to be that on-site support for them. So we've created a calendar between us, and then we're gonna meet probably monthly in the beginning to figure out, is this working, what do we need to do to refine what we're doing? And then we're also going to hear back from the site admin and Mr. Diaz on how it's working and what adjustments we need to make, because it is the first time we're doing this. So that's kind of how this year is going to change a little bit. So do you have any questions for us?
Questions for?
How many new teachers and staff are you?
I believe we have 7 brand new hires. I think we have about anywhere between 15 and 18 staff that were hired mid-year up until the board meeting today. And so some of those new staff members who attended all of our new teacher academy sessions, they're gonna get excused from the first day because they've already been oriented towards the goals and the initiatives within the district.
Anything else? Thank you so much again for all the information and all the hard work. It's really appreciated. Our next item is the primary data and 3-year plan.
Welcome, Ms. Enriquez Spencer, as she's getting ready, on your cheat sheet, try to make some notes of what curriculum instruction is doing differently the next school year. What are they doing, how are they doing it, when are they doing it? What are some things that curriculum instruction is doing? Make sure you write some notes on your cheat sheet. And also, as Ms. Enriquez is presenting, feel free to add any of what is doing for this upcoming year. You can go.
Good evening, no, good afternoon. Is that afternoon?
Morning.
Hey.
All right, good morning. I'm Diaz, governing board members. Superintendent Diaz. So our 3-year plan this year. And again, I always like to call it a continuous improvement plan because we're always continuing to improve based on what we've learned from previous years, the data, and so forth. So our district mission again is to create healthy, inspiring, motivating, developing, and achieving graduates. And our vision for the district is our students will be loved, encouraged, and prepared to take on the world by embracing our impact. At the primary school, every year we review our mission, vision, and core value statement. And if there are any staff members that want to add change, we have a discussion. So that way we are all in agreement of what our mission, vision, and core value statement are. So our mission is all our children will be given the foundational skills to become college and career ready and embrace their impact. Our vision is all our children will be given the foundational skill. Oh, I think I wrote the wrong one. I did. I will fix that. And then our core value statement is we are committed to creating a supportive environment to empower all to reach their full potential. So the outcomes that we have for the school is to create independent and collaborative critical thinkers, for students to take ownership of their learning and to gain a deeper understanding of what they are learning. And we want to empower the teachers with the resources and support they need to engage students in learning. Because if they don't have the resources and materials they need, then our students can't be successful. So our attendance data this year, as you have seen over the course of the year and at the June board meeting, we had a lot of green at the beginning of the year, and then towards the winter months and spring, beginning of spring, we get a lot of illness with the little ones. So our goal is the 90% plus attendance by school, teacher, grade level, and/or content. Overall, we ended the year at 89%, so we did miss it by 1%. Second grade did meet that goal, and all the grade levels, they did come in over the 85% mark, so we felt that was a huge victory. Our second grade benchmark data, we decreased our not proficient 40% to 4% in ELA. We increased either proficient or highly proficient from 3% to 30%. In math, we decreased the non-proficient from 19% to 0. And we increased the proficient and highly proficient from 0 to 41%. And again, as Ms. Hendricks has stated, they're here a majority of the time, so the attendance should align with their academic progress over the course of the year. In third grade, they did in ELA decrease the not proficient from 32% to 14%. They increased the proficient and highly proficient from 0% to 25%. In math, they did decrease the non-proficient by 62% to 11%, and they increased the proficient to highly proficient from 0 to 32%. And if you look at that picture, that's one of the strategies we have been really strong in providing for our math classes is the vertical whiteboards. They get to stand, they get to move. As we've mentioned before, research states that standing is better because it gets the blood flowing versus sitting. Our AASA, I put in our data from 2023 all the way to 2025. We're kind of a little roller coaster here. I'm not sure if it's been made known to you, but this year they did up the bar on the AASA. So not to say that that's an excuse, but we did see a decline in our proficient and partial or highly proficient on our AASA this year in both ELA and math. So we've already started those data discussions on how we're going to ensure that this year's cohort is ready and are able to take a lot of, our grade level is only third grade that we test. And they have 5 different parts of the assessment in just ELA alone. So the question we've been asking is, how are they grading that and what is taken into account? Because as we were looking at individual student data, we noticed, for example, if Ruben got a score and Anna Marie got the same score, Ruben didn't make the move on with reading grade, but Anna Marie did. So then we were asking, well, how do they calculate that? How do they, because it's the writing, reading comprehension, reading fluency, and then there's the math, and there's 2 parts in each. So how do they get these scores and what either makes someone meet the move on with reading versus who doesn't? So we've been asking those questions, we've yet to find an answer. So as we stated on Tuesday, our school goals this year are to increase both ELA and math by 25%. Again, that's the minimum we want to increase, but we definitely want to go higher than that. And we all want to decrease the chronic absenteeism rate of 52% and decrease that by 25%. So I wanted to show you each year of what we focused on the Essential 10. So in year one, which was the 23-24 school year, we really emphasized the curriculum mapping, the YAG, the spiraling benchmarks, and the coaching. Year two, we transitioned into, and not to say that we didn't focus on what we focused on year one, we just added to. So for year two, it was lesson plan and tier one instruction, tier two instruction, and then the connectivity. On year three, we added the formative and check for understanding, along with which is going to be this year, and then emphasizing that tutoring and summer school. Although we have been doing summer school, now we want to get a bit stronger in it, and along with the tutoring. So if you look at the columns where it does say year one, those are the different strategies we incorporated within each year. And again, we didn't go into year two and disregard what we did in year one. We just built upon it and made those pieces stronger. So year one, we focused on made targeted professional development for our teachers. We focused on the observation feedback cycle. We did revise our master schedule, which we do every single year. We focused on the effective lesson plans, providing teachers with templates, samples of what effective lesson plans should look like, the DFAs, focus PLCs, our Success for All program, and then CFAs within each grade level, which mirror DFAs. In year two, we did some curriculum summer work. We added our models of instruction, again, had another emphasis of effective lesson plans, brought in beyond textbooks, attended trainings, and then trained our staff on beyond building thinking classrooms with the support of Ms. Kinsey. We had content-focused events. We added our top score writing, and then we did bring in the reteach and enrich that is part of beyond textbooks. So this year, we do have to change again our schedule, being that for the past 3 years, we've been doing content-based instruction in grades 1 through 3. But being that we are only allocated 3 teachers now instead of the 4 per grade level in 1 through 3, we are going back to teachers having their own students all day. So they're going to be teaching all content versus just focused content. We are bringing in DMS, which is daily math skills, and that's another strategy from beyond textbooks. Again, our SFA top score writing, last year was year one, so this year we're hoping to have it a bit stronger now that the students know the routines, know the structure. Our school-wide solution teams through SFA. We have through our PD calendar incorporated more data dives, but not just surface level data dives. We want to go deeper within the data. So what we did is we carved out time on Fridays so that way it's not rushed throughout the school week and teachers have more time to look deeper into the data. And then again, the tutoring piece. So year one and year two, we did the plan, the do, and the study. And now year 2 and 3, it's the do, study, and act. This is really small for me to read. But we wanted to talk about like what admin is gonna, I brought a copy, I should have grabbed it. What, how, and the when, and the who is admin. So the what is to protect time for walkthrough visits and follow-up. And we aligned that to BUSD goal 1 and 3 of proficiency instruction. How are we going to do that? We created a flow chart of the different roles and responsibilities of admin so that our staff also has clarity on who they should go to for whatever support they need. So that's the flow chart along with clarify the duties and the responsibilities. We schedule time in our schedule. And what that looked like is Ms. Pablo will have a week of just instruction, and what that looks like is she'll be observing classrooms, providing feedback, giving support, where that week I will take care of any parents that want to come see, any behaviors, anything that has to do with like the logistics of the school, and then we'll switch. We've also calendar time where her and I can sit and collaborate. Okay, so maybe Miss Vance needs support in this, can you follow up with her next week and provide her that same support? We scheduled, like I said, the calibration meeting, and then we also this year want to do something different. Instead of having home meetings as a grade level, we want to have individualized meetings. So the teachers also have the autonomy to pick on what they feel are their strengths and what we can support them with. We want to, again, clarify the roles and responsibilities. The lesson planning, again, that's something we do every year at the beginning of the year. Provide them being that they have all content this year. We did create a new lesson plan template, and we want to go over that. That way they understand how to fill it out and how to plan for the school year. And then again, to continue with the models of instruction, having that whole group Wednesdays, they will do data talks along with allocating the time on Fridays, and then emphasizing on behaviors and outcomes for the teachers and students. And then this year, we're going to require that the teachers also have a data binder. So that way, it's not just, okay, it's on the computer and then it's a one and done. It's, I'm going to take that binder to every data discussion. You can write on it, you can highlight, you can, anything that you need to do, but that needs to be in hand. Because what we're finding is when you have it on a computer, you scroll through and then do you ever go back and look at it? I know I'm guilty of it, we all may be guilty of, I didn't go back and check, or how am I gonna follow up on myself? We're all guilty of it. I'm guilty of this. Next one, please. So the next what, how, and when is what is staff also gonna be responsible, and that includes admin as well, but this is more of an emphasis on teachers, support staff. We wanted to obviously go into the curriculum. All curriculum is based on our state standards. So how are we going to do that? We're going to bring in the Beyond textbooks to support with the scope and sequence, different resources, different assessments, success for all, and then again, that top score writing. The instruction piece, our models of instruction and how to incorporate all that would be the SFA reading block, school-wide solutions and component teams, our daily math skills, top score writing again, and then also the language and the culture. With our assessment block, we have our district benchmarks, we have our formative assessments, checks for understanding. This year, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there is a policy mandated by the state that all grades K through 3 have to take a literacy and dyslexia screener every quarter. So we used to have iReady, but being that the price keeps going up every year, we're going to go with Dibbles. It assesses for the same type of items, way less expensive than iReady, and there are progress monitoring tools on there. So this year we are fortunate to have a Mauer paraprofessional. So she focuses just on 3rd grade to support with the fluency and getting them caught up. So she will be Dibbles trained, and she will also be trained on how to progress monitor them. So that way we're not just testing and then everything comes at us at once. We want to make sure that she knows the data and that she can focus on those students who need that intense support on getting them back to where they need to be. We have, again, the teacher data binders and then allocating data talks on Fridays. And then our last one is attendance. Again, that's a school-wide thing. We are creating incentives to improve student attendance. Track attendance data to include the chronic absenteeism and the tardiness. Monthly meetings to discuss the data. And our goal is to plan parent meetings with our parents to see what other further support they may need to ensure that their kids are here in school every day. So my last slide is how does that all align to district goals? So you are aware of all 5 goals of proficiency, attendance, instruction, the support and challenge, culturally relevant lessons and engagement activities, and at the bottom are all of the resources that we are utilizing. Those are the main resources. Of course, there are some subordinate resources that can go under those, but again, the models of instruction, the graphic that's provided by district, our effective cycles of instruction, SFA, top score writing, building thinking classrooms, and beyond textbooks. And we wanted to focus on those, not only just here to present to you, but we do want to present this to the staff as well, because sometimes they come in and it's like, okay, what are we adding to the plate now? We want to make sure that this is everything we've been working on for the past 3 years, and this is what we're going to continue to work on, so that way not only can our students benefit from it, but the teachers are growing as well. You know. Questions?
Any questions from the board? Comments? Toby?
Yeah, I guess, it's from throughout the years that you've made your, monthly reports, I've seen, you know, the growth and whatnot, but I think with what you've been doing and you can continue doing with it is what you mentioned, you know, I think, and then the announcement that your teachers work with, the next grade level teachers or the next school level teachers, I think that, that'll continue throughout. I like your model, I like the way you report your data, and I like that, it's very, understandable, I guess, or, there's another word for it, that I just, and so it's really helpful. And I know that your school is where our kids start. And that's something that I hope they carry them with them from that school throughout to the graduation. Okay.
Are there any other questions or comments for Ms. Stevens?
I have some comments. I just want to say, this is very helpful. I think it's helpful the way you laid out the information. And looking at all the different, things you focused on from year to year, and then also explaining what you were talking about as far as the testing and making us aware of that and the challenges that you've been having with that. That's really good to know. And then also learning about the testing that's going to be implemented for those students. I think that's really helpful. And that you have somebody who's going to be focused on getting those students up to par. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Spence, anything?
Can you, I guess, elaborate on that top score writing? I know that you had it in year 2 and you're having it in year 3. And I was kind of wondering the details on that, what that really means.
So Top Score Writing is actually a program. I don't know if you remember, no, go back to the pie chart. So yes, it is in year 2 because we started it last year. Our district coach that we had, Nancy Alexander, when we were all going through CSI and going to Elevate, she worked with the school. I can't remember the name of the school, but she said that they've seen a huge increase in their writing scores because of this program. It's very structured in how the kids are learning to write, as far as like, you know, they start even in first grade, they start with their topic sentence, and then they start progressing throughout the year with reason 1, reason 2, and a conclusion. Because that's where our kids struggle in 3rd grade, is putting together a 5-paragraph paper. So it starts in first grade, and every year it adds a different section until they get to 3rd grade. So it's just a program and different strategies and graphic organizers to help them put their writing together. It can be very broad. It's not just based on one particular strategy. It helps them with different types of writing. We saw in first grade the benefits of it. 2nd and 3rd did struggle last year because it's a program that scaffolds upon itself each year. So we're hoping to see now, okay, 2nd has seen it, they worked with it in first grade, now they can take that a bit further. Also with our incoming 3rd graders, they saw it in 2nd grade, so now when they get their writing lessons, they'll be like, oh, we saw this last year, so they know the structure and the format. Because with COVID, when the kids came back, they had doctor handwriting. You could not read their writing, they didn't know how to put a sentence together, and they were third graders because they struggled with that writing piece. So we have seen an increase. We also, and I forgot to add it to this, we haven't been doing writing benchmarks since pre-COVID. So this year we want to do a writing benchmark so that we can track the progression of their writing.
Thank you. I saw that on there and I thought, oh, I think that it's gonna be really helpful. I'm getting it to this year too, so, I just didn't really know what it was, but it sounds like it's gonna be, it's gonna help our students with this. Also, I know that last year, and then it shows on here on the charts that the second grade was really an amazing class and gonna be in third grade this year, so, I know that the scores are gonna continue to go up. But I guess my question would be, because of the data that shows that the second graders are really amazing, the teachers for the second grade, are you using what they had shared with their second graders for the classes prior to second grade and then for the third grade, the teachers? I mean, are you using them as an example on how to, and what they've done for the other classes?
So that's something we were talking about a few weeks ago. I did ask Ruben, is there a way we could do like peer coaching where other teachers go and observe, for example, second grade teachers on some of the things and strategies they're utilizing in their classroom. So we've been discussing how we can have that and make that work. I know they do a lot of, if you saw some of those pictures, a lot of them are second, where they teach and then they apply some type of life skill. So like they were doing informational text features surgery. So this year, and now you guys are making me think of everything I forgot. But this year, during the summer work, when our leads came in and did, getting everything ready for the upcoming year, we planned project-based learning projects every quarter. So right before they go on break, there's a theme. So this, for example, in the fall, it's gonna be a camping theme. So the Friday before, it's gonna be all hands on deck. We go into every classroom and we set it up like they're camping, but not just for fun, but they're gonna be doing math, ELA, and even science activities that align to that theme. In December, the 2 weeks before we go on break, it's gonna be a winter wonderland. And so they had to get creative to come up with different types of academic activities that they can incorporate. Because we want the kids to not only learn it, but how could they apply it in real life?
That sounds fun.
Yes, I'm excited.
I just want to add, and I feel like one of the things that definitely I'm hoping to kind of really impress on the overall is, first of all, apologies for missing it, but for as a proponent, especially for your campus and your leadership, one of the things that I feel like we definitely can do, and what I really want to move into, is genuinely really giving you as much support as possible when it comes to this attendance issue. Because I really, really also want you to really focus and do what you've been doing and not have to come here and get berated or, dragged for what is your attendance. It's really out of your hands when it comes to just getting, you can't go to their house and get them up. That's really where we need to move away from our mindset, in my opinion. But I'm one board member. However, I think if we really genuinely put our heads together as a political body, and work with our partners, with the nation, we can come to some kind of genuine understanding and be like, hey, it is now in your hands. It's at some point. Again, I've said this at the last meeting was, we tend to fall on the schools as the responsible parties for almost upbringing the kids at some point. Which is not here nor there. I feel like obviously we want to impress on our children that it is important, but at some point the community and our responsibility to that partnership with the nation is that balls in your court. We're going to focus on what we can do with who's at school. You focus on who's not here, and you do what you need to do, because we've obviously tried to do, and we still will try to do as much as we can. But at this point, come on. The other part of that is. I think throughout the years, especially for myself, walkthroughs and just being present, that's ultimately also really giving not only you the boost and the thought process that maybe you need to go through, just like how Ms. Vance kind of helped you to kind of pull some stuff out. That is one thing I also want us to really kind of commit to as a board, is that when we're there, it's not that we're there to judge or to be part, but we're understanding much more of what your situation is when we do that. So we're here understanding, okay, I seen, I understood, I got to ask questions, now how can I support that? So it's gonna be my tune throughout this entire thing especially, but I wanna make sure that is specifically for you, because I've seen the effort that you put forth in that attendance matter. And I've seen firsthand as a member who lives right down the road and how parents can be even with some of their kids. Young babies getting out of their cars and having to walk themselves in. You know what I mean? I'm like, come on parents, we need to do better. But and it's well after the time that they're supposed to be there, but it's very nonchalant, and it irks me. But it's also something that's way out of my hands and yours. So that's my general call to action this year, and especially in support of all of our schools, is that we have to do something as this body to press on the nation, and not just Mr. Diaz, but all of us in general, because obviously we ask so much of you and we berate you sometimes about this attendance thing, and it's not really your problem technically. So that's going to be what I'm going to at least say at this point, and I will reiterate as we're kind of moving down the line. I know there's some as they get older can get themselves up and get themselves to school, but for you specifically, you know, we need to be understanding of that. In addition to that, introducing different resolutions that I don't mean to really put things into this manner of how now do I have to do more work when we emphasize something about our culture, our language, our hymn. It's not to do that. What it is, what I'm trying to really impress is that if we give as much, here's what I was thinking, and the only reason I thought about it is because an aha for me at one point is I feel like your campuses definitely have retained more teachers than usually. So they're here. They see the kids. They know the kids. And in what I'm hopeful we can start to do is by giving them that sense of self, as in the students, sense of pride, sense of understanding, sense of you know, who they are and where they come from. Early, and as much as you guys have been doing so far in that foundation of not only just the academics, but now culturally and within themselves. Granted, again, people will say this should be done at home, but because we are where we are, I'm very, very proud that we have taken the steps to really try and lift up and preserve as much as we can and strengthen it. My hope is that we also engage and really pull in, buy in, and you know, like, get all of us as excited and understanding about it as well, so that we can start to look at why students come in sometimes the way they do and they're just adamantly not, you know what I mean? Like, I can't do anything for this kid. I love that you brought up that you're going to be doing the project-based like types of learning, because obviously what we saw the other day in that 11 days for summer school with just Legos, or even I was thinking it doesn't even have to be Legos. Maybe it's something that we can do like with your OIDUC or with your those different types of needs, which I know you guys have been really, really keen on, but hopefully with the strengthening of not only the HIMDOC and our position as it comes to what's expected, that also kind of spills over into the overall staff. I'm really racking my brain and hurting myself when the ebbs and flows of how nature and how the science, or not the science, but the seasonal like air or effort, or at least the air that we're breathing in its sensitivity to nature and our kids. I think as we're moving forward and we're trying to align, hopefully we'll provide some sort of relief to some degree. And I'm not saying it's gonna happen right away, but I am saying is when everyone and all of us begin to start to look at our children, especially from the Donata Nation, as just beings ready to soak in all of that knowledge as they're ready to do it at the point that they're in your school. But they don't all soak in that knowledge the same way. You know, they might take it in a wholly, completely different way. So my hope is that you as the leader there can impress on everyone they're teaching is that, you know, I'm not after you because I feel like you're not doing it right. Please challenge yourself to think outside of what you're doing for these children so that they can start to really get it and learn it. And hoping project-based learning is what's gonna kind of help that. But I also want it to be like fully committed to, you know what I mean? And not just have one or two teachers doing it. Let's all agree this is how we're gonna try it this year. And then frame it around that. Give it a try, as opposed to, I'm not good at that, so I'm not gonna do it. You know what I mean? So that was a long way to get around there, but that's what I'm trying to say.
Could I?
Sure, please.
So first thing, before I forget, I wanted to point out two things, attendance and then what you just said about the language and the culture. So remind me if I forget. The first one was the attendance about kids coming in late and they're just being dropped off, or the little ones are just walking themselves in. One of my questions was going to be to Superintendent Diaz and the board is, in previous years, we made it wasn't a policy, it was a rule that if you brought your child late, you had to physically get off and sign them in. And I know there were a lot of parents that made it very aware through the community that they did not like that. But at the time, it was when Dr. Morris was the principal, and it worked, it decreased the tardiness because they don't want to get off the car and sign their kid in. So with your permission, I'd like to bring that back and make it, not only just because I don't want to be mean, but at the same time, these babies should not be walking across the street by themselves. We do have a plan for a crosswalk guard this year, so that way there is somebody out there doing the crossing and utilizing the crosswalk. But they come in once everybody's already inside, gates are locked, and then kids are walking across the street by themselves. So I would like to put that forward to the community that if you are late, you must get off and sign your children in, again, with your permission. The second thing, with the project-based learning and incorporating the language and the culture, 3 years ago for summer school, we had the opportunity to do a Camp Hinbug, and that was so much fun for the kids because they were applying their culture and language within what they were learning, but it was structured to where teachers also had to incorporate the academics. And we did see an increase in data that year as well. So I do love the Lego thing, but maybe moving forward, I don't know, just a topic of discussion, how can we do both? How can we give them options that they want to do the Legos, they can, and then maybe school, because I know Ms. Kinsey and Medina, they run that program, but could schools be given the option to do a Camp Hinbug should they want to? And again, if there's funding, so that way they could incorporate those things, because the kids, they really took it and they owned it, because like you said, it gave them a sense of identity and who they are. But not only that, I have 65% of my staff is Native. And not all of them, but you know, different Natives, and they bring in their own culture. So making all our students aware of, we are different and we are unique, but there are also others that, you know, there's different types of cultures out there, even our international teachers, even their culture. So learning about different cultures is something that our kids do need.
100%. Agreed. Ms. Stevens?
I'm just agreeing with
Good, thanks. Good.
So earlier we learned how to read the and on the second grade and third grade data, the benchmark data, it has on there like the decrease and increase, and it's really good. I really like the way it has it breaks it down. And then when I go to the historical data, the ASA, those, the marks between 24 and 25 and for both ELA and math, maybe I'm not reading it right, but say the ELA for 24, 25 is like a 3% increase. Meaning,
So you wanna see the minimally proficient and the partially, you want those numbers to decrease.
yeah,
And it did increase
And
by
it did
3 and
increase?
yeah,
and then the same for, the partially proficient.
correct.
I do see the 14% and the 1%, highly proficient and proficient, that increase, so that's good, that's good. But also in the math, those increased as well. The minimally proficient and in the partially proficient is a 7% decrease. But also in the proficient and the highly proficient, those also decrease and one went to increase. So I guess my question is. So now that we have the data, and you have the data, and I know you have mentioned that there's things that you're gonna be doing this year that are added into the third year, for the students, for the school. Is there a timeline on when, like, I'm pretty sure you're gonna go back and review some of this stuff, the statistics and stuff, but is there a timeline on when that's gonna be done? Or
Well,
is that gonna be-
definitely for third grade, we wanna keep spiraling throughout the year on revisiting it, what if the students don't know, what do they do now, how do we progress from there? We have the Mauer reading, paraprofessional who is strictly hired just for third grade, so she will be supporting in those areas as well. And it's not just fluency, anything that the teachers notice within the data will be shared with her, she will be a part of all data talks. We are also cross-training her with SFA, so she can support those third grade students who are not at level, so that way we can get them up to level. Typically, we wanna make sure the timeline to ensure that our kids are ready for this assessment is before March, because they take the assessment, not before March, before April. They take the assessment 2 weeks, the first 2 weeks of April.
So that would be part of the, deep dive?
Correct, so those are what we're talking about, especially in third grade, is focusing on those ELA skills, because like I said, they have ELA, there's 2 parts of ELA, 2 parts of math, and then they have the writing, and then only third grade has an oral reading fluency assessment, where they read into the computer and it tracks how many words per minute. With reading, there are 5 major components of reading, which are your phonemic awareness, the third one's fluency. If they don't master fluency, they're not gonna ever get to the comprehension piece. So we wanna ensure that our students are fluent readers, so that way they can then turn and learn how to comprehend. So kinder first, second are those foundational skills. By third grade is we're introducing comprehension, teaching comprehension, and then when they go to Ms. McKay Lewis's campus, they can just focus on comprehension. Unfortunately, a lot of students keep going and they're not fluent, and then Ms. Anse sees them at the secondary campus. So we want to, like you said, our students are the foundation, so how do we ensure that our kids are ready to move on? There are also other factors that come into play with attendance and behavior, so this year we do have a behavior interventionist specialist that is gonna support with the character education and behavior, and hoping that with all those things aligned, like you said, we can just focus on the academic piece and ensure that this data does increase next year.
Thank you.
Real quick, because you kind of, let's say, because I did request a little retreat after the first quarter, just to be advantageous. Let's say you deep dive and you kind of look at it over the year, you do your pre-test, your assessments. Do you feel like you'd be ready to kind of present, here's what I saw, here's what we've seen in this first quarter, and you kind of go from there based on giving us that timeline, giving you that timeline to say, hey, here's what I saw, we dove in, we got the first quarter out of the way, here's what we're gonna do, and kind of make some adjustments based on what you kind of put down here. Just kind of pre-giving you like, hey, this is something I might ask in the future.
goes according to plan, absolutely. You know, again, being in the classrooms, noticing the trends that are happening, digging into the data, we do have different ways that we're gonna track, okay, this is what, here's what, so what,
Right.
okay, now what are you gonna do about it?
Perfect.
Because a lot of the times, like I said, it's surface level, you just look at it and then you don't get to the now what, because so many other things happen. We are also keeping track of, are they on track? Are they following the scope and sequence? If you're not and you're another week into it, what happened? But those are things that should be discussed at your data dive and say, okay, 50% of my class did not master, we may need to go to the next week. So scope and sequences are always live documents based on what our kids are learning. But again, hopefully, as we're getting stronger in the earlier grades, they're not struggling as much by the time they get to third grade. But again, another statistic is if they are not at grade level in kinder, by the time they leave kinder, chances are they won't be at grade level by third grade. So we really push the pre-K and kinder to really, you know, but again, unfortunately, you really don't have to be in school till you're 6 years old. So pre-K and kinder are just options for parents, but they miss so much during those 2 years if they don't.
That's a good point. And I feel like we can lean as well on that point on making some suggestions to HRDC to propose some actual, because this is, as a sovereign nation, you can create guidelines, policy, law that says, yeah, you do what you want. Here, kids need to be at school in this early so that we're successful. And it might be something that we can actually propose so they can start to make a change to the overall law that they abide by. And I want to say that even now, there's something on there that it does say 5 years old. But, I mean, you know, again, based on all of the data that we have, we can actually show and say, look, we need another year or another year earlier or another year and a half earlier so we can really dive in, especially get them just wanting to be at school at that age. I mean, a lot of them do at that point. They don't get to that. They don't get to that after. You know, we're like, I don't want to get up. But I think if we're, like you said, if everything aligns and we kind of get everything together, that'd be something we really need to engage with our partners on. We could use the support now and have them follow through with something like that. So just a note. Thank you for putting that out. Anything else for Ms. Enriquez Benson?
You mentioned how pre-K and kindergarten are important aspect of, do you have data from how those students who started in pre-K have left and then those who did not attend pre-K or kindergarten and if they're ready?
We have data, I've never just put it together to track the cohorts, but I definitely could to show how successful them coming to our pre-K. Because we have a successful component in pre-K. So it starts from there so that they can start seeing, you know, because by the time they get to first grade, they're like, oh, I remember that sound, or, you know, because it's been a common thing, it's a common story. And so we have seen, I think I could just by observation, but I could definitely put the data together on which kids are successful because they attended pre-K.
I think that would be valuable because Lauren's talking about bringing this to the nation and sharing that information, but also just sharing what parents are saying. Okay, we have this data to show like these students ultimately do better if they're coming here at a younger age and it's getting them prepared and they have those foundations to move forward. I think that's really valuable, so I would like to see that.
1000% would also support any other grants or things we probably might be looking at, especially if we run into trouble with funding pre-K. You know what I mean? I know we rely on a lot of different outside sources to do that. So, awesome. It'd be good to see. And again, like she said, even putting together a little campaign message for the school's sake or for the parents' sake of understanding, hey, the sooner your kid's here, the better off they're going to be as they kind of move through. So, awesome work. Amazing.
Yes, we do have one more presentation and we're going to be also close to lunch. I'm asking for your consideration so we can continue the presentation and have a working lunch.
Are you on a meeting today? After. Okay, that's fine. Is that okay? Okay.
Let's give a round of applause to Ms. Enriquez. Let's round of applause to the
get lunch now, or
Um,
when it comes, we'll get it and keep going?
if we can
Oh, it's here.
begin a
They told me it was
presentation,
here.
we can begin a presentation and during questions, we can get Alan to come back and answer questions, or that's okay, read my proposal.
Well, they could be eating while I'm
Are you sure?
talking.
The lunch
You
here?
okay? Lunch is here, Ben said.
Oh, Mark, is that run?
Thank you, Miss.
A little bit for you? I think it's, salad taco, right?
He told me taco salad. I'm gonna hold him to that.
Oh, yeah.
Taco salad then. Ben,
Let him
mine
know.
came up upside down. For
Did it?
intermediate, yeah.
Mine is fine.
Mine looks good.
Hers is not.
You put the hose on the wrong side.
Oof. Want me to take it out real quick?
Yeah, see how they came out? You probably just need to put the hose on the other one.
I think that's the last.
Yeah.
You're done, right?
I wanna see what happens with the other.
Oh. Where did Jolene go? Food? Like lasagna and broccoli?
Okay, taking a break.
Yes, sir.
She looks great with beans.
She does, I like it. I wanna get these sometimes.
Banging.
That's going great. Has been a challenge. I've been wanting to get my hair. But I'm not just.
You gonna diet? Not gonna diet?
No, I've been trying to just let it grow out. So just trying to look older.
Like your daughter. She's like Rose, just wants to be everywhere.
texted somebody, it wasn't me, she said she wasn't.
Yeah, she said, due to her workload, I said, well, I have workload. And you knew. I told her, I said, please be there tomorrow.
She did text me and said she was gonna go to the SBA,
Oh, good.
so she's all set up.
I did tell her that was mandatory.
Watch my video. Maybe I'm not doing it right.
There's cheese in this bit.
So I clicked on presentation. The preview, it goes to preview. I don't know if that's what you wanted, because then it runs continuously.
You can't just do a presentation?
It's not on there.
Go to share. Does it say present on there?
Yes.
Just. Ah.
Okay, but, okay, good.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, I'm gonna bring it to you, but
Yeah.
Lasagna.
Lasagna. No taco salad.
I was gonna say, yes, somebody said taco salad.
I've got the text right here.
It's our logo for next year,
Oh,
our
sweet.
theme.
Dang.
Yeah, it's a
What?
sticker.
What do you want me to do?
That's our theme for next year. Yeah, mouse there.
What now?
How long until lunch is over?
They're gonna do a working month.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I was right.
Be quiet.
What are you talking about?
Okay, we'll go ahead and let Ms. Cordelia Lewis start her presentation.
So, good morning, we got 5 more minutes for the morning. So, good morning, President Buendia, board members, Superintendent Diaz. So, this is the Intermediate Campus Continuous Improvement Plan. This is our theme for next year, which is wildly engaged and thriving with our success no less vision.
So we have our mission and vision for BUSD and intermediate. This is shared throughout the year, every day. It's said to our students through our morning announcements. And so we try and promote it as much as we can. And this year, we will be putting the mission, vision, throughout the campus, in the gym, the cafeteria, the office. So in probably a few more weeks, we will have them all set up on the walls so that it is more visible. Now, throughout the presentation, we are going to focus on the growth and how we are going to accomplish or meet our goals. BUSD has a goal for our students to be at mastery of 70% or higher. So our school goals will be 25% through the assessments that they take and their benchmarks. And we aligned it with the BUSD goals. It may not be as high as 70%, but we're looking at a 25% with the ASA data. And throughout the presentation, you'll see why. So we want to increase our scores, and a lot of it is through our interventions and coaching that we will have on our campus and utilizing the resources that we have effectively and making sure that we have interventions in place. So this is our action plans and how we're going to get it done. In order to accomplish those goals, we need to make sure that in math we are aligning our instructional practices to our state standards and beyond textbooks. And you can see a G at the end of all of the action plans that we have in place. Now the G is a reference to our BUSD goals. So for math, we want to increase our engagement strategies, which we already have implemented, but we want to make sure we increase them and use them effectively. Align PD to instructional needs and monitor instructional effectiveness. And for ELA, we want to use evidence-based reading programs like SFA, BT, and aligning them to the state standards and making sure that our students are successful. Using the resources effectively with interventions, and then increasing our AVID and model instruction. For coaching, we want to make sure that we're supporting our teachers for them to be effectively implement our programs that we have, which is SFA and GT. And then our counselor will be a big support in making sure that we are able to coach our staff by making sure that she supports the admin when we have our block schedule. So we will have a block set time where the principal and the assistant principal will be doing walkthroughs in the classrooms as well as giving feedback. And during those block times, the counselor will be in charge to make sure that we are able to get those done with no interruptions. So looking at our fourth grade data for the ASA test, I put in some numbers of where are the percentages so that you can see the highlights of how much we increased or decreased in the minimally proficient, which is nice. We wanted to go down. So in 2 years, we decreased our minimally proficient students in math from 86% to 75%. And ELA from 87% to 61%. And increased our highly proficient students in math from 0% to 6%. ELA from 0 to 8%. And then looking at our proficient students, we went up from 4% to 13% in math and ELA from 0 to 8%. And now looking at the fifth grade data, in 2 years we decreased our minimally proficient students in math from 90% to 65% and ELA from 88% to 64%. And then in For proficient, 1% to 5% in math and 1% to 9% in ELA. Now, in sixth grade, there was multiple teachers that took over within the sixth grade level. And so they had an inconsistent team, but they tried their best. This year, they will be starting out the strong and aggressively attacking by planning and looking at the standards to make sure that they align. So the highlight of this team is that they have an awesome mentor who has a math degree. So that helps a lot, and as you can see in the math ASA test, that the minimally proficient in 2023 was 98% and decreases to 99%. So it helps a lot having that background and to hold up her team to make sure that they understand the math concepts. And so next year, we will be looking at better scores. Now, looking at the ASA growth data, this is by cohort. So these were by grade level, and then this one is by cohort level. Now, looking at the growth, we increased proficiency in most grade levels. So the numbers that are written on top of them, those are the growths that we saw, the highest growths that we saw. So you can see there was a lot of increasement in the proficient, highly proficient, and decrease in the minimally proficient, which is really good, which is what we want. And now looking at the state accountability growth data, this is where we get our letter grade. So the first year in 2023, we were a D school, and we were off by 3.6 points. And then in 2024, a C school, we were off by 4.4 points to become a B school. Now, as for this year, we do not know the cut scores yet, but if we were to have the same cut scores, fingers crossed, we would be a
B school.
So I can't say it out loud because I want to get in trouble. So the points are out of 100, but because we don't have ELL students, a high population of ELL students, we don't get that 10%. So ours is based off of 30 points. And part of that acceleration readiness, part of that score.
Okay, what was that? You said because we don't have ELL.
ELL, a high population of ELL students.
Language.
Yes.
I understand, but what was the other one? Because we get graded on.
So we have a 90, we're based off a 90% or 90 points. But we would have 100 points, but we're off the 90.
Oh, okay, thank you, sorry.
Yeah. And so the acceleration readiness, that is where our chronic absenteeism students fall into. So we got 2 points for that, and then our subgroup improvements, which was 6 points, and then our special education inclusion, which is 2 points. So we got the 10 points for that. And in a few slides, you'll see the data for the attendance. And so we're improving, and I think with all the systems in place that we have this year, I think we'll make a lot more growth. And so looking at the pre and the post data, there was our biggest highlight for the pre and the post data. During our third quarter, we got the mini grant with the CSI, and our teachers were able to meet 3 hours a week as a team to come up with an intervention plan, to meet as a PLC, looking at their data and making sure that they have effective resources. Because when they make plans, they have the resources, but they're not really effectively looking at the resources to effectively implement it, use it in the classroom, and use it correctly. And so during that time, they were able to plan as a team and really sit down and figure out how they were gonna teach it. And so that helped a lot by helping us bring up our scores in our third quarter and making sure that we were focusing on our hot list of students. So the students who were borderline were almost about to be proficient, are the ones in the orange. That was important to use those numbers for our hot list kids to make sure that they pass or move up to a proficient level or highly proficient level. So that helps a lot by having that orange chart. Now looking at our data by standard, we have a goal of 70% mastery by standard. Now, not all grade levels were able to reach all the standards to be at 70%, but most of them reached some of them. So, for example, in fourth grade, for ELA, 11 out of 16% had 25% growth, and 8 out of the 16 met the standard for 70%. And then for math, 10 out of the 29 standards, they met with 70%. And then 19 out of 29% had 25% growth. And then looking at the fifth grade, so fifth grade met one of the ELA standards with 70% and 7 out of 14 with 25% growth. And then for math, we had 11 out of the 32 standards with 25% growth, and 3 out of the 32 math standards, is a lot of standards for fifth grade, had met 70%. And then as for sixth grade, they met 2 out of the 36 math standards for 70% mastery, and then 10 out of the 36 with 25% growth. And then for math, it was 9 out of 18 with 25% growth. So reminder, we did have an inconsistent team for sixth grade, but just showing that, that we did make growth on most of the standards, but just not as where we would like it to be. Now looking at the success for all data, from the beginning of the year to the third quarter, looking at the data, our fourth graders, 21% of them were at grade level when they came in. And then by the third quarter, 33% were at grade level. And then fifth graders were 29% at grade level to 34%. And sixth graders from 5% to 27% that were at grade level. So those numbers are not the highest, which shows that we do have a reading comprehension issue that we want to resolve. And so when I came in as principal, from a teacher to principal, I didn't realize how much intervention we were gonna need and how low our students were. And so that's why we brought in Success for All, because we wanted to give that extra intervention for our students to make sure that they can be successful. Now looking at our attendance, we met all, by grade level, we met the 90% attendance goal. And then by teacher, only 2 teachers were off, only by 1%. So we were so close of all teachers meeting. And then as for the chronic absenteeism, remember we talked about the state accountability growth? So this is where we get some of our points as a letter grade. So in 2023, we had 120 students who had 18 or more absences. And then in 2024, we had 106. And then this year, we brought it down to 57 students with 18 or more absences, which is really, really good and why we got a lot of our points. So we want to try and make sure we decrease it even more. And I think with the competitions that we have in place where the students are competing for house shirts, house lanyards, house stickers, all the house stuff helps with our attendance because they don't want to miss out on the fun stuff that we are doing and they want to be in school. And so and then we have surprise events. We don't know they're gonna happen, we just they just happen and we say, okay, all the students have 90 or 100% attendance can attend, and so when a student doesn't get to attend, that's where we get the angry calls from parents. But those are okay because then they know this is why the students need to be in school every day. So you saw the ASA data, you saw the benchmark data, you saw the attendance data. Now we're gonna look at how we're gonna make sure that our students are successful. And we're making sure that we are giving effective instruction along with our models of instruction, which they both align. The effective instruction model that you see, that came from SFA, which aligns with all of our lessons that we do, and as well as the models of instruction. And so I did give a professional development training on this with my staff last year, and so they will also be getting it again this year. The programs in place that we will have for instruction, engagement, MTSS, and attendance these are all the things that we have in place on our campus. The top ones were no cost to BUSD because those were made possible through our own advocacy by making sure that we found ways to find the money to have those or bring it to our campus. Unfortunately, the 21st Century Grant is up in the air right now due to budget cuts with the state. So hopefully, we'll have our fingers crossed that the state will not take money away from that area. But those after-school programs would be so much fun for the kids, and that's where we would be able to bring in, like Miss Enriquez said about the Legos, the Hinda classes. So if that does get approved, that's where we can bring in those fun activities. So we have our PLCs, of course, those are very important, but we do have them twice a week with teachers, and one of them is based off of data. So they are looking at their data dives, their DFAs, using DT, SFA, their daily math skills, AVID, using a lot of Scholastic for interventions. And we do have one new class that we'll have this year, which is our culture class, but it will be using indigenous texts. So we are going to align it with our 6th grade standards, which is gonna be really fun. We've been having a lot of fun planning it, so we're looking forward for that class. And then our engagement, our Kagan, our RCA houses, AVID, and then our big push this year is our MTSS system that we have in place, because we started it last year, but now it's more organized, and we have systems in place to make sure that we are able to implement it and keep track. So our first year, so this is our three-year progression. This is how we're gonna make sure that we are on task and that we don't get behind. Our first year, we increased our engagement. That's where we brought in RCA, we brought in Kagan, using evidence-based programs. We purchased SFA because we noticed many students who are below grade level in reading. And then increasing our focus walls so that students and staff are held accountable for their learning. And so year 2, we wanted to make sure that we align our instruction with the standards using DT, aligning professional development to instructional needs. I tell our teachers that we are bell-to-bell instruction, So our instruction for PD also needs to be aligned. We do our walkthroughs more often, we collect our data, use that data for professional development, and we implemented the models of instruction. I will show you a picture at the end. And in SFA, they have 4 parts to SFA, which is clarifying, summarizing, questioning, and predicting. Every program starts with the clarifying part, but now this year, we are gonna push to add summarizing. And we're hoping with that part, we will also increase our scores because the summarizing is a little bit more rigorous than clarifying. So our level 5 and level 6 students in SFA will get exposed to the summarizing part of SFA. We increased our leadership with our counselor and our staff. And then we implemented the DFAs and benchmarks. And so this year, we are going to use the scholarships and grants to make sure that we are able to build and maintain our programs that we have, and make sure that we increase our expectations and bring more clarity to our expectations and increase our checking for understanding. And so these are the systems in place that we will have for our campus. You have seen them already in my principal report. But we will make sure that we revisit this throughout the year, monthly, to make sure that we are on keeping focus by making sure that we are using our systems in place for instruction as well as our MTSS and our proficiency monitoring systems in place. And so these are the programs that we already have. This is just an overview. And then this is our MTSS program that we have in place in the different tiers so you can understand how we are supporting all students. This was included in our handbook so that parents can also see how we are helping their students and why it's important to be at school. And then this is our proficiency monitoring by teacher, admin, students, and our family, and how we will make sure that we are being supported in our instruction and helping with our coaching and making sure that we're keeping families informed. And this is our timeline of our implementation. Our intervention, coaching, walkthroughs, our professional development, all the expectations and implementation planning will be shared with staff in July when they start. And then by August, we should be seeing all the programs and goals in place. And then throughout the year, it would just be maintaining and building on it. This is just an outline of what it's going to look like. And so we understand that there was quite a few behavior issues, and so part of that, and with our MTSS systems that we have in place, we want to build on our PBIS. So next year you will see multiple posters of this on our campus. We will have posters for every classroom, every area that has high traffic. For example, the cafeteria, the restrooms, the library, and so these will be posted all throughout the campus. And this is our models of instruction examples. All classrooms will be using the thinking maps at the end throughout their lessons and using question stems because we want students to have more accountability for their learning, so they should be able to have an academic conversation with each other. And that is it. That was 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, and it was such amazing information. We'll start off with any questions or comments from the board. Who wants to go, Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Okay. I do wanna say, the one thing that I've always been able to observe, and of course, the students in the district, it's an experience on the other side for both of us. But what I do wanna say especially is that the efforts I think that you make and your staff and everyone included are phenomenal. So to see that we're chipping away at different things that we need to and are necessary, which I'm glad that you're very focused on. But I want to offer the same challenge as well. Since I've put on the table a 1-day board retreat to kind of look over the first quarter of this year, and it's not for any kind of reason other than to, hey, let's check it out. Where are we at? Let's see what we can do as we kind of move into the new school year, as we continue the school year. I'm hopeful that anything that you're finding, especially when it comes to your what, your now what, and so on and so forth, that you really look at. I think the word was comprehensive, like she was saying, we really understand it as far as what Ms. Sylvia was talking about earlier. So that not only does the board understand it, but like other parents in general can understand. So that it's kind of like, here it is. Where we're at right now, it's the first quarter, you already missed 10 days. Here's what, not to say that that's the emphasis, but when you look at how far y'all have come, when I look at how far y'all have come, especially in the time that I've been able to be representative on the board, but now as a parent, especially, is that genuine buy-in and gumption from not only the community and the staff and the students, but the want to just be at school. And so I'm really hopeful as you're moving forward as well, that we can also try and pull whatever you don't need on your plate off your plate. You know what I mean? As a board or as people, as individuals responsible for anything that requires community buy-in, input, and support. So you can focus on those definite things that you want to be able to do. The biggest thing that I feel like I know will probably take a lot of your attention is if 40% of your staff are not here next year, what's the plan? What are we gonna do? And I hate that because it's something that we know is on the horizon. And I know I've been so blessed to have as many of the teachers from the Philippines be so impactful on the students. Mine in general is that it's going to be some really huge shoes to fill, and I don't want those shoes to be filled with anybody who's just plucked from anywhere to do it. You know what I mean? I know you're going to take special care with that, so I'm really expecting that as well to be just I know it can't be at the foreground because you're obviously going to be dealing with so much, but I think as we're empowered with the tools to ask those questions, I just want to make sure that we're also being respectful to you and saying, hey, here's what we're going to start to look at and look for and support you in. I, on the other side of that as well, have had some calls because my student misbehaves. And I know that you all handle that as well and as best as you can. So I'm hopeful and I'm encouraged that you're putting all of these efforts into not only the STAR stuff or anything that you try to engage them with, but like the amazing shake and the prompt questions, like giving them that empowerment and those tools to be like, if you don't understand, here's how you could probably face that so you don't feel like, I don't know what to say. Or as you're moving through life, here's how to introduce yourself. Here's how to have an engaged conversation with somebody. Amazing, like life skills on top of just the overall, again, like gumption and excitement for school. So I too have also been huge proponent, but I also know as we're moving through it and as we're looking at the overall reports or statistics or data, it's getting it's so robust in data that I don't want us to get lost in the weeds overall. Like we were talking earlier a little bit about looking at one specific part, but not the whole picture. That's definitely where I want to be engaged as a board member and want to just let you know this is all great. It looks good. Now let's see what we can do to help support in in asking for some information as you begin the school year. And at that little one-day retreat we're gonna do after the first quarter, you're just gonna see where we are and go from there. That's all I wanted to add, but thank you so much.
I look forward to that, sharing our data, what we started so far. But I know with our, many of our staff leaving next year, we do have a plan in place, so we have been already planning, since last year, so any training that we have, any conferences that, I'm able to send a staff to, it's always Ms. Hilawa. Ms. Hilawa has been sent to majority of our conferences, majority of our trainings, so that if we, when we come time to where we do, start interviewing and start, preparing for teachers from the Philippines again, then, she's already here, she's gonna help with that language barrier, and she's gonna be doing the training with the staff, so it'll make it go faster, and she will be the mentor with them. And so I've been trying to be strategic of making sure that she, building her as a leader and a mentor, and then making sure that, she builds her team up, so, which are 2 new teachers who just started this year. So she's gonna be helping to build them up, so at least we have those 2 other strong teachers that learn from her. And so we're utilizing Ms. Hilawa a lot right now.
Awesome. Ms. Stevenson, your
I was just gonna say, there is a lot of data that you presented to us, but I also like the way you had set it up. I was thinking about, where it laid out from 2 years ago and then where you're at now. And there is definitely a lot of red, and I do see that. But you also bring up like what your plan is and what you have in place, which is really helpful, because that was gonna be my question to you. But also thinking about this, these charts that you help with like the different standards. What are some of the things that are gonna be addressed moving forward? And where those shortcomings of those students are falling short, and getting your team prepared for that. I think that's really important to keep in consideration. I know you do have your meetings with your team, but just seeing that over time, because there are definitely, you can see a lot of them falling short, but I do feel like you addressed some of those things, just bringing them up, like what you're gonna do to move forward. So I feel like, yes, it was a lot of information, but you also laid it out to like, okay, this helps us see like where you're moving. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And for 6th grade, we also looked at the standards that would align with our culture class, and we looked at which ones can that class focus on. We only picked 4 to 5 standards to make sure that we can have better success. So it's not only being taught in the class, it's gonna be also taught in culture class with those specific standards. So then that 6th grade team gets extra support. But also in library, the librarian teacher, our media specialist, her title got changed. Media specialist uses the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade standards when she's teaching with a particular book or a strategy that she's using, like if they're doing research. She's using all those standards when she's teaching, as well as the STEM class.
I forgot the question I was gonna ask. So the question I was gonna ask with these students who didn't do great, and I know with the last primary, she mentioned it helped them prepare who was gonna go to summer school. Is that the same way for you? And how are you gonna help those students get prepared to move on to middle school or junior high?
We use the same data. They use our data to get students for the summer school. But with the 21st Century Grant, we're hoping that it won't be just those students who need that support, there'll be multiple students. Because we do have to have a high percentage of students with our after-school program if if the program does follow through.
With that, I was gonna bring up on the talking about a 21st century grant, have you guys also considered speaking to KOM to see if that's a possibility to do some help with that funding? If that is gonna be taken away, or even the possibility of asking bishops to see if they could help support the efforts?
Yes, we will look into that. Thank you for that information because we just learned this week that we didn't know for sure if it was gonna happen.
Ms. Hendricks?
I just basically, I've always admired your attendance and your rates. And my thought behind that is that if they're there every day, they should be getting, or we should be getting whatever they need to do. And so, and I hope with plans that you have backup quite a few years, teachers this coming year that will continue. And I know that the intermediate school has really inspired the students in the houses. That's a great component of what you have, and that it's making, and it also, you're starting to break them out to be part of the planning, and I've seen them, whoever's those houses, in charge of those houses, inspiring other students to be, and I guess kind of how are you working with getting that being part of your academics? I mean, is it a strong component of how you're working with, because you also have now, you included the conduct being part of, which is great, because I think that's kind of will help them understand because of where we're from, how they, how they're living, all that, but also with the houses, how do you put the two together?
So the houses help a lot with the students encouraging each other. For example, we had an event, a basketball tournament, and the kids, and that was a surprise, that was only if kids did good, they were able to participate. And there was quite a few sixth graders that were not in school that day because they went to a basketball game, and so their house lost. But, because Altruist was the best house. But when they lost, they were so upset because they're like, where were you? Why weren't you here? But it was, they had a good reason why they weren't there. But it helps build that relationship with each other. Like, they may not be friends, but they're house brother and sister to support each other, motivate each other. And so when they're in the classrooms, they're also helping each other by those cheers. So if there's a student that did really, really well, I'm gonna scream out your cheer in celebration of you. And so it brings pride to them, it brings a relationship to them. The kids feel more comfortable, they feel more safe because that's my brother, that's my sister there, and I wanna be with them. And so I understand there's a lot of things going on out of school that we can't control. But this is something that we can control on our campus by making them feel safe and making them want to come to school. Yes, our students may not perform the best on standards, and they're there, and we understand we're still dealing with COVID. But we're helping to make sure that we increase those scores, and that's why we have these interventions in place. And we're not wanting the students to feel little because they're behind. And so this house system that we have in place is also helping bring up how they feel, to feel good about themselves and for being here on campus. Even though they may not pass, but we're helping them and they like being here.
There you go. Ms. Vance?
So thank you for all the information. It kind of makes it harder for me to ask questions because you have all that information. But like was mentioned before, your campus, it really shows that the kids want to be there based on the attendance, and like you had mentioned, all grades met the 90% and above. So that is really an amazing thing for a school site to be at that level in attendance. And that's what we want, that was one of the things that we focused on in our goals, was the 90%. We also wanted the 80% of our students to achieve 70% mastery in our grade levels. So with that is where I think for me this year, I wanna focus on that 70% mastery. And so the breakdown that you have by the standards, and you have mentioned, that it does show that a lot of the grades weren't at that percentage that we want to see. But that you have steps in place for this new year that are gonna increase those percentages of the students increasing in those areas, so that's really good to see. And as Sylvia mentioned about how the connection between the houses and the students, and you had mentioned about the brother and sister, the building, the team building, I guess. Is there, or do you also use that type of system to motivate students in their abilities, in their standards? I know you do it by with fun, like with the basketball games. But is there a challenge for those students in this house to put it toward the standard some way? And I think that would be good. If you're not doing it already, I think you probably are, because you already have that thought process. But I think that with because you have a really great team at your school to motivate the kids, whether it's by bringing in people who like the fire department, like the basketball, the Pima College, the football, I don't know. Anyway, you do a lot of motivation on campus. So I know that's one of the reasons why the students are there, why they increased in their attendance. I know you do a lot of outreach on attendance, and President Buendia brought it up earlier about how maybe as community members or the community in general really need to support our students to be at school. I mean, maybe there should be some kind of campaign that the nation and we, because we're relying on the sites to do that. But also it needs to really be the community to get the students to school, to make sure that that's happening. I think it's less for the campus just to have to worry about. If we maybe as a board this year could campaign on that, do a campaign on getting the kids to school, but also when we meet with HRDC, that's something that the nation needs to also take responsibility for as well. So for me, like I know your campus, I really I love going to that campus, I do. And although the scores aren't as great as we would like them to be, I know that with this new year, that we've already taken steps and initiatives to conquer that. So I'm really happy to see that. For me though, it's gonna be the essential 10 that I wanna focus on this year. The standards. So just keep that in mind, right?
Forewarned.
Moving forward.
We
But-
lost, yeah.
But yeah, we don't wanna say, don't lose focus on the attendance because that's what's stated. That's really, really important. But also there's other stuff too, so we're all moving forward.
Oh,
And we did notice that there was like 2 months where we just got really, really busy and we didn't do an attendance incentive. We forgot about it and we noticed that the attendance did decrease when we didn't do anything for that 2 months. So it does help with the attendance incentives. And with the houses, we have a house app. So when the students are doing well, like they'll come up to me and run up to me. I got a blue, I got the green. If they tell me that, I'll give them a point. And so I think that's something we could do for next year is even have the teachers do it and not just myself or the assistant principal doing it, that they can also do it. And then the kids also get house points when they attend our community events. So when they sign in, I go through the sign-in sheet and then I give those kids points. And so it's participation as well. And when the kids, they're not able to see the scores, the final scores, until they go in for lunch. So when they come in from lunch, they see the scores on the TV, and so then they get all excited who's in the lead. So it helps a lot with the house app that we have. And the teachers can use it anytime because then they have it on their phone. And so you can do it on the phone, the computer, it's always visible and it has the student's face on there as well.
So, and I guess my question would be, would that be like pertaining to any tests that the students do throughout the classrooms, time, so that way they can increase their, house scores?
Yes.
And all teachers know that, so that way they know that to give them a score or give them a point for the house.
Yes, we will start that next year. So it was just myself and the assistant principal doing it last year, but now we will add the teachers.
perfect. Ms. Hendricks?
No, just to add on to, I guess what basically my question was what Kathy had mentioned was about the houses and how to work with together on the standards, with finding a way to, and that way I think we'll raise your scores also.
Kind of brings a little thought to myself, which I want to propose to the board. I know we had initiated, and one of the things I want to make sure is especially kind of put down, whether it's by resolve, as in this board, as we did with the culture and presence amongst the campuses, that investment that we made, of course, now has been brought up on numerous occasions in RCA and in that mindset, more so, because we've been told it doesn't work for anyone over blah, blah, blah. However, what we've been able to observe is that obviously something's kind of clicking with it, and it needs to be across the entire district as a whole. So if that has to come down from this level, Mr. Diaz, I will have no problem proposing something that we put in place to engage in that. And I'm not saying that it has to look exactly the same at all schools, but if we're engaging that from pre-K to 6th, then it should be pre-K to 12. So that not only do they still have that sense of community, but they still have that sense of competition, which also kind of brings them to their own, like, oh, I want to focus more and do more. And I think if it, again, try it. Nobody's saying it's gonna work, nobody's saying it won't, but I think we haven't really given it that much effort that we need to, that we haven't seen. And so with that investment that we made as a district, I wanna make sure that we're not called on it by any means anymore, which we have been, and they've been dragged in meetings that y'all don't even know. However, that also means that in that attempt that it's given, it's to fidelity. Without, you know what I mean? It shouldn't be like, well, I tried it for a week, it didn't work. That's part of what I feel like what Ms. Vance mentioning is that we've given it the fun aspect, which I think the kids are responding to. Now let's give it an academic standard aspect to say, hey, look, now you get points based on how well you do with your scores. And that's how you're gonna get your swag or your whatever it may be. And I bet you they'll rise to the occasion, I have no doubt. And I will say, again, like as well as primary, there are some things out of their hands. With intermediate, I know that I get yelled at if I'm pulling out a kid or if they have to have an appointment, you know what I mean? Because they want to be at school. Why did you schedule me right now? I'm doing this right now with this teacher, and they can vocalize at least at that point that they need to be there. So hopefully we can really lean on that with them and continue that all the way through. It's not to say that it's not to say we won't try and do what we can to support as a board, but I think overall some of the things that we're seeing are positive. But we're not without looking at some of the things that do need to be worked on. So I definitely want to say that as we're moving forward, as Ms. Vance said, it's not to say that we're saying look away from attendance, but these are things that we're going to start to focus on. Because if you saw us earlier, we knew goal 1, goal 2, like back brands, and 5, but 3 and 4, now I think are definitely going to be where our mindset is and where most of us, our perspective is going to be from, is how and what are we doing to make sure that Essential 10 and our support and challenge is with the overall district. Whether that's some of the things you guys have already done, like having 3rd and 4th grade teachers kind of do what they need to do to come together. Maybe that needs to be 6th and 7th teachers, and then but all the way up and down. But I'm really excited to kind of see how far we've come, especially with not only your support as professionals, but I think it's overall with the effort that we're willing to put forward. And I want to say this again, like Ms. Vance said. I didn't have any questions. I was like, okay. But I do know that part of introducing again the resolution we did is, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I did go to the campus for summer school. I just walked in and I asked because I hadn't seen it, but they had this beautiful poster of a tatai, and it had the mission of the school in there, and it has the logo, and I was like, it would look amazing if we put the Autumn name for this school in there. And so I said, and even I had to think, so I asked, what's the name of your school? And nobody could tell me. But we found it, and so that's why I was like, we gave the effort, we asked for them to commit time and probably resources to putting that together. We need to put it at the forefront. It will look amazing, and it'll give all of that sense that y'all are putting into them so much more like purpose, I guess is the word. So intention is the other word. So that's why I'm like, maybe the things that we can do, and I don't ever mean to make it more difficult for you guys, but I think the steps that we take as an overall community of schools to really engage and be intentional with the Autumn Yawk, our song, our word, our even naming the animals, or even your Baboquivari, your Baboquivari houses, just reinforces that overall sense of self, and maybe we'll start to chip away at these behavioral issues to some degree. And I know some of them require things that are outside of our hands, but I'm hopeful that as we engage more, and the teachers and everyone, I know 100% firsthand, your teachers are the ones that come here to the meetings and introduce themselves and Autumn and do it with all heart. So I think as soon as we get everyone on that same boat, it's gonna feel much better for our students. And that what you're doing is gonna be as successful, and as we continue them through all of the campuses and from pre-K to senior, they're just ready. And I'm glad that we're here and in this moment and in this time that I think we have the amazing staff, all of you as leaders, site leaders, to be able to do that. So I'm hopeful that's how it's coming across, you know? And I think as Ms. Vance and I and others have stated, here's what we're focusing now, here's what we're gonna look at so that y'all know what we're kind of expecting as we're moving forward. So Mr. Diaz, anything?
Well, we are in the process of changing translating the name correctly.
Oh.
And so we're in the process. And then it does help, promoting the houses when we have the community involved. For example, there was a parent and then one of our students who, saw a shirt hanging up at TOUA.
Oh, yeah.
And so then they were like, I saw the house over there. And so they were really excited that it made them feel good that they have that support at TOUA that is there. And then when we were in the parade, we had parents shouting out, my kid belongs in that house. And so people know it, and even outside of cells, and when we have the Tucson Police Department, they come all motivated and ready to show off the house that they were put in.
Yeah,
And
that's cool.
wanting to see their picture up because they were representing their particular house. So it helps having the community see what we're doing as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ms. Peguelos. Appreciate it.
That was 30 minutes.
It's honestly, I need like 2 minutes. Can I have like 2 minutes? We'll go ahead and, jump back into the agenda. Our next item is the, wall gillock. I'm gonna try this. Sudam, ook, masjid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, President Buendia, governing board members, Mr. Diaz, and Ben. Okay, so this is our strategic plan update. This is things you have seen before, obviously, just because it's following up on what we did last year, and we're gonna go ahead and continue that. The BUSD mission and vision is listed right there. Again, as I said last year, we were at the part where we're creating our new vision and mission, and that's why we stick to the district one. We have it down, but it wasn't finalized, so we're gonna continue it, and it'll be done by the next 1 or 2 board meetings. So our campus will have a new vision and mission statement. Right now, it's a mouthful. If you looked at our page, it's right behind the fence. Look at how long that is. You can't memorize that. It's a lot of dreams and aspirations, and we can make it more succinct. So that's what we're still working on. We were really close to the end like in May, but it didn't get finalized. So just so you know that you'll start to see it differently in the future. These are our district initiatives, again, something you are all familiar with. And these are our stretch goals. Attendance 90% or better school-wide, and then 80% of our students will show 70% mastery on essential standards or 25% growth. Okay. And so this is our integrated action plan, and it's very similar to the ones from the other campuses because we have the same goal, they are the same students. Baboquivari Secondary Campus will increase our math and ELA proficiency by 25% through the implementation of beyond textbooks and aligned instructional practices that reflect the models of instruction. That's a lot to be said, and it'll be broken down shortly. But 25%, because the idea is if we were able to improve them 25% this year, 25% next year, and then 25% by the 3rd year, that's 75% growth. So that's where that comes from. And then what we are also, our 3rd plan is, or our 3rd goal is to build capacity through professional learning communities for all to strengthen instruction and leadership. So we're looking at both building leaders with other teachers and building instruction so that it can trickle down to our students as well. So our priorities are broken up through curriculum, instruction, assessment, and collaborative systems. So let's go ahead and start with curriculum. So on the left-hand side, you'll see those are the alignments with our curriculum, but how are we gonna do it? We're gonna use our Years at a Glance, which are very big, as well as our Beyond textbooks, our lesson plans, those thorough lesson plans that we're gonna have in our curriculum resources. So what does that look like? So our teachers will use Beyond textbooks to create the YAG. And there is one roughly set up there. So a Year at a Glance allows us, and is a living document that allows us to see what the students are learning this week, what they will be learning next week, and how it builds on top of each other. Beyond textbooks is great about outlining things. However, sometimes our kiddos need a little more time than the recommendation from Beyond textbooks. So that's kind of why it's a living document, or that is why it's a living document. So who's responsible? Admin's responsible for following up with teachers. Teachers will create those lesson plans to ensure that they have expectations and the students know those expectations, and we'll follow up and coach and guide as we will. Teachers will use the curriculum Beyond textbooks and Savvis, and we'll just make sure we're following through with that. These are important pieces because in case you missed it, we will have 7 new teachers on our campus. I have been at the secondary campus for 4 years. I'll be starting with my 6th school year with this district, and I can tell you on that campus, we have 2 teachers still on that campus who were there when I started. So that shows you the turnover rate on the secondary campus. Only 2 of those teachers on that campus were there, 3 of those teachers were there when I started 5 years ago in the district. So it's a lot of learning, relearning, training, retraining.
So that's kind of why for us, it sounds simple, but it's not as simple as it sounds, if that makes sense. With the curriculum alignment, we're gonna go ahead and build it, I'm gonna go ahead and go a little further. I'll go through it in a little bit. As far as instruction, these are the essentials that we'll be addressing. How are we gonna build this instruction with AVID strategies, models of instruction, the 7 learnings, student collaboration, and prevention and enrichment. And those are important pieces as we go through and see. So what we're using and a strategy, and thanks to our new AP, we're gonna look forward to having those AVID strategies strengthened. We know AVID is beneficial for all students because it teaches them and gives them the skills in which to become students in the classroom. And then it allows them to have that student agency. They can tell you what they need assistance in, they can give you answers that they have. And so what's the expectation? They will complete and ensure that they have with their strategies in their lesson plans. And then we'll follow up. Middle school, all middle school students, so all 7th and 8th grade students will have an AVID class, an AVID skills class. So they're learning all those skills because again, we're preparing those middle school students for high school. We always say that the high school matters because that's with the credit system. If you don't pass a class in middle school, you still can pass, the grade. But when you get to high school, if you don't pass that class, you have to make it up until you pass it. So we know this, so 7th and 8th grade, we're focusing on building them so they can become confident at the high school level. And so teachers are doing that and admin follows up accordingly. Our models of instruction are to continue to engage students in learning, and the 7 learnings create cultural relevant curriculum. We have some great teachers who are great at incorporating the 7 learnings already, and we'll have to teach a few this year, but we have a plan for that as well. Assessments, this is where it's all gonna come together in a little bit, it'll make sense. So with our assessments, we have our checks for understanding, which happen in every class, or will be happening in every class, our DFAs, district benchmarks, and state testing. What I do want you to know, everything I've mentioned so far are things that we did start in this 24-25 school year. The reality is, when we started with Beyond Textbooks, it takes time to learn something new. Our teachers were learning. By the second semester, we started using the DFAs with more fidelity, and you'll start to see with the score shortly right here. So with 7th grade, this is our pre and post test. Pre and post test data. So I know you guys were already shown how to look at it, the average of the 34% to 43% up there for ELAs there, right? And the 19 to 29%. So there's a growth on average, and you see that little red part go down. So we're moving in the right direction. 7th grade didn't have a certified math teacher. So you can see how that red, it did minimize, but not as much as we wanted it to. With that said, their intervention wasn't as strong, but we go to our 8th graders right here. Our 8th grade, when you look at it, the average score went from 25% to 46, which means that there was growth of 21% overall on the average. And then their math, when they started, 14% was this average for the class. But by the end, it was 33%. So with that was 19% growth. It wasn't 25, it was real close. It was 19% based on that average score. So we are working on the right direction. And this, because it was almost the 20% for both, I'm gonna call it 20% for both of them, 21 and 19. These teachers worked together as a PLC and did an intervention. Because with 7th and 8th grade, there is an intervention class for them. They understood what it meant to go ahead and get in there and reteach and focus on those standards. What we did learn when looking at the data, I think it's in this one, right here. Yeah, in this data, RL3, all students reached 70%, 3 to 15 of the standards showed 25% growth, and 2 of the standards showed 20% growth. So we're getting closer with a lot more of the standards. And one thing we did notice, the one that's really itty bitty where you're like, what the heck, it's like RI7, where like, you're like, whoa, nothing's really happening. That's a new standard for them. And so after looking at this deep dive, it's like, oh, no wonder why they don't understand it. It's the first time they're introduced to it. They didn't see it in the standards before. When we come back to teach it next year, we really need to teach it from the ground up to build that capacity for them. And this allows us to see what we're doing with it. So this is one thing, and they are doing that in intervention. For the next school year, we will have 7th and 8th grade, we'll have intervention again. The teachers have grown to enjoy it because it allows them to see it. So our systems during this last school year we're gonna try it this way. Oh, it didn't work that way, we're gonna try it this way. I think we revamped it 3 times last school year. Towards the end, we started to see those results. So much so that we celebrated one of the standards and I burnt popcorn and the firefighters had to come out and because I burnt the popcorn. So we are looking for ways to celebrate those standards. When we go to 9th grade, there's ELA and math. They are growing in the right direction. Nothing's regressing at this point. We went 12% growth, according to the average, and then 23, we improved 23% of the average in 9th grade. And then right here, 70% masters attained on 3 of those standards in the 9th grade ELA. 10th grade, it's the same, or well, it's not the same, it's like the 19% improvement from their average score and 28% improvement in their average in math for the 10th grade level. And then we go to our ELA scores and they mastered 70% mastery was attained on 3 of those standards, but really close on 3 more. So they are learning, it's just pushing that little part. 11th grade, we have this growth of 22% improvement on their average score for ELA and math, 23% improvement on their average. But this is where I like things to show you. So the next slide. ACT is the score that's tested for high school, or it's one of the tests for high school. This is where they count the proficiency. 8% of our students met proficiency for the first time in 3 years. And this marks a turning point because it shows that math is growing. We went from minimally proficient 22, 23 at 91%. We cut that down to 81% in 23, 24. And this year we cut it down to 68% minimally proficient. So we're on the right trajectory because we want that red to minimize, and 2% of the students achieve proficiency in ELA. Then we go to 12th grade, and then right here we have ELA, the average score or growth, the average, yes, grew by 29%, and then in math it grew by 38% in 12th grade math. So based on this information, we were able to see, and this was something that had been working and had been in the works the entire school year, we were able to see, based on the DFAs, who was scoring where and what they were doing. This is what allowed us to go ahead and move forward with our 9th grade success, team. We strategically moved them around. And so that strong 12th grade math teacher is now going to be teaching freshmen in this next school year. Because we know that that strength of that teacher is good. And statistics show that if the students are successful their freshman year, they will be successful in their high school career. So in order to align that, that's what we are doing for that. As built in for our 9th grade in this next coming year is we are going to have an intervention for both reading and math, because we also know that based on their 8th grade end of year scores, this is what we're going off of, they still need help with math and reading. So going into their freshman year, they will now have built into their schedule, they're gonna get an elective credit for it. One reading, one semester, and then math the next semester. Because even though they're not gonna be tested to proficiency ninth grade, they need those skills to be successful in high school and after, as we know. So that is what we are doing based on the information from here that we received. Okay, so going back to our collaborative systems that we also have, PLC collaboration is huge, and that's what we're going to be building on. At the secondary campus, there had been things called PLCs. However, it wasn't guided in true PLC fashion. The staff wasn't trained ever to do PLCs, and we learned that was an area of growth. So this year, we did train some teachers, and now we have a guiding coalition who will take the lead in ensuring that the PLCs focus on data talks, and that they're also broken up, because the one thing that's different about secondary campus than the elementary levels is that instead of teaching one class all day long, the teachers have a specific focus and something they're good at. So our ELA teachers teach ELA all day. They have no clue what's going on in science, they have no clue what's going on in social studies. It's just ELA all day. So with our PLCs, the goal is for them to have their data conversations with the science and social studies teachers to ensure that they are also able to build on each other and work together in the same capacity. Because the reality is, in science and social studies, you're still reading. How can they help with those reading standards at that grade level? And how can they assist the students that maybe they don't understand the way the English teacher's talking it, but in social studies, if I'm able to perform, what am I missing? Like, what's that little connection or that flip over that we can do? So that's what we're focusing on with the PLCs. They will be meeting weekly. And admin's gonna be there to help guide it, because again, because they were done differently and elected teachers almost always felt left out, they will be included in those conversations and really brought to the forefront for the benefit of the students. Again, our new assistant principal has been PLC trained, and PLC Plus is even a thing that he knows. So he'll be guiding it and he's ready to go, as well as that guiding coalition who now know their strengths or what their responsibilities are. The DFAs will be the front line, kind of like the data that they're looking at, however, there'll also be other data in there to discuss. And based on what we see in those conversations and in the classroom, professional development will be determined. Now for attendance. Twice last school year, we had 90% attendance in 2 different grade levels. So once and once, right? 9th grade got it once and 10th grade got it once. But with this, I have a question on the side. How many days are missed to get 90% attendance? And if you look at a day like May, or a month like May, if you miss one day, you're already at 93%. So I have a doctor's appointment in town. We're not going to school because it's in town, right? It's in Tucson. I've already knocked down to 93% for that month. 2 days missed, I'm at 88%. 3 days, 81%. Just something to think about, because I'm gonna preface this now. In July, our attendance rate's gonna be low, because NABI, in case you didn't know, NABI is July 23rd or 24th to the 26th. That's 2 days if we have any athletes who are gonna miss 2 out of the 5 days. I don't know how to get them here, but so you know. But we'll teach everyone else who's on campus. And
They
then,
usually teach family too.
Because we can't leave the 5-year-olds at home alone, right? So just something to think about for July. And then attendance. Oh, who takes attendance? We take attendance 7 times, so 7 periods. And who are people responsible teachers, teachers will look at DFA results. Okay, so this is what I was gonna preface with, but I'm ending it with it. So in the 24-25 school year, and I'm starting with 24-25 because it was the first year I was on that campus in this capacity. These are all the areas we implemented the beyond textbooks used consistently. The YAGs used consistently. Instruction, those models of instruction, they were still blurry and felt like they were optional for part of the year. So that visible learning seemed optional with teachers and staff, but we know that now, it's not optional. That student agency is no longer optional, we need to see it. Assessments, DFAs, student view, parent view. We've learned so many more parents are using parent view now. Emails I've sent, I get responses almost immediately after because it's sent through their parent view email. So I know that we have lots of families using it. So all those are all the things we're gonna do, we did last year. So this year, 25-26, we're gonna continue that focus, we're gonna start norming it. Mr. Diaz, right? We formed them last year, we're norming them this year, so we're gonna go ahead and strengthen those so that we're norming all those same areas, but we're also gonna add on that professional development to continue to provide the support to our teachers, because we know that we are at a disadvantage with our high turnover at the secondary, we know that. And instead of hiding from it, we need to really embrace it and have a plan for it, and it's gonna be very targeted based on the needs of the teachers. And we're gonna build the teacher capacity as leaders. Because the reality is we have teachers on the campus who can help lead and assist others and be that peer leader that are needed on campus. And it's gonna be done through those PLCs as well. Which will continue to lead into our student engagement to allow them to just go ahead and be able to speak and have that data. And we want to also make sure that the students are aware of their own data. Because I think sometimes the students would do it, it didn't matter either way for some of them, but we really want them to own it and be aware of their data and see their growth so that they can celebrate their successes as well. And then 2027, it should have been 26-27. I'm jumping up, I skipped the whole year apparently, I must have plans for that skipped year, right? And then, so there's gonna focus more on that PBIS, NTSS, STUCO, and that family engagement, so hope after we solidify it and continue norming and making this strong.
No much any cocker. Any questions?
I have a question. So you were sharing, how you are looking at, getting those 8th graders ready for 9th grade. And looking at the data, are you doing the same thing for the incoming 6th graders?
We did it this year, the reason why we did it for 9th grade is we actually got a grant. Because we had a grant, it was specifically by the state, and so that paid for the teachers. So it didn't come out of a BUSD budget, it was specifically for those 9th graders. In that, we had 16 students who took the class over the summer, who took advantage of it, so they have half a semester of credit, and that's it. But it depends all on budgeting, obviously, for next year.
Right, I was just wondering, just because of what I noticed when, I was looking at the data from the 6th grade, a lot of them are below the standards. So I was like, what are we gonna do to get them prepared when they're moving over and they need to be at par, and how are we doing that? So that was kind of what I was
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I believe that is kind of a struggle in the sense of all things, because I know in 6th grade they don't change classes. So when they come to 7th grade, all of a sudden they're seeing 7 different teachers instead of just the one classroom all day long. So if we have the money, we can work on it next year.
Ms. Vance?
Anna brings up a good point on that. I think that should be also a focus, because you don't want them struggling when they're gonna start the high school years. If they're already struggling now in 7th grade and they're not prepared for the 7th and 8th grade years. I know that, this past year, you mentioned that there was no math teacher.
For 7th grade
For
specifically.
7th grade. So with the new school year, is there a 7th grade math teacher?
I'm great at meeting the strengths of our staff. Did you guys have the meeting today or is it later?
It's on our agenda for later this year.
Yeah, we have a math teacher who's coming in, a new math teacher. However, I believe the strengths on our campus are already there, so a teacher we already have that knows the system is going to move down to 7th grade, so this new teacher can work with a different level. Yes.
Okay, that was, I guess my question was because I know last year we heard about the 7th grade, no math teacher. And then, so I just wanted to make sure that there's a plan for this new year, which there is a plan that's gonna be in place, so that's good. I'm really glad that, I know that you're a new principal, and you're looking at ways to improve, the teachings, the standard, the scores that we see here. I know they're decreasing, in the amount of moving forward and achieve proficiency. So, I see that there is decreases in there, so that's good. But I just want you to know that for me, this coming year, that I'm gonna be focusing on the increasing of the scores. So, just giving you a heads up.
That makes sense. So what we noticed when we were looking at the data as well is with 7th grade and 8th grade ELA, the difference between the benchmark data that we see and the AASA, the reason there was a discrepancy in like minor changes is because when we do our benchmarks, we don't give a writing assessment. But AASA has a writing component that helps to increase or not count them as passing. So as I keep saying, our new assistant principal has a plan for writing and he is off and running and is working on it. I am so thankful that I have someone who knows curriculum and instruction. And since he started, he's been off and running with his plan. So our campus will see more writing, so I do hope that we are able to see those results and celebrate them all together.
Awesome. Ms. Hendricks, anything?
I guess the same thing, just including, making sure that the 7th graders, I don't want them, like you were saying, they're not used to the changing into different classes, and I just don't want them lost, and making sure that the purpose for that is because then it gets them ready, for high school, obviously. And then, of course, then they go on to college, which is more, a challenge for them. But I think they're there and they want to be challenged. And I think the changes that you're making with your vice principal, digging into, making it possible for them to get more learning or more, forward to that. But, I've always, I think from primary, it's so exciting for them to be to start the school system or to be in school, When you're young, you look forward to going to school, I want to go to school with my brother or my sister. And then as they gradually move up, and the focuses on areas are different and challenging, and just making sure that they're motivated enough to challenge, to achieve those challenges or increase those learning abilities that they do have. We know they have it, we just want them to make sure that we're encouraging them to use that and to collectively successful. So I'm just looking forward to just hearing what we have come up with, and in support of whatever all the schools are doing, including yours. Thank you.
I just want to touch on that because we want the students to see their success and be challenged. The 8th grade class, their math class, will be a lot of algebra incorporated into it to ensure that when they get to 9th grade, those concepts aren't foreign for them and they don't feel the need to give up so easily. Because if you don't understand it, it's like another language. Math is a language, essentially. So we have set it up, and like I said, there's a lot of plans in place that if we say we're gonna call it algebra, then the kids will shut down. But to incorporate some of those, freshman math standards into it and kind of sneak it in, if you will, when they go to 9th grade, they can say, oh, this is easy, I did this before. And just kind of run off with it.
One of the things that I feel like pretty optimistic and good about is hearing more of the collaboration between sites, which is promising to me because I feel like you're asking the right questions when it comes to even just presenting the information. And with the strength that I feel like we absolutely can see coming from you and your team is that it's only going to be heightened by how much more you continue to work with these students ready to go to your campus. And I'm hopeful we can start to work into something to that degree where there is a day where they're introduced to the 7th grade team or whatever and kind of give them like a heads up. Some way, I don't know how that'll work, I'm gonna leave that to y'all to figure it out, but I feel like if 3rd and 4th are just sharing information based on how those students are ready to come over and be like, oh, let's think tank on this, that might also be great for not only the staff from 6th to 7th, now that you kind of have, which I'm really grateful that you're recommending who you're putting into 7th grade, because I think that's going to be really, it's going to have an impact, a really substantial one, which I feel like will also take some of the weight off of you, because I know that was something we continually asked or, kind of brought up, because there was no permanent math teacher. So now my hope is, especially if we put the right individuals with their strengths into the right positions, that'll really reflect as you're moving along through the school year. The other thing I was kind of is really promising is moving off of that part, one of the things I really want to recommend to you, because I feel like, again, I want to be, you including the information here from the school year that you just kind of feed into, I'm not accountable for that. You're taking accountability and you're like, hey, this is what I saw, here's what we're going to do in this next school year and the year after that. Which again gives me like, okay, not only are you planning to continue, but you're giving a plan of like, oh, here I am, and this is what we're going to work on. One of the things I really think, what I saw, and what I feel like sometimes comes from that campus is it doesn't feel like it belongs. You know what I mean? Like it's not theirs. And so hopefully we can kind of incorporate some ways or outside of the box, like whether it's, so what is visible learning, I guess, and student agency?
Student agency is getting those students to be able to talk and advocate for themselves.
Okay.
And, they can stand here and tell you exactly.
And then visible learning?
It's them being able to think out loud. You know how we have all these thoughts inside.
Okay, I was on the right track with that. Because one of the things I was thinking about is maybe I don't know how we do it, but I want to just leave it with you to kind of like, maybe this would be a good idea, is engaging in some form of, I don't know if it's murals or if it's incorporating them, using their skill and still giving it that sense of, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, vectors and pride and incorporating. This will really depend on, especially having new teachers, maybe they will feel a little bit more like, okay, maybe I'm more supported and I can actually do this, which I know you probably have not seen, you haven't done that.
But also, maybe it leads to that more pride from the overall campus and students to also feel like this is our campus and we're gonna take care of it. And we are given enough, not only support on the academic side, which I feel like they're gonna get this year. And again, I do understand that there are things outside of your control as well when they get older and they're just, you're having to deal with behavior issues or things that aren't conducive to the actual education that they're there to get. So I'm hopeful that as we continue to look at those things, what are the things that definitely we can stand with you on, so that you can focus on what you need to. I know you have a lot of support when it comes to, I'm gonna say a lot of support, because I know you can say, you're probably feeling, well, I could always use more. I'm not saying you don't have what you all need, but I feel like 2 APs, and someone to focus on those things, and then yourself as well as a team, feels really good to me moving forward. But I also want to see like where and how is that going to also convey into kind of changing the norm, so to speak. I'm not saying that isn't a bad thing or a good thing, but even like with these students that do prioritize their basketball, at some point we as a community also need to understand they're students before they're athletes. And how does that all come together as we're also wanting them to be successful in their academics. So I think there's a lot of really good things you could kind of build on from that. But I'm hopeful as we come back together after the first quarter, really diving into what the data says about your 6th grade and the standards that they didn't get and what the plan is moving forward into 7th. And then additionally, I would also ask if we can at least get a summary or report on what the preparation is for those 9th graders who can start preparing for their senior year at this time. And then you said we're doing it, what we're talking about, is it forming, norming, or is it, what's that? Performing. So we've been versed a little bit in how to, things that you guys are working on, and it's really neat. I think that it's important for us to also take that initiative and say, there are really great things coming from the campus, and I'm really excited to see what you're going to be able to do. But as was mentioned, I mentioned earlier, I'm sure you heard, we knew goal 1 and 2 back of our hand. We're not going to start looking at 3 and 4 and really be intentional with our questioning about it. So I'm excited, and thank you so much for the information and for sharing that, and for going an extra school year ahead.
Next school year, I know. Just so you know, Mr. Bodie, I understand what you mean about the culture, and that's something we're trying to build with the students. One thing that's different about secondary and elementary is we're looking to get them proud of their cohorts. So because if you know you're the class of 2029 and you're behind in your school credit,
yeah,
you can't be 2029 anymore, right? So with that, we started branding we already started, the kids who went to summer school, the summer bridge program have a shirt that says class of 2029 in the freshman. So it's building that culture and feeling that pride of being the class of 2029, the class of 2028, 2027, whatever class they are. That's what we're going to be working on this year. So that's already started.
Love it. Awesome. Thank you so much. Ms. Vance.
I guess from what Ron was mentioning, and I know he mentioned it earlier when we were talking with the intermediate campus, there's the Round Clock Academy. We spent a lot of money sending a lot of our staff there. The intermediate campus picked it up really well and is running it that well right now. And the 6th graders there are moving on to the secondary campus now. And I know in the past it was said that, it's a high school campus and it's different from the middle school Long Park Academy setting. But yet, I feel that we have invested a lot of money into making sure that it benefited our campuses, all our campuses, So I would really like to see that picked up at the secondary campus. Because our sixth graders are gonna be expecting the.
They're used to the climate and environment right now, and it should
They're
convey.
used to that, and when they go to, the secondary campus, and if it's not celebrated like it is over here, it kind of breaks down, what they built so hard the last couple of years. So I really hope that this next school year, that it's, increased more, there at the secondary campus, the houses. And I know you'll find creative ways to do that, because I believe that's really important. Even if that means, some kind of motivational, I know they do a lot of motivational, they bring a lot of people in for, to motivational speakers or stuff like that. I'm not sure what's done at the secondary campus, but, I'm hoping that, even if there needs to be grants that are found, or, things that, the collaboration between secondary and intermediate on how they get those, programs out to their schools, to do those kind of things, to motivate the kids. I think that would be really helpful, and I'm not sure what the plan is for the new year, but I believe increasing both motivational speakers, and, I would like to see that the Ron Clark Academy, the houses that we, are getting used to seeing and wanting to move forward, that they increase at the secondary campus. So I really believe that it would help in increasing the scores, whether it's attendance or whether it's, the test scores. I really believe that it would do some, very, very good at the campus.
And maybe it is just owning it as our own, the Baboquivari, which Baboquivari is what it's called over here, but I probably move away from that, as was directed in the resolution we just passed. But I think we can definitely create it into something that is our own, and it can be what we need it to.
We already have them in Malcolm.
Oh, yeah.
We already have them in
just
Malcolm. Instead of saying them in English, we can have them, refer to it out, and those are some of the ways that we can also, move that forward. So I think, and it's really gonna be, I think it's really gonna be a challenge this year for the campus without your, culture teacher not being there, and I know that because there was a lot of things that were happening there with the culture.
But that doesn't mean there aren't people available
Yeah,
in the community that can still do it.
So, reaching out to the community if it's necessary, but I know you still have, teacher staff there that will be able to fill those shoes, but it's just gonna be, I mean, there was a lot that the culture teacher did to make those things happen. But I know that he groomed the students to take over those roles too, so that is exciting to see. That's exciting to know that it's gonna be moving forward in that capacity.
We're here to support. I think that's the main.
I just want to make something known since we're here. When I got to the campus last year, there was an issue with colors on campus. We had kids who are representing all red and all blue. And so that is the reason why we didn't require a house shirt day, because it turned into a couple of fights. It's a reality in our community. Years ago, Ms. Sudan did have the black shirts made.
And maybe it is, and I understand that, it's something, I'm not saying that that's not a reality, but maybe it's also just continuing what's here so that they still have that. Many of them, I think, are known, many of them have older siblings or cousins that are still in, but they still see them and they still support them. I think if we just work on how do we just bridge that over at least to 7th and 8th, and then as they get older, I'm sure they, kind of grow into their own. But as long as that standard or that expectation is set, I'm sure we can just, hey, we own these colors now and they belong to, how do I say it?
Amistad, well,
I'm trying to look at the names over here. Kukta, key, or whatever it may be. It's possible, and I don't want to make it harder for you. I think it's just something that we can kind of see really being successful, and I know maybe it's just from a, how would you say, very surface level, which I understand you understand even deeper because that's what we learned really quickly as board members. There's surface level stuff happening, and then there's stuff happening that's the bigger picture. But I guess the biggest thing is let's try it and let's see what happens.
Yeah, everyone's still housed, that's not an issue, we still have the names, that's not an issue, it's literally the colors.
Okay. We can change the colors.
Remember, according to RCA, we're not supposed to.
That's why it's our own. Call it. Go ahead, Mr. Diaz.
You didn't mention like if they all have a black shirt, it's only the logo that it may be different, so they don't represent.
But we don't have money for those shirts anymore.
Gotcha. In some of the brands that we can begin looking into, that's the direction that we're gonna go. It's how do we make it attainable but also operational as well as financially feasible. To see all the different layers. I guess that my question was if we had the black shirts with the different logos, would that reduce that level of concern?
We've done it before and we've attempted, it's honestly the students at this age level, their developmental level, they're just, think of your kids at home. When you really antisocial and not want to do anything you said or asked, it's their level. By the time they get to high school, they grow out of it and they're coming back out as their people, and that's why we decided to focus on school, like school, we're all one community, our school community.
Miss, anything, Miss Stevens?
Okay, so you were talking about the transition of 6th grade to 7th grade. I really feel like spending a day of, and this is how we having a day of them coming and just living in the life of, well, when I move forward, this is what I have to do, and I have to do a class. I have to go to these 7 classes, and I have to get a class schedule. I think just the introduction of that, on your end or their end, would be really valuable for the students, just to see that. Because it is a huge step of like just sitting in one class and then moving on to an area where you switch classes and try to keep track of like who are my teachers and getting to know who the teachers are. And them having this relationship with one teacher compared to other. So I think that's probably beneficial.
We've done that before. We have done that. We have worked with intermediate, and in April, they'll come over because April's like, it's getting real, right? Because it's almost May. We've done that before. The only reason why it didn't happen this year is because we didn't have a 7th grade math teacher and our science teacher was on maternity leave. So they weren't really meeting their teachers or seeing the information. But that's something that will happen again this year.
And the added layer of that is they also don't realize that they're not gonna be with their core group that they're with here. You know what I mean? They gotta get used to like being around people they don't know, essentially, even though they all go to the same campus, a lot of, right? So it'll be good. I think these are things that are great. Thank you, Ms. Onse.
Thank you. Let's give her a hand. She survived the first year. There will never be another first year.
Miss Marita. Miss Marita.
Gonna get her.
Oh.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
Please.
Hand me my pack.
guy just been eating all afternoon.
I know, I'm so full, I got all uncomfortable.
This is really good.
The broccoli,
Mhm.
then you need to get some mint or some gum. So, wake us up.
I have some gum. Did you want gum?
I thought I had some in my bag, but whatever.
You have gum? Can I have some gum?
Maybe also,
This is what?
Well, we have another one tomorrow.
Oh, is that what it's on?
Wow, okay. Whenever you're ready, everybody.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the Indian Oasis Middle High School the data and 3-year plan. Ms. Lozon?
Good afternoon, President Badia and Board and Superintendent Diaz. I'm here to present the integrated action plan for our school in Oasis for the 25-26 school year. As I mentioned previously, the foundation has been established by previous administrators. And today I'm just gonna go ahead and walk you through a little more in depth of what we've put together for this school year and this third year. Can I manipulate it from here?
Yes.
This one? Just there, okay, just there. Alright. So, of course, the alignment of the mission and vision from the school district and part of the school itself is listed in our presentation. This is my first presentation, so I'm not sure how much detail I should go through. We've been here all morning, so I'm just gonna skip that right through. If you don't mind. Also, I want to take a minute to thank Mr. Diaz for helping me in some of these areas, putting it together, and Ms. Ann is here also to support me. Back to the slide, the journey, as I mentioned before, year 1 and year 2 have been presented to you with the previous administration, and it's just briefly listed there what was in place for the 23-24 school year in year 1. In year 2, listed what was in place for the 24-25 school year, and right now this is where I'm at. Along with my school and my new position, my support staff, my students, my community, is the 25-26 school year 3, in which I am planning to maintain the momentum and the foundation that was already there. I targeted goals, as I mentioned in the last board meeting, are of math and ELA with a minimum proficiency of 25%. I am very looking forward to strengthening the blended learning of our uniqueness of ingenuity and alternative type setting school with SIAP, Structured Instructional Observable Protocol, and a Daily 5 Cafe, and which we can support our students in this mission and goal of obtaining that minimum of 25%. Committing to monitor our student progress with fidelity, and to, most of all, build that trust. Build that trust through our stakeholders and through communication, and more communication. Make sure that we're transparent and communicating in all areas. With our ingenuity data, as down at the bottom, we see that the two data rows are displaying the 24-25 in the dark purple, and at the bottom of that in the white row at the last row is the comparison to the 23-24. This is what we see with our ingenuity data, in which we can say that our activity data has been successful in the increasements of those months that are displayed and circled in the red. Okay. And what this says is that there has been growth and there has been progress, and we are going to strive to maintain that progress and not so that it's not stagnated and that it continues to grow, and definitely we do not want to see it fall behind. Continuing with the ingenuity activity data,
It's important that we focus on also how this specifically demonstrates and shows the uniqueness to our school site as an alternative and accelerated school, specifically for our students who are looking at their graduation and their credits and displaying the information, and I do not have it printed out for me. Is it okay if I walk over a little bit closer?
Here.
There we go.
They don't drive.
Okay. Alrighty. We're looking at numbers, and our super seniors are at 15, and our seniors who are at the category of being seniors this year is 11, and on track, which are very close to graduation, are 8 of our students, with 2 to 4 credits needed, which means they're eligible to graduate at the December window, in which our school site at the moment has 2 windows of opportunity for graduations. Because I am new, it's unclear to me at the moment whether when I say to the 2 windows of graduation, if it's an actual ceremony or just the graduation itself, and that we can talk about that later. I just want to make sure that that's clear. I'm not sure what the definition is, but I do know that those 2 opportunities are there and they will continue to be there, as well as a few of the students who are eligible for the summer graduations. At the top white row where you see the 4, they are categorized at the level of super seniors, which means these are my students that will need additional support and time, additional monitoring and motivation, so that we can put in place a plan for them to continue and work towards those graduations. The AASA activity data, what we see here is the district and the school itself. And I apologize that if you printed out the PowerPoint, it's not there, but it is up on the display. And this data here will continue to monitor and chart, as well as take it into consideration to those individualized graduation plans for our students, so that we can hold all of us accountable, teachers, students, and support staff. For our attendance goals, compared to the 23-24, our 24-25 data shows growth, specifically in the areas where, particularly in our school, our students are increasingly motivated at the 2 possibilities or those 2 windows of graduation. In general, the attendance and the completed activities have been hand in hand in growth, and we see here in the attendance data that the foundations and the rollout of PBIS and incentives have been working, and we continue to put those in place and also tweak them as we go, so that they continue to motivate our students for the attendance. Other things in place that reflect attendance data growth and positive
indicators are contracts with our students and reminders about policies that are in place. And the alignment of school with the district and the next steps. Here we see what it takes as a team, as a whole, as the bigger umbrella, putting the goals and how we're going to do this with this presentation today as an integrated action plan. That's exactly what this means. Is if I could put a visual to it, I would put together that integration, that idea of weaving a blanket or a tapestry, because it really is going to take that integration of all these pieces that you see to make this possible. And that's from the strategies to the analyzing the data to the professional development, also life skills that we are planning to put in to our school year, and looking at our needs-based data, monitoring attendance, looking at those attendance plans for specific students who are going to need that support, PBIS, and that who's going to make that happen is all of us, the principal, the teachers, and office manager, and support staff. The alignment of school with district and the connection, here we see that those goals of increasing math proficiency and the goal for ELA proficiency, these are all aligned to our district, which is the ultimate district goal that we have displayed and talked about with the 70% of our, 80% of our kids meeting that 70% of the essential standards. And each step will get us closer to that. If we are wondering about specific steps, how we're going to increase our math, here in this slide you will see that I went ahead and displayed the hows of how we're going to do this, and that is something that we still did recently. So it's has been worked on since last year. The schedule has been modified to fit in the what our program is with Edgenuity, the seat hours, the credit recovery, along with the charting my data with the teacher and the students, the weekly school data that we will analyze, and they have analyzed, reteaching opportunities, keeping the students on track. So I don't know, and I apologize how specific or how much information I'm to read from this, or just maybe explain when this is going to happen. The dates are charted out, and the evidence is over to your left area about how am I going to know this is happening? How can we see it? How is this going to? How are we going to know that it's taking place? So more than anything, the how is important. The when, of course, definitely having a timeline and keeping track of that, but also just the evidence, like how are we going to know this? And that's listed in the bullets over to your left, and I believe not all the bullets are displayed, but they are on page 12. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Oh, that was math? Nervous. I'm not sure that was math. It was. So this is ELA. Okay, now I'm on track. So same thing here, same display, but this is more specific to increasing our ELA. And the hows are listed over to your right hand. The when, we definitely have those timelines in place. And the evidence, there are the bullets that I was pointing to and referring to earlier, which is page 12. So math was page 11. And see if I'm gonna know anything specifically about ELA, since the other one is about math. For this piece, what you might see highlighted or different from ELA is the integration of culturally relevant themes and ideas, and how to integrate those into the rest of the mini lessons with ingenuity, and just getting really creative with our teachers and how to do this when so many of our students are navigating through many layered classes. And the conclusion, again, I'm thankful for the foundation that was already there and established. Over the past few years, foundational ideas have been established through prior planning efforts that emphasize leadership systems and school culture. Efforts were made to improve key ideas and areas, including the introduction of instructional programs, attendance strategies, and academic support and structures. The opportunities for alignment are continuous, and I see many. And now at this time, it's a time to just do that, continue to align, but also refine what was already there, and sustain more than anything. Make sure that we are sustaining, and that the data that you saw progressing, it's important to me to make sure that I continue to monitor that it is progressing, because it's an investment that I didn't see, that I wasn't a part of, but I know it was an investment for our kids. It was an investment on behalf of the other administrators that have been there, and it's really important for me to continue that. We have had the opportunity to build greater consistency, strengthen implementation, and streamline support systems moving forward. Success will require focused leadership, trust among stakeholders, and a shared sense of accountability and purpose. The third column, over to your right, clearing the path forward, that's exactly what we're building right now, and looking forward to work with from what the past 3 years of commitments have been, to stabilize the systems and expectations, rebuild instructional and intervention supports, and to elevate student achievement and school structure. And at this point, I will give you 2 seconds to think of those great questions that are gonna come my way. And I had notes for, I didn't even use.
Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Mazon? I just wanted, I know it's Director Mazon, so I want to make sure, first of all, say thank you so much for presenting. You know, the nervousness comes across was okay. But what I also want to say is that this is something you'll learn as we kind of go throughout, and as long as you're here, hopefully for a very long time, because it's really important for that campus to have stability, especially for those students. And I only say that because one of the things that you'll find, especially from this corner of the, not to say it isn't the whole dais, but the kind of care and understanding that I especially have for our accelerated campus and the students that attend that campus or site is that it doesn't always fit the mold for a regular school and all the things that come with it. So what I do want to say is, I know you're nervous and it's new, and you're getting support, but what I also want to impress on you is that the time and effort that I think it took, especially for you to be selected or for you to even make a consideration on joining us, is time and effort that I think that we also took in essence of meeting you and welcoming you. So what I do want to say is I'm hopeful that as you enter the new school year and we do check in at our first, after the first quarter, that you dive in and feel like confident and comfortable with presenting to this board what your vision is going to be as in the leadership of that site. Now, I know you said there are things that have been set in place and you're just kind of, I don't want to but I also know there are very strong characters and minds at that campus. And I don't mean that in any negative way. I just know that as I feel you right now, you're gonna have to put it down. And I mean that in the sense of what happens at that campus is your responsibility. And we want it to be successful. We want it to be outside of the box. We want it to be what it needs to be for those students, especially that need that extra, but also need that firm guidance as well. And I'm really excited to also continue to see, I'm just excited that your inclusion now is going to bring a different mindset and a new way of actually kind of moving forward. So I want to say, I'm going to present any questions that are going to make it difficult for you, not difficult, but like task you at this point. But I think after that first quarter and you're in there and you see the students, you understand, you feel that actual, hey, this is just me now, not with the former or anything else. I'm hopeful to see what you come to us with after that first quarter, but also knowing that I don't look at the report from Accelerated the way that I look at it from the other campuses, even though they're underneath the umbrella of BUSD. I think that there's a very specific ways and means that these students need, and it also means that challenging them the way that we want all of our students to be challenged is almost kind of 101, almost. I mean, even though everybody needs to be at this level, but I'm hopeful and grateful that you're up to the challenge and you're willing and able to do so. So I just want to leave with that. And I think it's important that we recognize that especially to say, come back and I know you'll be more confident. I know it'll get a little bit easier. But also, feel good in that this board saw that as well, and we want to see you be successful. And I'm glad that everyone is giving you the support you need at this point. And as we move forward, hopefully you find your footing and we can really see some more great things from the campus.
Thank you.
Ms. Vance?
I agree with Juan. It's your first time at the campus and you're just starting out. So I'm anxious to see what you bring to the table for the campus, because I just think that, with the data that we have currently, that you're gonna be able to build on that. So I'm really just wanting to see and waiting to see what new things are gonna be happening on the campus. And I know that we kind of we've been showing the data, but it's based on how many
activities they've completed, or
what has been completed for each student. But I know the percentages, on the attendance data, 6, 7, 8, all that, it doesn't really show how many students are in the 6th grade, because if you look at the 100% and it goes down to 69% at the end, it's not that number of students, it's just a few students. So I would like to see in the future the number of students in those grades, so that we can kind of take a look at that part. So that for me is really the only thing that I just want you to know, that first of all, feel welcome, and know that we know that you're just starting out. And that, I'm anxious to see what good things you're gonna be bringing. So, that for me, that's it. I just welcome, and I can't wait to see what's gonna be happening during the year.
I have one question, plus that just to add on, to your, comments, which also I welcome you. And I know that, I'm anxious to see as we progress, how, you'll come in presenting whatever you need to present. I too am still learning about our, what's the temple called? Well, it used to be alternative, but, because, I was kind of, my question was in regards to the 11 that are, that you're hoping that will be, is it 11 that will be finishing up in December? Is that the part of the ones that had to be correct? That were quite disappointed. I had parents coming.
I'm trying to understand too as I came in.
Yeah.
I'm still listening to everyone. I believe the 11 are the let's see here, super seniors.
Probably for last year.
Yes, for last year.
The 11 is left over from last year?
No,
those are the new ones. Oh, those are the.
That'll be our new cohort coming in.
Oh, that's the new cohort, 11, okay.
And the 15 are from the previous year.
So there's 26 seniors this coming year.
Oh, okay.
Trying to have 80 students that are starting this school year as of now in their senior year, with the possibility of graduating. Out of that group, you have a handful that could possibly make December. They have like 17 plus.
And then the 4 are not on track.
There's 4 that we are just gonna support them as much as we can. It really is gonna take that, looking at that individual student, because everything matters from their age to their situation. So the data presented, I feel many times when we're going through presentations like this, the board doesn't, maybe, or the possibility of me specifically maybe expanding on those numbers and that data presented doesn't really do just for the realities of our students, because our students are not just coming with just challenges. They are extreme challenges they're not just,
And so the activity is what determines on when they're ready to graduate.
Yeah, the completion of their activity correlates with the completing of the course itself and whether they passed it, they passed the content area. And of course, we're, as they're incoming to our campus, what credits they're bringing in. Sometimes some other campuses at different districts or different states have different, their transcripts look completely different, so then we have to figure out, okay, what does our district and the state require for them to fulfill those areas, and how can we help them to get there? And it's not a one answer to each of our students. We each have, they're very unique in what their needs are.
All right, yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping that as long as we have all those students on track, and I know, like you mentioned, some of them are not on track, but to do as much as we can to help them in that process. So I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, and I'm happy to offer them the opportunity as they're coming in, and we have,
And ensuring that the ones that are coming from the freshmen that decide
yes,
that the regular high school is not for them, they're gonna be just, in order to That's better for them.
So we have a good number of that freshman cohort coming in, and of course, they're gonna be taking their traditional coursework, unless they failed that traditional course. If they failed, then they are eligible to take credit recovery, but it's not until they have failed that traditional course.
Okay, well, as I mentioned, I'm still learning.
Thank you for.
And again, welcome, and I look forward to getting more information or more updates in regards to, you know, and maybe it's something that I need to either see you or her, can't remember her name.
Miss Ann, I call her
Miss Ann, to know more about or learn more about, you know.
Once the start of the school year for her first board report, we're gonna be very clear with how many number of kids we have, exactly where they stand in credits, how many classes they have remaining, and then provide updates throughout the school year. So
Oh, okay.
the transparency will be there.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think a lot of the transparency was not quite there in some of the reports. So.
Yeah, and let me know if you prefer those middle school numbers as just one chunk, or did you want specific, this many sixth graders, this many seventh graders, this many eighth graders? So by grade is what you prefer? Okay, because at times we probably only have one sixth grader, so I don't want to make any of our community uncomfortable with anything. But just that's why I want to double check.
Yeah, because in the past I have young son that actually completed or graduated, promoted eighth grade. He then tried regular school, but he ended up back over there. I keep telling his mom, go check up and see, make sure he's on track. So, I don't know if she has, but yeah, but thank you.
I just want to say thank you for your invitation. I know that coming here and presenting to us for the first time is overwhelming. But one of the things that I just wanted to ask you is if you can just share with the short time that you have been in this position, like what some of the learning experience that you gained and like getting to know the staff, and where do you see progress moving forward, and what are some of the challenges that you feel that you're gonna face?
Oh gosh, those are great questions, and I think that's my behind the scenes. Besides just presenting a PowerPoint to you, I don't know what, you can just give me a little, like, okay, you know, time, but I can let you know that behind the scenes, just coming in, I feel very welcomed. First of all, I feel like I'm just very happy to be here. Just I feel content. There's a great feeling when I, in general, just my life has shifted with greater purpose, and I'm happy to be here. And I appreciate the time you invested in calling me out to get to meet me and talk to me a little bit more, because that matters. You know, making sure that this is the right person for our kiddos. This is the right person for this unique campus. And you're right, it is very unique. Our kids are presenting challenges that are at the extreme, and some are there by choice. So one of the challenges for me is to wrap my mind around the different pipelines of students that I have and that are coming in and have been at my campus and that will continue to be at my campus. I want to make sure that whether they're there by choice or not by choice, or whatever the reason is, I want to make sure that, number one, that they feel welcomed, that they feel supported, that we care, that the investment that our people are putting forth is because they're loved, they're cared for, they matter. And so for me to wrap my mind about how I'm gonna address the different pipelines of students coming in and justifying their credits, or justifying whatever is in place, if they have an IEP or a 504, if it's a disciplinary issue. All those students are a representation of what I will see, and a representation of who I will support and I will represent. So it's all in bits and pieces right now. My priorities coming in, we're taking in items without dismissing that time that was or had been given and that is there. So I wanted to make sure that I gave the right credit to those people who invested that time for the campus. And moving forward, I am hoping and I feel like I've been given permission to go ahead and change things, tweak them, to make them better. That my commitment is to make sure that I'm making those adjustments as I am learning them, as I am living them, and as they're coming in, because not every day is different. Every year, every school year is different. So what was in place the past 3 years was probably in place there for a reason, but of course I continue to move forward with that train of thought that it's not set in stone, but I will make changes. And of course, to me, I felt that one of the things coming in and seeing certain opportunities that had been missed, I felt like those were a priority to me. I'm like, why? I went into that mama mode. Like, what about my kids? Why no yearbook? Why no student council? Why is there, so those are a lot of questions that I came in with and challenges just for myself to, hey, be patient. Ask questions, ask for support. Where can I get started? Can I get information? Without necessarily taking, a bigger chunk that I can handle. But so far behind the scenes, I can share with you that I've started rolling out PBIS, making orders through JOM, contacting Mr. Angel over at JOM, Ms. Tyler over at the Diamond awarded letter that I received or had been received. I have reached out to One Stop. They're very interested. I believe his name is Jonathan, and Mr. Jonathan is like, oh my gosh, I've been wanting to do this. Like, tell me it's about internships. I'm like, yep, yes it is. Please come out, please come. Please come. I really think once people are out there and they see the potential, that's gonna speak for itself. And that's what I saw. Coming in, I felt it, I saw it, and boy, it's our potential.
That identity of that school as well, and I don't know if it's been touched on, but I just wanted to add. Of course, it wasn't always the greatest. It was never positive. And so I think that there's an opportunity, the way that it's turned and the way that we're looking at it is that we don't call it alternative anymore. It's an accelerated campus. We don't call it, where the bad kids go. It's where the kids who need challenges or need support go. So those are things that I feel like definitely are opportunities, and definitely some things that I feel like for yourself as coming in and engaging is leaning on those parents or those students who or even those students in themselves that have to do it themselves, but especially those parents that want students at that campus. Because I feel like what we saw, what I was able to observe, is that when those parents feel like they're not being communicated with, or there's things that they're being told that they're not, that they didn't understand, then obviously they can run with it, and it can be in a whole wrong direction when they could have gotten information that actually would have been much more understanding and beneficial. So what I will say as well is, granted, as we go into these discussions, and I know you'll hear myself especially talk about what are we doing with our future planning, because financially, our main responsibility here is to worry about that. And that also comes with how do we continue to fund that school, because it's important, but it doesn't do what other campuses do in the terms of students in seats, which is how we get funding for all of those things. So, I'm really encouraged that you are already reaching out to partners, but one of the things that I was also thinking in line with that is, and I lost my train of thought, but is that those opportunities, engaging with the parents in some form of a committee to make them your advocates and give them a sense of like, you are here too. And if this is your student here and you want it to be successful for all, and you're not just here to kind of if you want solution-based, let's talk about solution-based and let's do it together. I think that would be really great to turn the tide on what I feel like has been much of the conversation, which you just walking into, has nothing to do with you and yourself. But I really think that because you are new, is a great opportunity to say, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm here now. Here's what we're going to do going forward, and that'll be really impactful. But also to make sure you're maintaining it and be like, because there's so few there, and I think that those that do have parents that are very engaged or engaging with themselves as students who, youth on their own or whatever it may be, that aspect of it is something I think you could really capitalize on. I hate to use the word, really, use to your advantage. So it's nice that you have something.
I just really wanted to go back to the seniors, and that's just for my clarification. We have the 26 seniors, you have the 15 that are the super seniors, and then 11 are the new seniors. The 4 that was mentioned on track, or not on track, those 4 individuals, I know before there was talk about the seating time, is so with those 4 individuals, even though they pass whatever and get their credits, are there still some, and you don't have to answer this, but if there are some that are not going to graduate this winter or when the school year ends, do they and are there, I guess I want them, I want it to be transparent to them and to know that they are not at all going to graduate, because it's come up and they need to be already aware that this is not going to happen no matter how hard, and that doesn't mean don't try, but because of those things that you have to have so many hours of sitting, and if that's part of these 4, then they really need to know. But I would also like to see that in the new 11 seniors that are coming in, how many of them are scheduled to graduate? I mean, how many of them, you don't have to answer it now, but I would like to see at some point soon, how many of those 11 are on track to graduate? How many are less than the 4 credits? Like how you have the breakdown here, and that it be transparent to them and their parents if they are not going to be graduating. Because I think that's really important that they know upfront right now, and then to also just let them know, don't give up, just keep trying, do what you can, because the more credits you have, the less time it's going to take for you to graduate. So that was just something that I wanted to mention. Like again, you don't need to give me numbers now, but in the future,
Yeah, don't go off those numbers that we currently have, that's last year, and then when you look at it, we're only looking at the students that didn't make it last year and that are on track currently right now, so that's what I'm saying, it was 8. So we have to look at the whole cohort and new students as they're coming in, so I think it'll be very different from next quarter.
Yeah, those are tough conversations that have to take place, whether I want to have them or not. And I think it would be a disservice not to have those conversations with them. And of course, not just ending it at that, but also providing those extensions of other opportunities or other options they have. Options A, B, and C, these are some other things that you can possibly start looking at.
Okay. Mr. Diaz? Do you have something?
The first meeting is the most challenging, the other ones are the worst, so don't worry about it. So we're not that intimidating. I know you've been working very, very hard. We have a support system that we're meeting on a weekly basis to support and challenge as well. It is gonna be a learning curve, but I appreciate the fact that she is already meeting with teachers, meeting with partners, and meeting with all of us here. That I need this, I need this, I need this. So I'm confident that the way she is advocating for her school, she's gonna help us take it to the next level. To like the board, I'm so looking forward as well when your magic comes out. I know you come in with a lot of ideas, and I know it's been a month, but I think already with a month of wait, you are throwing yourself into that information, throwing yourself into trying to grab the bull by the horn. You're gonna do great things for the kids. Most importantly, I know I have seen how much you wanna be here and care for our kids. So I know our students are gonna be in good hands. So thank you, you're gonna have a great year, let us know how we can continue to support. The governing board is the greatest chair and also the greatest tool of support.
And I know you're here with purpose, it's a great one, and I appreciate that, and it was great meeting parents at the registration. It was amazing, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Mazan.
For your leadership, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Let's give our big hand.
As a courtesy, we are scheduled for a special board meeting at 3:00. So it's 2:35. How do you want to move forward, Mr. Diaz? We cannot miss that time, right, Mr. Simbal?
We can cancel the meeting. But we do need to hire a teacher.
I saw an agenda for tomorrow.
But it would need to be noticed, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's already been noticed that this was happening today.
Yeah.
And also, President Buendia, we do have our carpooling challenge in which, with your support, if we change the agenda, we also need to move the special ed and the culture in that presentation and flip them. It's out of the order, and I know we voted the agenda in the beginning of the year. This is something that, because we're running behind. Go ahead, sir.
Are you saying you wanna postpone this one and move it to tomorrow?
No, I'm just saying, we only have,
Or do you wanna rush
so
through
many
the
minutes
last two
before-
items? You wanna push these items really quick, these last three?
if they can be, but I also don't want to disrespect them by not giving them the amount of time they gave to everybody else. So, what do you guys think?
Could we, if we're meeting on just the hires, can we just approve that and move the discussion of the special board meeting to tomorrow?
I built a special board meeting for tomorrow because they have a paraprofessional they're moving forward as a him dog teacher.
Oh.
So I already built it, made it active while everything was going on here. So if you want, I can move, like it's an option for me to move those items over to tomorrow.
Okay.
And maybe we can knock it out.
It'll be 24 hours.
Might as well.
Yeah,
Might as well.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So you need to vote for that,
Yes.
right? That you're gonna be a vote for that.
Understand
We'll
what
just
you're-
I'll put postponed on there and then I'll move the items over to tomorrow's meeting.
Acknowledged.
The second thing is, he just said ESS needs to move
Go first.
to go first.
Yes.
That is correct, but I know you already approved the agenda, and in order to be out of order, I believe that we need to now,
Make a vote?
to break the rules, or change the rules, or is it?
Rules and motion to suspend the rules and amend the agenda, for letter N and M to be swapped, I guess it's the. Second by Ms. Anderson.
Juan made the motion?
Oh.
Was that you that made the motion?
Oh.
Anne Marie Stevens. All those in favor of the motion, Juan Bonilla?
Support.
Kathleen Vance? Sylvia Hendricks? Anne Marie Stevens? Motion carried. So that means, thank you.
With that, our new letter M is exceptional student services. Ms. Valdez.
Good afternoon, Board President Buendia, governing board members, and Mr. Diaz. I'll start by saying that it's been a whirlwind of a year for me this year. So, but I'm very grateful for the support that I received along this path. And I want to share with you guys some new exciting things that we are putting in place for our ESS team and department. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Here's some of our wonderful students. We've always participated in Special Olympics, and what made it very exciting this year is we have actually expanded our team to include intermediate campus. And there's Dr. Marcos there in the corner. He has been spearheading a lot of these new sort of changes that are happening in our department. So I'm really grateful that he took on this new role as our ESS self-contained teacher for high school. So again, we're in year 3, which is maintaining success. And I really, when I sort of stepped into this role, it was kind of hard to find my footing. Kind of going into here, because I'm just like, where are we in this process? I really feel like we're still sort of in year 2, but definitely gaining steam and heading into year 3. And the goals that we're focused on is stretch goal number 1 and stretch goal number 2, and how those are applicable to our ESS department. I just wanted to review some of the things that I am responsible for in regards to state reporting. And it's always been really fun working with ADE. But it's been nice in the sense that everyone's been very helpful and supportive at ADE. So first, what we have to report is post-school outcomes. And it's been great on my end because this is my opportunity to reach out to former students. So these are students that were were identified as special education students that have left our district either through graduating, or maybe they might have found some other educational things elsewhere. But I will call and I'll ask them some simple questions as in regards to their post-educational goals. So it's been great to be on the phone with former parents and former students, and I, on my end, will fill out the survey for ADE. Another thing that we have to report is a parent-student survey. Again, this is reported to ADE, and this sort of gives us a snapshot of what parents think of our program. A lot of the comments that we receive when we look at the survey is they're great, they're happy that their ESS teacher communicates often. Sometimes it is, maybe the teacher doesn't communicate enough, but it's a really great way to see how we can tweak our program to ensure that we're meeting the needs of not only our students, but also our families. And then the student data integrity report, this is a report that's checked daily. And this is just to ensure that our students are being reported correctly to ADE. The October 1st data collection is a report that is due yearly, and this is actually a very important integral piece of information that is sent to the state yearly. And this is our count. This is a count of our population. And based on that count, that is where we will receive our funds. Parentally placed private school students with disabilities. This is actually where I have to reach out to Pima County, and I need to get the numbers for homeschool students. So I have to reach out and get those numbers, and also if we have any students that we do home-based services with, and I have to report that number to ADE. Now the last one is called the Special Education Data Dashboard, and this one's actually due next week. And this is in regards to any student exit data, again, that have left our district during the year. Preschool transition data, that means any students through AZIP that we met with that now have transferred to kindergarten, not kindergarten, to our preschool program. So that's from AZIP to our district. And I had to write that number. And students without disabilities, can't see that one again. Students without disabilities, long-term suspensions, or expulsions. So I have to verify a list of students and if they were either long-term suspended or expelled. And then I have the last part, which is the discipline data, and that's in regards to our SPED students, and if there was any out-of-school suspensions or in-school suspensions. I need to verify that all those numbers are complete and our students are reported correctly. Next slide, please. Oh wait, sorry. So our current May ESS numbers, these are the numbers for May. So for the primary campus, pre-K, we have 34 students identified. For kindergarten to third, we have 52 students identified. Now, the pre-K numbers is going to be a mix. I also included students that are receiving services from Head Start. So those include Head Start students, and it will also include students that are getting home-based services. So that's why that number might seem a little high. At intermediate campus 4 through 6, we have 52 students. Middle school for 7 through 8, we have 11. High school 9 through 12, 39. Middle school, we have, at the Alts campus, we have 1 middle schooler, and at the high school, we have 13. So we kind of left this month of May with a total of 202 students that we provide services to. And I also included numbers from Dr. Pettigrew of how many students she's tested during the school year. So we've had 19 students that were initially evaluated. So 19 students, that means that they were initially evaluated and placed into our program. And then she had to conduct 50 reevaluations for our students. So our stretch goal number 1, 80% of students will score 70% or better on the essential standards in English, language arts, and mathematics. So in regards to the stretch goal, we really have to think about how is this applicable to our SPED students. And for a big part of this goal, it really requires us ensuring that our students are included. So that's where that word inclusion comes from. So this requires collaboration between the general ed students and the special education students. And some of that time might be during those PLC times that you heard about from each site. And that gives them a time to meet with the general ed teachers just to get an understanding of what sort of concepts are being taught in the classroom and how they sort of can embed those when they are working with students and how they can kind of strengthen those areas for their students. So in ways that we can ensure that our students are included is we are providing access to the general education to maximum extent possible. So students will have a homeroom and a host classroom, providing access to standards, increasing their chances to reach the proficiency goals. One way that we really have done this school-wide is through SFA. So a lot of times it gives them that chance to be in the general ed classroom with students at their level also. Another way is student engagement to promote increasing students' independence. So I'm really excited about the upcoming school year because we will be having a life skills classroom. We are going to also have student-led enterprise. 2 of our high school students from Dr. Marcus's class have received a food handler's permit. So they will be serving coffee and tea and some muffins. So we're very excited. So again, it's all about finding those areas where we can build those life skills for them. And we do have an agency that has donated lots of furniture and things that they will need to run their enterprise. So we're really excited about that for next year. Also, another thing is review opportunities for students in the class. Providing transition services to assist students in successfully transitioning from high school to the adult world. A lot of times that's done through vocational rehab through the state, also done through Tribal VR. Both of those agencies have actually come to the school to talk with the teachers and provide PD on what services they can provide for our students and families. And a lot of our students have signed up for pre-ETS, which is pre-employment transitional services. So again, that's another opportunity for our students to explore their career options and post-secondary goals after they leave high school. Stretch goal number 2, which is attendance. We have this, I know I touched on it briefly last year, but in our Synergy system, there is something called a service tracking part. So with every student, there is a separate little tab where our ESS teachers can make sure that when they work with our students that they're logging those minutes. They also are make sure they're leaving notes in there about what sort of standards they're working on with them, maybe what assessments they worked on with the student, sorry. And also, they also will include maybe even student contact, family contacts, things like that. So it's a really neat part that our teachers are getting used to using, just sort of logging those minutes, keeping track. So we want to make sure that all their minutes are met. And again, if it also logs if we need to make sure if there's any compensatory services at the end of the year that we'll need to meet. And IEP and monitoring. Again, if a student is missing a lot of school, we need to put a plan in place to ensure that they're still getting their minutes and their services. And I think every campus has been really great about including our students in any celebrations that they might have on campus. Here's some more photos of our students. If you had a chance, they were included in the rodeo this year. So that was a really fun time for them. They're very excited. The Easter egg hunt, Halloween activities. So again, building through the years, when we look at year 3, maintaining success, we're going to continue to focus on maintaining success through professional development, be focused on increasing student learning, and continue to collaborate with community agencies to ensure student success. Those are all things that we've been putting in place this year, not only with state agencies, Tucson organizations, but also here in the community. We meet with some of the things that we have, or some of the departments we met with is Division of Special Needs with Behavioral Health. We met with Special Services. We've also met with Head Start. And these are things that we meet with on a monthly basis. We not only review the different processes, we also review needs that each of us might have in regards to trainings, or referral processes. We also do case studies on students and how we can support each other in that way. So in the upcoming school year, some things that we are going to be continuing to focus on is, again, I think the big things is student-led enterprise. I'm just very excited to see this in action. To continue to work with various agencies to strengthen our transitional services, along with creating an independent living space. And that will be at the secondary campus. And again, engage with community partners to establish a system to ensure that there's a seamless referral process for our families. So we are obligated to identify community members or students with special needs. So, and like I said, we're working with Special Services, Division of Special Needs, to make sure that when those referrals come in, that they are also sent our way. And again, this year, BUSD will be entering year 4 of on-site monitoring from ADE. So year 4 for us means that we will be receiving on-site monitoring from ADE. So we will have about 5 staff members coming to our site, and they will use this time to review case files to ensure we're in compliance, also review our systems that we have in place, review the processes that we go through when it comes to receiving any sort of referrals. When I talk with other SPED directors, they make it sound very scary. When I met with our program monitoring specialist, she came out last month and she met with us. She just reviewed what to expect. And I'm excited in a sense because it's a learning opportunity. I will definitely get to learn more about what needs to be put in place to ensure we're in compliance. You know, that's the important part of our department, is ensuring that we are in compliance not only at the state level, but at the federal level, and ensuring that we are meeting those needs of our students and their unique needs, you know. So I am excited because not only will she review files, she'll also ensure that those goals that are made in the IEPs are accurate and what we can improve. So not only will we have about 4 staff members from ADE, they also want us to build a team ourselves so that a BUSD teacher, ESS teacher, and an ADE member will sit together and they will review the file together. So I think not only is it a good opportunity for me, but it's also a good opportunity for them. And it's not really like a I caught you or gotcha moment. I think it's just they want to make sure, like I said, that we're in compliance and that we're meeting the needs of our students. And by the end of this process, we'll have an improvement plan in place for our district in our department. Any questions?
Yes. No, but definitely some comments, and I feel like it kind of falls in line with not only again with yourself and overall what I've been able to observe when we presented. It's that emphasis on I don't want to say normalcy. Like, you know what I mean? Like the engagement between not only regular learning, but also like those vocational stuff. So what I was thinking, and I wrote down real quickly, is I know we celebrate it like when they go to the Special Olympics or those types of things. But I feel like we don't see enough of is them celebrated like during Student of the Month. And maybe there's a ways and a means to do that, because I know some of them are self-contained or in special circumstances. But I think we need to see more of that. You know what I mean? To provide that sense of bridging the climate, the environment, which I'm 100% for. The other thing I was thinking, because you mentioned, and I want to see if this is something we can do, Mr. Diaz. But y'all remind me, what does special needs fall under? What department? Special services? For the nation?
For the nation.
Education.
Is the education department? So I think in there, because this will also help us in doing a more comprehensive or a plan to HRDC on the needs that we have. I think in line with those truancy or absenteeism needs is that assistance with how does that streamlined service work? Because if we're able to or they're not able to, and the responsibility kind of encompasses the entire thing, then they need to be at par with what does that mean to them and what are the expectations for us and vice versa. So my thought was, Mr. Diaz, and tell me or Ms. Valdez, tell me if you're already on this or where we're at on norming or performing it, about I guess a joint session between the education department or the oversight of special needs or special services with ESS and presenting to the board, so it kind of keeps them accountable and us on those steps of expectations and what needs to be done, where the supports can be. Just as a thought, I mean, as I was thinking, because I don't know when or if we are ever held, I don't want to say we are or aren't, but I think that emphasis on supporting not only students, but across all students, but I think that specific need is there, and I would like to see it not only celebrated, but also held to the nation's expectations as well as ours. You know what I mean? Sorry, that was just my thought process.
No, definitely. Like I said, we serve as students all over in various Head Starts around the nation. And when speaking with Head Start, they are also kind of we talk about the trends that we notice, you know, and what support do they need? And you hit the nail on the head. How can we reach out to the community to ensure that these needs are being met properly? And there is a lot of things like, I know for the hottest topic for us has been behavior,
Yeah.
you know, and communication skills for our students too. A lot of the students that we are getting referrals for is that they are behind in communication. So they might receive services from our SLP, speech language pathologist.
Oh.
We have a high number of pre-K students coming in they're not hitting the milestone for speech, but then also for behavior. So I know Head Start specifically had asked, can you offer any help on how we can mitigate these behaviors? And so we kind of talked about doing a family program, maybe reaching out to other agencies on how we can have a parenting class for families on how they can, you know, work with behaviors at home, you know. So I know that was something that we talked with special services about recently.
Excellent. Perfect. Thank you for, you see, those things, I think what people fail to realize is that we take on those extra things and then they assume that our jurisdiction stops at the gate. But we go a little beyond. I mean, and those types of services are very necessary in forming, norming. But I think I want to be able to say that, especially with your guidance and the guidance overall from the entire team, I want to see things like our little my Z over there, be celebrated. And I know that, again, there are reasons why we have services specifically for them, but also those, I mean, there is room, you know, but there's always room to celebrate our students. But I would like to see much more at our board meetings for that specific reason that for our family, because Zira's been with us forever, it's normal to us, meaning we don't treat her like any other way other than she's beautiful, she's perfect. But for others, it's immediate, like, you know, like a response of
back in
fear,
the way, not sure how to
interact or even,
interact with her.
And I know she feels it, and she's like, oh, they don't feel good around me. So, I mean, you know what I mean? And that's just from my experience, because we've been with her forever. But my hope is that in the world and what you're doing now, especially, there'll be more of some sort of a bridge or something that we can work towards.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Having, you know, as you know, my son, and going through that process and not everyone understanding his differences and everything. I completely understand that, yeah.
Yes. Agree. Well, thank you. That was all for me, and that was all.
But Sarah's always in a good mood to me, I feel like sometimes. I mean, she has her moments, obviously.
She does. But it's not, I know it's because she's just like, I want to be able to just do what I need to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, she definitely is. And I think that was great about them participating in Special Olympics, because you are surrounded by families that understand the uniqueness of every child. So as they're kind of running around on the basketball court, no one was like, no, stop. They, you know, understood she needed some time to.
She has so much energy. She just bounce around. But I hear you. Well, thank you, y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Anything else, real quick? Sorry, Ms. Stevens.
I just want to say I think it's amazing that they're being able to use this opportunity to have some life skills, and that they have the opportunity to run the coffee shop. I think that's something that's really amazing. One brought up a good remark in regards to what we have. I think, you know, going through the process, and especially, you know, as a parent, you right there yourself, trying to navigate the system of what services can be provided for us. And when families get the word, like there are services that they weren't even aware of, or things that need to get done or get them prepared for, and especially when they're getting to that point when they're going to become their adults and they're going to be moving on, and like how do you get them prepared for life? So I think it's really great that we try to work with HRBC, with education, and what we have to try to see how can we get these students services. Because we want them to be productive, we want them to be able to have jobs and be be a part of the community, and like Juan said, a lot of people, it's uncomfortable, but, you know, they need that community, they need that support, so I think that's one of the good things that I wanna say thank you for all the work that you do, because it's hard work.
It is hard work, and it would be great to have that conversation, because if they looked at models of how things are kind of done, not done in Tucson, but we just need to find those pockets of areas in the community on where they can support, you know, and I really feel like the Sunrise House has been a great start to that too, in providing some skills and some services. Ms. Hart has always been very supportive of kind of leading that cause and having our kids go and sort and organize, put those food bags together, and they love that, you know. But it's just about finding those pockets of opportunities in the community, and I think that is possible, and having that conversation.
I do have a question in regards to the number of students that were tested. So you said there was initially 19, and then you had to do 50 reevaluations, and from the 19, they were placed in services, but what happens to the other students that had to be reevaluated?
So those students that are reevaluated, that means that it's their 3-year evaluation. So every year we have an annual review, that's our yearly IEP meetings. But after 3 years, they have to be reevaluated. And sometimes they might stay in the same category, or sometimes they might be moved into a different category. For example, some students might be categorized as developmental delay, but according to Arizona standards or federal, at 10 years old, they can no longer be developmental delay. So when those students turn 10, then they have to be categorized into another category, yeah. So every 3 years they're reevaluated.
Can you also elaborate on the workshop that you're planning for this school year for parents?
Yes, so we will have some family community events, some family workshops. And so one of them is going to be based on IEP, just what is an IEP, what is the process, what should you see in your IEP, how can you ask questions at the meeting, you know, and what are your rights as a parent during those meetings. And so that will be one workshop. Another workshop we are putting together with Special Services Child Find, and going over what Child Find is and what our obligation is as a school district for families.
Awesome, really good. Ms. Vance, anything?
Power's out. Just, it's just mine.
Just
Ben? No, just kidding. Just that I just wanted to make a comment that you are doing an amazing job. I know you just started, and this is your first year as a lead assistant director. And there's so many things that I didn't know were associated with all of this, and so I'm really glad to see everything that you wrote down for us, and your stretch goals, and you know, and like Juan said, I'm really looking forward to seeing more of our children celebrated in the new year, because we want it to be the norm. We want it to be the norm, so I'm just excited for that part. So thank you for everything that you're doing, and I know you're gonna be what is it that's coming through, and where you have it.
The year 4 monitoring.
The monitoring.
Yeah, is that from the state and the yeah. I know you're gonna do really good on that, because you've done a lot so far, and I wouldn't, and I know, like you said, it's an experience. It's gonna be the first time, it's what, every 4 years, every 3 years?
Yeah, it's a 6-year cycle, so yeah, it's a 4 year, and we're in year 4 right now.
Yeah, so
I'm looking forward to that too, because I know we can only just improve from that.
Yes, exactly, improve from there, make sure that we're, in compliance, make sure we're meeting those needs of everybody, so, but yes, I'm excited.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Anything, Ms. Hendricks? Sorry, Ms. Hendricks? I'm sorry, one more. Okay.
No, just that, I just wanted to say that, you do have a wonderful staff. Only because I know, because I've been to IEPs and they handle them very well, and I think the focus of that student is where everybody is at, you know, include, and where you include, you know, the administration, the homeroom teacher, the teachers, their special ed teacher, and, you know, and I think in collaboration with all those people, just focusing on that one student, I think helps that student be most successful.
Exactly, it gives us a whole picture of that student, that's why it's important to have all those people in place during an IEP meeting.
Yeah, and I know that, so with the ones that graduate, do you have any data on how many of them continue to go, maybe try to go to college or go to some type of program?
Yes, so the post-outcome survey will give us that data, so then I'm able to go back into the prior years, once I've completed all the surveys and I've attempted to contact all those former students, and they compile it for you, and they kind of give you a breakdown of what that looks like for our district, and sometimes, a lot of times, I'm hearing it firsthand, if they're moving on to post-secondary, if they found a job somewhere, or if they're, you know, just kind of still hanging out at home. But it's funny, sometimes I'm like, what do you need support in? But I'm like, but it is interesting. I've even had a few, a former parent of mine come and say, hey, do you guys have jobs in your school district? I think my daughter is trying to find her way, and I think your guys' district might be a good start, so I'm always encouraging those things too, like, hey, we got some things here, maybe see what you like, if education would be for you, so. But yes, but we do have that information, and I can definitely, on one of the board reports, once that information is compiled, I can make sure it's included on that board report. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. Ms. Servicio, I need like 2 minutes. I'm just gonna be right back.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on to our letter N, which is the culture, data, and 3-year plan, language book level 1, culture code. Ms. Sarfisco?
Okay, it's good. That's what we say for welcome. Welcome to the admin. Sukik meaning like happy, and Juhudak is like welcome. That put together is a good welcome. A good welcome or a great welcome. Sukik. Juhudak.
Can you spell it?
The principals asked for that too, and so I gave it to her. I think she's gonna use that for her presentation or something. On the wall for the students, welcoming the students.
Can you spell that for me?
I'll go ahead and go. Okay. Learning too. I'm still learning too. I had a question asked, how do you say oasis? And I said, what is oasis? We don't have yes, we do have an oasis somewhere. And I said, I have to ask a lot of people because on that one I don't know. So I'm learning. We did come up with something for that, and we just decided on the land and the water because there's a spring surrounded well by the land.
Yeah.
And so we boiled it down to tono. I forgot. Something like that. Well, anyway, I wrote it down. That was something that was not in my repertoire here.
Yeah.
And I always tell people, sometimes they'll ask me things and I'll say, if I don't know it offhand, I'll say, I have to dig through, get rid of my cobwebs up here and I'll come up with it sometime, maybe not right away, but eventually I'll maybe come up with it. And if I don't, I'll ask other people. And that's what I'm doing as I go along. I'm a student. I tell my students that too.
Yeah.
Whichever students come across and ask me things, I tell them that because of my age too, that's how it's getting. And I have all these other things. Wakch is like to wet. It also means like to wet something down, like to wet it. Wakch. Or wakch, you maybe sprinkle it or get it wet. So wakch will be the water that's near the land. And so Ron was one of them, my sister was another one, and Miss Helen Ramon, she didn't know, but she was in agreement with that.
Yeah.
And so there were some other people I asked so many, but a lot of them didn't know, and there were just a few. So that's what we boiled that down to. And if it changes, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
I always resorted to my mom and my elders, but now they're mostly all gone. They're in the spirit world. So sometimes I pray on it too, and sometimes I get things in my dreams. The answers I'm looking for, they come to me. I guess I'm not a dreamer of songs because I haven't got a song yet. But I guess I am a dreamer of vocabulary. So anyway, welcome, what was it, Chapin? And my presentation, I'm gonna do it all in all, so. Okay, no, you should. I just say that. Okay. President Buendia, board members, Mr. Diaz, Sabala, and Ms. Corden, welcome. I'm glad to be here to present our autumn data or our HIMDA data. And I started off with the vision statement, our goal, which is to revitalize and strengthen the language. And that's coming along pretty well. It was said that it was going to disappear in 2040 something, and we're getting near there. And so I thought, well, we gotta do something, and so that's what we're doing. And we built it, when we first started, we started with kindergarten, and then we built on, and now the kindergartners that were there at that time, they're now in 4th grade. They're going to enter 4th grade this year. And so we have a lot of students that have passed the Gomchkut. And though we don't solely go on the data that is presented on paper for testing, because as the people, we can, as a group of people, we cannot go solely by the scores, because some of them, they know more. And so I've asked teachers about these students that weren't doing so well and what can we do. But they were saying, on the test, they're not doing so well. But when it comes to speaking up and sharing and presenting, they're doing really fine. They're singing, they're doing all these things. And so it's there for most of them, it's there, but paper-wise, it doesn't show. So that's what I got from them on the papers that you have, the data on the primary. It shows 21, they had a score of 28, an average score. The kindergartners, was an average score of 28. It was really high when we first started. And I don't know what happened there, but it started dwindling down, and then the next year of that phase was 34. And now it went down to 28. And then the first graders, so you see some growth there with the red. You can tell by the colors there what percentage for each of those levels. And we do see a little bit of blue in the primary Gomchkut level, and these kindergartners were all placed in Gomchkut. None of them were in the Judum level, and that's where we started off with, is in the Gomchkut. And so you can see that it was almost half with a little percentage of blue. And then with the post testing, it was like about a third of it. And the blue grew a little more, and the other ones also grew. The brown went down, which is partially minimally proficient. And so those are up there on with the colors. So that was for first grade. We went from 253 students to 302 students. All of them were in the average. And so we had some that came later in March and April, but we still took their scores into consideration. And so that's where it's at. If we did the whole 253 kindergartner students, at that grade level, then it would have shown more if we took out the ones that came later. And so that's what's gonna show here, is that there's a discrepancy there with that pie diagram there and the other pie diagram, and also with the numbers. So that's what's happening there, and that's the primary for all the students in primary. You can go on to the next. And then at the intermediate, these are all just Gomchkut by sites. And for the intermediate, there were 217 students, but we lost some of them, and then we went to 204. So some of them transferred, but then we had incoming students. So those students some of them were very new to the language, they didn't know any of the language, they weren't exposed to it, because some of them were in Tucson or other schools where they didn't offer autumn. And so the average score there, it still went up, but not as much. And so on that grade level, we had, and they were, the third graders that were from the year before, they were exposed to the autumn. And so you don't see as much red there. But then it does go down too overall in the intermediate level for Comscore level. Okay, so those are the numbers that are there for the percentages. And we move on to the next, on the middle school students. Middle schools, they were all put together. 8 of them were, only 8 were tested, and a lot of them, there was red, not proficient. And then later on, there were 42 students, but only 8 of them showed in synergy, and she only got to test 8. And so with the 42, they did score 61. The average score was 61 there, so it did go up. But then again, with the number of students, it was less than the 42. Okay. And we move on to the high school. In the high school, for the Comscore level, there were 19 students tested there and 29 students. And again, there were some that left and other students that came. So that score was 35. The average score there was 35 for the pre, and then the post was 50. So again, the red decrease showed a really big decrease at the end. And there was more students being tested there. Okay. And then for the junior level, the Comscore was the slower pace one, and we put animals to each level. The Comscore being the slow turtle, because they move really slowly. And then we go to the junior level, which is a bear that kind of goes a little bit faster than the Comscore. So we have the primary site, by site, we had 32 students that were tested and 47 students. We didn't have as many students at the primary level. Well, third graders, there were a lot of them in the junior, and the bulk of them were in 4th grade. They were coming from 3rd grade because of that exposure, like I mentioned before. And so so by the end of the year, there were more students that were picking up. I mean, it was coming back to them from the previous years that they had that autumn. Prior to that, it was, I guess, like me, it came back to them. And so that's what's displayed there. Again, the red decreased, the not proficient went up, and then the other ones, and we are showing some blue in there, a lot of blue, which is the highly proficient. And a lot of these students, they're gonna move into 4th grade. And so we're hoping for some promising numbers there, as well as at the other campuses. Okay. Moving on to intermediate, they had 27 students out of and 30 at the end, and the score was from 31 to 57. And this year, we were testing totally in autumn, and there was a recording that was done in autumn, And, well, my voice was on there, but the synergy didn't work. We had some difficulty, we had some challenges there with synergy. So we reverted back to the on paper, both at the primary and at the intermediate level. And with the intermediate, they still did the test with the recording, but a lot of them, well, we couldn't really pick up the voice activation there. And so we left it as it was, and then she reverted to the paper version at the end, with still the voice there. And then, okay, and then at the intermediate level, we do have the HIMLAC teachers that are teaching autumn, and I give credit to Miss, I also give credit to Miss Miguel Lewis, because she had the teachers teaching 5 days a week. According to the IGA, they've been teaching Mondays through Fridays, and Fridays they're back to back. But throughout the week, she scheduled in 50 minutes for each class during the week, so that each class would at least get 50 minutes a week. And instead of the 30-minute time, it was extended 20 more minutes. So they each got those, all six of them, the classes, they all got their specials time in within that week. Their specials time, their extra 20 minutes. And so that was great. And it shows there that a lot of the red went away. It's still there, but a lot more of the other colors appear. And before there was no blue, now there are some highly proficient students, and based on meeting with the teachers there were a lot of them that said that they were gonna move some of them into the junior level. And so they will be in the junior level. And I did send names and numbers to all the sites, the principals at all the sites. So they have the students' names and where they were placed in those categories. And we did add, let's go ahead and move on to the next. And then with the middle school and high school, there were no students that were tested in the junior level. Okay. And so there you see those numbers there that I started off with the first kindergartners, where they did go down from the very first year they were there, and then the first grade, kindergarten was like a little bit, there's still a lot of red, but it was mostly red at the beginning, so now it's a lot less red. And there were several of the other proficiencies there, the highly proficient partially, and minimally proficient there, as you can see. So the average score did jump up to 33, before it was 5 at the beginning. Okay, move on. And there we see the 57 and 73 students at the end for first grade, 28 and again 50, and there were some students here, like I said before, they transferred and some were added. But that's what we have for the first graders. And again, you'll see on a lot of these, the red is less, and we see more colors there for the post-testing. Okay, moving on. We have the second graders that have 43 at the beginning for the pre-testing, and then at the post-test they had 57. 66 students were tested at the beginning, and then they had a lot more students that were incoming students. And so toward the end, we had 77 of those students. But again, you see the decrease in the red, the green, the partially proficient. And so we are getting there, and we are trying to build that foundation for them to pick up on the yoke. And so that's where we're going. The next one. We have 67 students at the beginning, and then at the end, we had 86 students. And the difference there is 16 or 26. 16. And so again, the little decrease that's there, but a lot of blue. And those are our pilot students. The pilot students that we had in 2021. Moving on to fourth grade. The fourth graders that we have there, we had 64 students tested and 52 at the end. The average score being 32 at the beginning and then 60. The red has decreased. The minimally proficient stayed about the same, but then we now have some blue added in there. Yellow is almost the same. Green, we've got a few more greens there. Okay. And then with the fifth graders, we had 69 students and 68 students. And again, there were students that came in that were new, and then there were students that left. So that 69 those are not the same. All those students that we have in the pre-testing at all the sites, there are some of them that dropped, and there are some of them that were new students to the language. So here we see, we saw red at the beginning, not that much, but it was decreased at the end. And we now see blue also. So that's working. So highly proficient, we have the number at 8, whereas we didn't have any at all. And the majority fell in between the partially proficient and minimally proficient. Okay? And then we have the sixth graders. There was a slow start at the beginning of the year for the sixth graders. And also the fifth graders and fourth. I taught some of the fifth and fourth graders at the beginning of the school year for the students in fourth, fifth, and then partly sixth grade, part of the time sixth grade. And so I was filling in for some of those students. And so when we tested there, we had 84 students, and again, 85 students at the end. Most of them, they're the same students for this group. It was pretty fair, because, I guess it would be okay to say that would be the closest to the same number that we started with. And there were just a few incoming students there. Okay. And then middle school, we have a lot of red. And then at the end, you see a little bit of red. And again, we had only 8 students that were tested, and then at the end, 42. Those are both for the 7th and 8th grade students. I didn't separate the 8th from the 7th. I put them as a group. Okay, moving on. The high school level, we had the Coach 19 and 29 are this number of students that were pre and post tested. And again, we see some growth there. Still just some of the red has disappeared, and we now have some blue in there. We have some students that are in the blue, highly proficient. Can you, okay. Yeah, I have my laptop too that ran out. But it's good that she has that there, sure. Okay, so that's what we have for the high school. For some of that blue, we had one student that was highly proficient, and the rest fell in between. But it did have an increase in the other levels. We went and decreased the red. Okay. Judum levels, we had only 6. We had a lot less students in the Judum level because most of them weren't there yet. And when we pre-tested, that's where we placed them in these levels for Judum. So we only had 6 at the beginning. We didn't test anybody in in kindergarten. Only the first graders on up. And so we had 6 students that were pre-tested and 13 students at the end. See a lot of red, a lot of red. And then now you see more blue. All of the colors are represented there. And a decrease in the red. We had 3 highly proficient students there. Okay. For the second graders, we had 5 students, and then at the end there were only 3 students because 2 of them went off to they were transferred to another school, and so we have mostly red there, but there were decrease. We now don't see the minimally proficient and the partially proficient, but there is a lot of blue there, the highly proficient. And that's just based on the 3 students. And then we go to 3rd grade. 3rd grade, we have 21 students, and again, a decrease to 13 students. And I do try to tell the teachers that if they are just absent and come back, try to test them. And some of them don't get tested. And so that's what we ended up with, were the 13 students. And again, there's a lot of blue, lots of blue. And like I said, these are the ones that are coming into 4th grade. But they can't really converse in all of them. They do say things in like simple sentences. They do carry on, or they do simple greetings. And all those things that they have in comfortable level, they're utilizing it, but they're still not to that competency level to move on into the study, which will be the next level. And we're not there yet. So what we did for this year was we had a tier, we put another tier in there for Judum. And we called it, same way with Comscott. We have tier 1 and tier 2. And then for Judum, we have tier 1 and tier 2. And in the 2 levels for Comscott and Judum, we're going to have them, because they're not really grouped by, like, similar to SFA, the Successful Reading Program. I would like that to happen with the autumn hymn classes. But that's not occurring yet. Hopefully next year it'll come up, it'll happen. But right now they're in the J2 levels where Judum instruction did happen, but they didn't get the maximum that they should have gotten. They were allotted, they were given like just a short time within that class period. So some of the Comscott were being exposed to the Judum level. And that's what's happening there with the 4th and 5th and 6th graders there. And even at all the levels, they're integrating the Judum level in their regular classes. And then we go on to the next, fourth grade. The red's not there. The red's not there, none of them, all of them had some proficiency, enough proficiency to register at a minimally proficient up to a highly proficient level. And so we do see the blue there, one was, highly proficient and at that level. And on with the fifth graders, 3 students and the same 3 students. Not the only one, we had the same 3 students, and their score is really just shot up there to 75. And they were the same students. They're mostly the ones that volunteer in class. As I have noticed, as I sat through a lot of their classes. Okay, moving on. For the 6th grade level, again, there were no red at the beginning for the junior level. Mostly the same students there. And there were some students that were transferred from another school, and we pre-tested, and so I guess they were from a home that speaks autumn, and so the score was kind of high there, so we went ahead and put that person in the junior level, and he did it very well. I mean, he did really well, and so we kept him in there. So there's the average score for them. And then none were tested for junior at the middle school and high school.
That's it.
So what we're hoping to do is to maintain implementation of the HIMDAT program. We want them to succeed, of course, and although we did only have 1 student that we had to put back in the the Comscore level, and he was tested by someone, and the teacher, I guess, just misplaced him, and so we ended up moving him back to the Comscore level. The junior was too high.
Yeah.
I did put a little link in there in case you still needed it.
First one.
To view it in your laptop. So in there. For the implementation of in the judum level, we had a challenge there because there was it was due to the inability to group the students, like I said. We couldn't group them by, like, similar to SFA. So we had to keep them with their grade levels. And so there was not enough strong implementation or even time that was invested to consider, like, to move them on to the next level this year, to the study level. And so that's what happened with the judum. So we have tier 2 judum that we're going to have this year. Same with Comscore. And then at the intermediate level, like I said, they have a good implementation there because the principal has given that time that specials added the 50-minute specials time for each of the groups, for each of all the grades. And so that was what was happening there. So we still meet on Fridays. It was decreased from the years back, the previous years that we had. And then this summer, normally we have a summer end of the year meeting after school is over or before the school year ends, but it was so busy and hectic that we didn't get time to have them come back. And so we did go through and we did try to make it better. We tried to align, and I'm still aligning some of the curriculum to the standards. And so that's where we're at with that. And hopefully, for the next school year, that's what we're gonna have is, a discussion with the principals so that maybe the groups can start happening. It's gotta start happening. We did lose two team members, one at the high school and one at the primary campus. We do still have the teachers that we had from the other years, and so we maintain two that teachers which are certified at the primary campus. And we have one that's going to be in the culture position there, so we have 3 there. And then at the intermediate campus, we have 2 HMDA teachers that are certified, and then we have 1 that's applied for the culture position. And so, with those 2, well, with all of them, we're not, and then at the middle school, we have 1 culture teacher, and then BHS, we don't have anybody there. And so, we're gonna be kind of on the short end there for starting off the year. We did have another HMDA teacher that was supposed to be starting, but she'll be starting as classified higher because we're so short-handed. And so that I did mention in there that she was hired and that the school board approved her, but that wasn't so because of the certification with the ADE. She did pass her test, but she's not registered with the State Department. And so that's what we have. And middle school, Ms. Lopez is not going to be there for a couple of weeks, so we're gonna have to have something done about that. And I know BHS also will not have anybody. I was trying to go out, I was calling, I was texting, we do have the radio announcement. We do have the website that I was sending out to people and the text messages. I did home visits, I had one last night in Goa, and that was kind of promising, but he's still thinking about it. A lot of people are saying I'm still thinking about it. And a lot of them that I did talk to, but a lot of them were on the west end that were not have, that were, well, it was the transportation, it was the travel back and forth. For some of them, it was like housing because they thought that they wanted to do it, but then the students are on that side in the west end at San Simon. And so they were trying to get a place because it's a long travel for them in the mornings. And so that's what's happening with that. And so let's see what else is there. Oh, and so we didn't have our annual program review after, but I did ask them to review it and update. There were slides that were updated with each of the sites, and I left it up to them. There is a skeleton, a little framework there for them. If they wanted to, they could use the slides that were there. But I did tell them, you're the teacher, so you can put in what you want to put in there, that will be at your grade level. Because, they were concerned about the students maybe that are really, lack interest because it's more of like kindergarten level or elementary level. And so I did tell them, you can put your own slides in there. You're the teacher, I'm not going to tell you what you're gonna put in there. And so that's what they were doing, they were updating their slides. And so that's what we had there. I did put in, I guess we're gonna go to the next thing. The next one is the work I'm trying to do with the curriculum there. We started working on a computer level book, a resource that, and you have two things that I put in there, because it kept skipping a lot, and so I made that copy, which is a lot better than the one that shows it there where it says pacing guide. It's gonna be like really way down there, and so I thought I'm just gonna give them that to take. So all of that's in there is there, and they were just ideas, like I said, it's a beginning, it's a draft. And so what I did put there were adjusting it to the standards to the curriculum. And the curriculum you have there, which is your computer book, this book right here. That's just a guide for the teachers to go by, a curriculum map, per se. That's the curriculum map that we have there. And they do put in their own slides, and they do present their own ideas, whatever they want to present for that particular subject or for that particular objective. That's what they're doing there with, but again, that's just a guide. So they give their input. I let them give their input for what they want to, how they want to teach their students. And we're trying to work on this book, but I started in Canva and I had a problem with it. So then we switched it over to Adobe Express, and I was trying to share it with you, but it won't allow me to. But here's the book. Those are just that's just a draft, and the ones that you have on your alignment, the sheets, the first and the one with the blue that has that alignment with the standards. The other one, I started off with that, but that was giving me problems with the little modules that are in color orange. There are four boxes there. And so that's how it came out. It kept giving me like the default, and it didn't change. And then some of them, it will put something else in there. And so my idea was to go with the other, for the teachers to just do the other with the blue, red, and white. So I need some feedback on that. If you have some ideas of what you would like to see or you would like them to do, to use as a guide and then I figured that we could make the workbook just for the students and for the teacher would be the whole thing. But the index would be in there for the student workbook with the cover, with the little turtle cover, and then it'll have their name. It's the one with the name on it. And then it won't have those standards in there for the students. It will be just the pictures, the worksheets. So that's where I'm at with that. I think
I think that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm open to the questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Saraficio.
You're welcome.
I want to make sure to express, I think leading into the new school year, I hope you saw last month, at our last meeting, that some of the things you saw as like what you needed to work on or what you needed support in with the primary campus or whatnot, especially when it comes to time or blocks. Like you said, intermediate does dedicate those times. I have to say that expectation and the IGA or the intergovernmental agreement and our standing in that is the expectation. That there is no shortening or taking away from the time that we need to have with the students for all their NYOC or their new or whatever, the learning that needs to happen. So I'm grateful that the board was able to support unanimously, implementation to help support not only what you're trying to do, but to reinvigorate and re-establish why we're doing what we're doing. It's not just to do it because, like you mentioned, if the language goes extinct, I guess it would only be just at our own fault. But the things that I'm seeing here and everything that you've been able to do, along with just taking drives to meet different members of the nation who are open and willing to come help, is where I always see the good, the positive. Like, this is going to be okay because we have people like you or Margie or all the other teachers that just try. And even though they don't have the knowledge of, I don't know, you're really putting together some good guidance for anybody to walk in, and if they at least understand the language, know how to deliver it to the student so they can then assess it and see where it's at. So that was the reasoning behind putting together the resolution that we did at the last meeting, to say we're asking a lot. But I think we need to also understand that as representatives of the nation who sit on the board and understand where the responsibility lies, we also have that ability to as a body, locally controlling how we expect to see the delivery of the education and the standard and how it's built, and with that emphasis for our NYOC, our HIMDUC. So I'm really grateful again for all your effort and the extra time that you take. And I just know that our attention especially is to try and support not only the superintendent but yourself and overall the teachers that we welcome into the district, to say this is what you're here to do. And that resolution hopefully helps to strengthen that. They shouldn't be, unless the emergencies happen, pulled away from anything else but doing what they're asked to do, what you've gone out and talked with them about. This is what we're doing. So I just wanted you to know that's genuinely where I feel like this board, as in support of that resolution, understands it needs to be. And so if anything else comes of it, my hope again is that we're continuing to engage with HRDC or Legislative Council, and I always want to invite them to say, hey, come look, rather than, wait for us to come to them or bring some kids. Come check it out, come look at it. So I'm excited for the new year, especially as you're working with amazing professionals as well to help build a curriculum that I will say is probably years beyond. And you're aware of how the nation is, where the nation's at. But I think what you're able to work with here and amongst individuals who have the know-how in building a curriculum
for our language and the culture, or at least the language in particular. It's gonna be really, really impactful on the entire nation, not just the school district. So I'm really thankful. I think that's where I want to come from with your presentation, and that you're able to see and look at assessing. And I know people feel, like you said, we don't really like look at those types of things because we are entering into the agreement and we are accepting funds from the nation, we do have to show them, like, okay, here's where we're learning or not learning. So I'm grateful that you're putting that effort in there, but not emphasizing on like it's a be all end all. But I think as the students see more and we continue to work together, and that other part that resolution supported was time for the staff to learn and to engage in the outcome, understand it more, dedicated time. What was it, 30 minutes up to 90 minutes a month at least, in teaching themselves how to address students, or how to address or introduce themselves, or hearing visually and vocally our language being spoken by those that are leading the classrooms. All of them are not, but I think that's going to go really far, and I'm really, really excited. And I just thank you so much for it. Mr. Diaz, did you have something?
President, members of the board, and Mr. Fitch, thank you. Thank you for all of the work, and I think the numbers speak for themselves in terms of the efforts, in terms of that direction that we're going. And most importantly, in the belief in how we want to bring the language back into the nation. Also, as ambassadors of the district and in leadership of the district, we also need to be on the same page. We do have the IGA with the nation, and we also have a resolution. But we also have some of the challenges that we need to overcome. One of them is to be fully staffed, and based on the staff that we have available, we either provide the 1 hour for the grade levels that we can, or we need to spread the teachers in some of them instead of an hour a day in order for everyone to be exposed to the language. Some of them may have to vary a little bit less because we still don't have full staff. So as far when as the word out there would be, well, they're not adhering to the IJ because it should be an hour. Right now, what we're trying to do is make the most based on what the staff that we have. And as we continue to increase our staffing, of course, we want to or increase the numbers, number of minutes that our students will be exposed to the NIOC. And our intentions continue to be, as we gain new teachers, always put them in the lower levels because that's where we have the most influence. So whereas we may not see the 1 hour at the early year grade levels, we will see them as we continue to increase the staffing. It is an intention to adhere not only to the IGA, the resolution, but most importantly to the moral responsibility that we have to educate the language.
Right. Anyone else? Anything, comments, questions, concerns? Ms. Vance?
I just want to say thank you, Ms. Cecil, for everything that you're doing to help us to move forward with the NIOC. I really like the booklet that you have there, and that's for the conch level, right? Is there another book for the judo level? And is that, or that's gonna be coming?
That's gonna come later, but I do have a curriculum for the same similar thing for the judo level.
Okay.
And it's in the 25 or 24 3-year plan.
What?
Okay, and then also, I know that, you talked about, none, of the students are yet in the Pepe level. So I think, even though that there aren't any students at the level, with that this gives you time to prepare and to make it more challenging. And for it to become the norm, like we talked about, that it be norm, it's more of a, like you use every day, it's just becoming part of, even though, you know, we're trying to get this established and done, at some point, it's just gonna be normal. And that's what's, the great thing about it is because families will see that it's so important to just, like to just speak up every day, like Juan keeps mentioning, you know, it has to be part of every day, you know, and it just becomes the norm. So I'm hopeful that it's gonna be sooner than later, because we don't want to see that any language is gonna be gone in so many years, and everything that everyone's doing to make sure that that isn't gonna happen is such a beautiful movement. And I know, like, I don't know how many years ago you tried to come to my house and help me. Just for it to be normal, just to do, and speak, you know, on them, that it become, and even though that, you know, that was so long ago, it's still hard. It's still hard for me personally to try to speak on them. But when I looked at the book, I'm like, oh, I thought they had that class. I can't wait to see what the children's book looks like, and then I can't wait to see what the other book looks like, because it's still a passion for me personally. And so I know there's a lot of parents out there who feel the same way and who will take it. And there's nothing wrong with learning from their children. There's nothing wrong with learning from your children. So I think that that's what's gonna start happening, is that for us, we're gonna start feeling more comfortable when it's supposed to be the other way around, you know, as adults speaking to children, but it's gonna be okay when the children start speaking. And that's the thing, is that a language is not as strong as we think it is until you hear the children speaking. That's when you know the language is strong. Because we have so many fluent speakers right now, but and people assume that our language is strong, but it's when you hear the children speaking, that's when you know your language is strong. That's when you know the next generation is going to take it forward. And we need to be at that point. And I'm glad that you're here with us, because I know you've done so many things for the schools of San Simon area. I know you've done it, you have that in your background, and I'm so glad you're with us, and I'm so glad that, you know, that you're still teaching, and I want you to teach for years and years and years to help us, because we really need that help. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you're doing, and if, you know, you need support from the school board in any way, manner, then let us know, so that way we can help too.
Mr. Hendricks?
I just wanted to say that you'll probably be having some more students coming through, because as you know, the Language Center at the college are actually working with Tech Start. And you know, they're trying to do an immersion type of programs with the different Head Starts. And I'm hoping that as they come through and come through our school, we'll be looking at better, you know, it'll be all blue. No.
Hopefully, that's what we hope. That's what we're striving for.
Yeah. So, and they're also working community-based also. Parents and anybody interested in what Kathy was teaching. So that's something that, you know, we'll all be looking forward to. And you know, hope that you're using them as a resource also. There's so many things going on there that, they're working on.
And I'm also taking part with the Donut Nation, the education department, and we hosted some events last year and this year. I'm in collaboration with them because that was part of the IGA. And so we had the teacher that is on the board up there on the marquee about the teacher that for the youth and for the families. The first one that we had was 3 weeks ago when it was the Donut Youth Leadership. That's what we started with last year at TOCC. We had it there and we're trying to move it around. They're trying to move it around in all the 4 areas. And so last year was there and that was the first one for the Donut Youth Leadership. But the other one we had at Hanam Cook, and it all has to do with the autumn yoke through games. And so we had the other one at Hanam Cook last year. This year we went to San Simon Elementary for the Donut Youth Leadership. And in 2 weeks we're going over to TOCC to host the teacher deck, which is for the whole family, all the family, from birth to elders. It's all open to them, but for the Donut Youth Leadership gathering, we didn't get enough last year, nor did we get enough this year. It was geared to start out with 4th and 5th grade groups, but we didn't get that many. So we started off again this year with 4th and 5th, but right before or 2 weeks prior to the event, there were still only like a handful of people that applied, youths that applied. And so they opened it up to 12th grade. So from 4th to 12th grade, we got almost all our 60 that we were aiming for. I think it was 59. And so that was really good because we had a mixture of all the different grade levels from 4th to 12th grade. And so the following year, we're gonna move it. So that's happening in 2 more weeks. And the next year, we're hoping to get either maybe ask the school, the high school, or either him that key, because that'll be in the south part of the nation. And then again, this. So we're striving to get them all giving them all the exposure we can through the games pieces. So that's what we've been working on too. Or I've been working. Miss One is the other one that joined me. I was trying to ask them, the teachers, the culture and the teachers, but they all had other plans. And so Miss One jumped on the bandwagon, and so she did do some lessons the first year and the second year. And so that's where we're at, and I'm hoping that I can get the other teachers to support in the area for those events, activities too.
Ms. Anna?
I just want to say it is really nice to hear the progress that you've made. And Kathy made a really powerful statement saying, you can learn from your kids, and it's true because that's me and my kids, and older kids, and younger kids. I feel like they have a better understanding of the culture and language than I ever did growing up. I mean, I feel like I have some understanding from working at TOCC, but the confidence of like getting up and speaking it, and I really attribute their passion for it to the people that became their mentors. People who used to work for USD or currently used to work for USD, they definitely help guide them in the path. And so I really appreciate that because I can see that, and I can also see that shift of people their age changing that output of more people speaking and proud of where they're from, and it really makes me happy. And I always think about when I worked with Sylvia and we went to Aldi. I don't even know what year that was. I don't even know what year that was, but it was an emotional experience. I remember all of us from our student services division talked about like why we don't speak and what happened and the effects that had happened on us, and it really made me think about those things. So for me, like trying to put myself out there to do some of those things, and be more open to it. And like I always appreciate one saying, just put yourself out there, no matter how uncomfortable it is. And if you're making mistakes, and I think that a lot of times that's what was happening when I was younger, is like people like making fun of you or saying you're not saying it right or doing anything, so it's kind of like discouraging. And I feel like my parents, because they grew up in boarding schools, they didn't teach us those things until, and I think when I got older, as an older person, I realized like I need to take advantage of this, and I appreciate everybody who's making the effort to make sure that our English doesn't die. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you. Oh, and a comment I wanted to make on that. I always tell the students, ever since I started teaching with VUSD, I taught in San Simon before, but they were all of them speakers from the beginning, and I started to see that shift. So when I came to VUSD, I told the students, you know, you're teaching, you're a teacher. Am I? In kindergarten, they were saying, am I? And I said, yeah, when you go home, your parents tell me that they learned something from you, so you're a teacher. Oh, cool. They're saying, oh, I gotta go home and tell them something and all them too. They're all excited, and so that's what they're doing. And then I hear that from the parents, all the positive things that they're saying, things that they've learned and things that they're learning from them. And so I told them, and I always say that it's reciprocal. You teach me, I teach you. We both learn, and so that's where we're at. And I always tell people, if you think they're laughing at you, they're probably not laughing at you. It's probably something they thought of, and it made them laugh. And so they're not really laughing at you, but just stick with it. And I always say, just ignore it. I did when I was a kid, because I grew up in parochial school. I took all the beating, I took all that salt, the soap and all that stuff. And plus I was left-handed, and so I was told that I would not amount to anything, more or less. And they would hit me with the ruler for every little thing. But we never told our mom. She didn't find out until like she was in her 80s, I think. Because of my aunt, because we always talk about things when we get together. Sometimes when we start talking about things, and I say, oh, what about that time? And then my aunt, my mom's sister, she said, oh, what did you do? What did you do about, you didn't do anything, or did you do something about it? And she said, this is the first time I heard about it. Because we never told our mom, we never told our parents. We always just kept things to ourselves. And so I took that, because my sister, they knew English before, my older sisters were going to school there. And so they would tell me things that the teachers say, the sisters, the nuns say that to me about that. And so I guess with that instilled in me, I just thought, you know, I'm gonna beat them at their game. And so that was what I did. And I thought, no, I'm gonna use my language. I'm gonna go to school. I'm gonna teach. I'm gonna prove them wrong. And so that's where I'm at.
Prove them wrong. I like it.
100%. One thing I will mention, and I think I mentioned this before, but I will say I did attend the youth language gathering, and I was really proud that our teachers were the ones doing most of the sessions, and I learned my Okokoinui and the other one from yourself, because like when even speaking now in front of the students, or you know, or whatever, wearing whatever the little reminders that everybody tries to put together. Mine's kind of rubbed off by now, but it always reminded me
use your language, let's speak it. And then getting over that little bit of, like you said, they laugh at me. Now it's a little bit easier, but I know it took me a long time to try and just be comfortable. So I'm hopeful that we can also, by creating different spaces and allowing that. One thing I do want to say to yourself especially is that I'm really, really grateful for you, and I'm really thankful that you're with us as well. And your position and who you are for this district is a high position, and I need you to really feel confident and comfortable that as a director, want anyone to ever make you feel like you don't belong somewhere, especially when it comes to this, the himdak, the nyok, whether it's history or whatever it may be, because I think that that's important for everyone to understand that we put you in that role and we respect you in that role, and everyone else needs to make sure that they're appreciating that as well. That what you do, and in the essence of from east to west, or north to south, it's all in good spirit, and I really appreciate that, and I want to make sure that you hear that from me personally. And at this level, and any level, anytime we have a conversation, that's all I feel from you. It's genuine passion and care for our nyok, our nudi, and everything else in between. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. And I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Wait, you're here tomorrow again.
You're welcome.
We are.
We're here.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, okay. Damye.
Damye.
Where'd you go?
I'm already.
Welcome back. Welcome.
All right, my computer went quick. Yes, you can present. I'm just kidding. 1 second. Our next item is the social emotional learning. Discord.
Good touch, everybody.
Gosh.
Work on that. Mine's so I want to see everybody's smiling face. I want to see everybody's beautiful face. If you want to smile or not, let's let me smile. Okay, then too. Take a moment for yourselves and just stretch. Do whatever you need to do. Shake something off before we get this party going. I'll keep you awake. So keep you engaged. Ready? All right, let's go. All right, here's the update. So you guys are well aware of the mission, vision, and purpose. Back up a little bit. I want to make sure from the counseling team that that's the vibe that's sent, that our students are loved and they're encouraged, and we are here to help them become that healthy, inspiring, motivating, developing, achieving graduates from USD. All right, keep going. Obviously, you're aware of our Essential 10 and our stretch goals. As far as the counseling team, I believe we can have an effect on all three, but specifically, we're looking at goal 1 and goal 2. If we can remove some of those barriers and obstacles that are keeping students from being able to focus and get their works done, we're going to be able to get that academic level that we want and get them to school more often and on time. All right, that's the organizational chart. All right, so the main role, this is year 5 for me in this position. My main role is to reduce barriers. That's for any student within BUSD and outside BUSD to get them help. So if they have a student that's having an issue with a particular teacher, with peers, with getting to see counselors at the school site, with an issue with the district office or admin, whatever it may be, that I'm going to do whatever I can to intervene and help. And that also includes making sure that we get our kids the additional help outside of BUSD to continue on their growth. All right, so year 1 recap. As far as year 1 district-wide, we were looking at clearing the land. As a counseling team, we wanted to strengthen our partnerships. You guys recall that
We were under Project Aware. Through Project Aware, we were able to develop many mental health resources. These resources are still listed on the BUSD website. If you go to the main website, upper right-hand corner, there is a little link for mental health resources. Even on students' IDs, you have mental health resources now. It used to be mental health resources were only behind that counselor door, and it wasn't something in everybody's hand. We made sure the superintendent's office had it, everybody in the district office has it. Anybody that's a person within BUSD that they can be able to assist. We also developed the counseling referral form. We still get referrals by text, calls, whatever, but this counseling referral form was developed at each site so that non-emergency issues can be followed up on and to be documented that this request was taking place and to look at the areas our students were needing help in, be it academic, social, emotional, grief, etc. At the time, year one, we did have a lot of talk about bullying. Bullying does exist, of course, but in a lot of the cases that were making kind of the social media, it wasn't an actual case of bullying, or the person reporting the bullying was actually doing the bullying, or you had multiple people going back and forth. So this actually was developed for both community members, students, and staff. It was something that was handled out of the superintendent's office. Ben himself would receive these reports. He would notify me of them, and as well as the admin from the site. If there was a staff situation, it went directly to Mr. Diaz. Securely is something we also took on. This has really been a lifesaver. We have paid and invested more money to upgrade this. When we have a situation where it's alerted by IT, so it could be, for example, a student looking up mass shootings. How do I set a fire at school? Looking up stuff that has to do with self-harm. Looking up situations in regard to explicit content. This is the kind of situation immediately the counselors and admin get flagged, and then we go to work. So you have had cases where students were simply doing a report. They wanted to know where a student can look. What if I was experiencing? What is in place for somebody that? What should you suggest to somebody if they're feeling suicidal? In other cases, these students knew who on site they could go to, but they hadn't. They had just those thoughts going on in their head, and now we're kneecap to kneecap, and we're going to talk about it. In other cases, there was some very serious searching going on that led to other things and follow-ups we need to do outside based on, for example, looking up guns or how to do something, how to hurt somebody in some other ways. Go ahead. So Cognito, it's now state law that every 3 years, all staff that work with students grades 6 and up have to have some suicide prevention training. This also includes our school counselors. We have to receive training every 3 years. Now, as you know, the state will say this is something you have to do. It doesn't always give you the means to do it. And also how you can do it also often changes. So this is year 3 for us. We are looking into different platforms, and I'll go into that a little bit more later. All right, you guys are all members of the board when we held this forum. It was the first time we brought together both our law enforcement as well as mental health. Our main providers to our students is Intermountain, roughly about 50 students that are enrolled in their services. Spectrum has a little over 20. Arizona Complete Health continues to handle our crisis services. We have a dedicated tribal warm line that operates 8 to 5 only for this nation. We have a crisis line that also operates 24/7 specific for this nation. That when someone calls that number, they know it's coming from here. TO Behavioral Health obviously continues to be a provider where we mainly use them when it has to do with students that are over the age of 18, they don't have insurance, I can get them right there instead of having to worry. If it's not like an emergency and we don't have to involve crisis or go into the ER, then we're able to use that. Where families may choose to use behavioral health, but it's a much smaller number of students. The Cook Foundation we started with in year 1, back then, I know a few of you have participated in those. We had interactive events once a year. They were recorded events, but your moderator was live. All right, here to recap. So it was build the structures for us. It was looking at procedures and making sure we had the proper orientation procedures in place too. So it became, obviously any new staff member to the counseling team are going to work very closely with me, but we also saw the need that when we have different providers coming in, whether or not they were hired by another entity on the nation or someone from outside the nation, they need to be aware of the cultural dug out here, as well as procedures. So for example, if under mental health or medical, you're talking about HIPAA. When you're talking about education, you're talking about FERPA. So you may be in a counseling office and you can share with the counseling member that you are under the influence. If a student shares that with a counselor on our site, we have to get that information. They have to share that information. You are not in your building, brick and mortar. You are on this site, which means then we need to follow through and make sure the student, we're legally responsible student to get through the day safely, get home safely, and if that student is under their influence, they may have something else on them. It also comes with working with us when we have situations where there's talk about self-harm or harming of others. So again, this is about the communication piece. When I was first in this position, I was asked to do professional development with our team members. It would happen roughly once a month. The need, you could see there was just times where just things were different between the secondary campus, primary campus, alternative, and intermediate. So starting last year, I separated. It was every other Friday. I would work with the secondary team counselors, and then following the other Fridays, working with the primary and the intermediate together, and then scheduling individual time with our counseling teams on their sites. And then we continue to meet quarterly with the counseling team to be able to prepare for community events, discuss like training needs and other like state plans. So I like seeing this list grow. So again, we have Intermountain, we have Spectrum. We really pushed with Spectrum because we needed more. Spectrum first came on, we had a behavioral coach, but then the nation got the MOU with Spectrum too. And so we saw less and less of them. And they were also working with the BIE schools. Then it became that they were only ours, but we still needed more. We pushed and we were able to get a licensed therapist to come out. Due to lack of funding, we have lost the behavioral specialists going into the new school year. They're able to get more bang for their buck. They can bill. If a student is enrolled in services, they're providing therapy, that's where they're gonna be able to get that minutes and that funding. They're gonna continue to come out here. It's gonna be 3 days a week going into the new school year. Crisis will remain in place. Child and family resources, thanks to Mr. Y, brought that resource to us last year. They work mainly with our 6th to 8th graders doing healthy relationships groups. They operate under the Ready for Life grant. So anytime you're dealing with a grant, it's specific. You have to have this number of students. You have to make sure they're separate, males and females. You have to meet for X amount of weeks. Here's the curriculum. All of that went towards the board that you guys approved. Going into next school year, that's already set up. Our goal is to begin those groups by the end of August, if not early September. We do identify the students, get the permission forms in place, and then if we have space, open it up that people can self-refer. If there's a parent or guardian that wants their kid to join, as well as get input from teachers. The Cook Foundation, we have added on the new mental health series platform, which the next slide will go into that a little bit more. TO Behavioral Health, as far as the tour program, the Tribal Opioid Response Team, they have been able to receive that grant, so that's become monthly meetings now. It's through them. We're going to continue to get staff Narcan trained, as well as our bus drivers, and get Narcan available to the drivers. TOPD, Fire Department, obviously they work with us in emergencies. In a meeting earlier this week with TOPD, they did say they are looking at funding 2 SROs. One for BIE and one for us, so that we're going to keep us updated on that. Center for Mind and Body Medicine, I was able to receive training through them under a scholarship to be a practitioner with them. I use their skills all the time with meeting with students and families. This past school year, Ms. Flanagan and Sky Anton were also trained with their scholarship, and we're hoping to offer that to the other counseling members if they're interested. All right, can you click on that Mental Health Matters? Up in the upper left-hand corner, just click on that icon, and it'll give you the option. I just went through it. So, and it should take you to, yes, can you play that for me, please?
Welcome to ParentGuidance.org's Mental Health Series, a place where parents are doing the best they can to be even better. Here you'll find answers to questions about parenting, supporting your family, and prioritizing your own mental health. Our in-depth library of content is where you can explore topics to guide your most important conversations. Click on any topic of interest, and you'll have the option to forward to the previous session, or watch Instant Insights, which are summary discussion of the topic. Scroll down and you'll find an abundance of resources, including key takeaways, tips, and links to additional resources. View all scheduled events in our monthly calendar. Each day highlights a single topic with sessions available at various times, so you can attend the ones that best fit your schedule. Fully immersive Spanish sessions and Hawaiian time sessions are offered once a week. Simply click on the event to register. The event list is where you'll discover upcoming sessions for the week. Scroll through the list and click on the event title to register. Oh, and before you go, don't forget to subscribe for our monthly mental health newsletter. Here, you have access to resources when, where, and how you want them, giving you the tools you'll need to improve your mental health and the mental health of your family. Your mental health journey begins here.
So this will be made available to the community as the start of the school year. Can we go back to that? Can you click on the parent guidance or open that one or two? So on the district website, you have that down in right below where it says board docs. It will take you live now right to this area. At the very top, can you go over to the right, it says ask a therapist. This is the event that we have been promoting in the last few months. I know Mr. Diaz is taking part of it. Based on some of the questions that are submitted and are read, I know our families are taking advantage of this so far. There's only 2 other school districts in Arizona that are part of this. One of them is an elementary school. When you hear certain guardians say certain things, you just know. So like I'm a great grandparent and I have X amount of kids, or some of the other pressures that might be on. So what's great about that Ask the Therapist event is you can attend it. You can submit questions beforehand and hear your answers. You can submit questions during the session and have them addressed as you know yourself. And then 2, you can look back at you can go hit that parents.org again, go to the Ask the Therapist again. And so you ask a therapist, you'll see right there, how do I deal with a child who's having suicidal thoughts? And if you click on you answer, there's a live recording of Dr. Skinner talking about it. And Emma that you see on there is a person that I work very closely with. If you scroll down on that, you can see all these other previous questions that have been asked. And again, you can submit your own to it. So I would love to see this utilized more and more and more. Again, if you cannot be present, and you just sign up for it, you'll get a recording back. And you don't have to wait for one of these events to submit a question. What I felt with the Cook Foundation is a lot of these pre-recorded events were great, but when you need help with your kid now, you need help with your kid now. So to be able to go ahead and present a question to a licensed therapist and get some guidance is priceless. Okay, so year 3, yay, all right, here we are. So obviously we want to normalize mental health. That is me. I don't know when the last time this school district has started with a full counseling team. And I tell you from my heart, I am so excited because I really do feel we have the right people in the right position. I'm like, yes! Okay, so for the primary campus, Ms. B, who's returning as the school counselor. Mr. Y, who used to be at the secondary campus, is now the behavioral specialist at the primary campus. We haven't had 2 people on that site this strong. For the intermediate campus, it's going to be Ms. Flanagan again, and Sky Antone, and then up at the secondary campus, we have Ms. Haley. And I don't know if you guys remember Mr. Miller. He worked under me at the alternative campus for a little while, then was a PE teacher and a school counselor there. He was working in another school district last year. He's returning to us as a behavioral specialist for the secondary campus. He also coached middle school kids. I really again feel we have the right people in the right positions. And we're starting off with a full staff, which is just giving me a lot of confidence going into the school year. Accelerated. So I know we've had these discussions. So accelerated campus. It used to be a counselor was shared with there. It used to be a 0.25. I know when I was in intermediate, I was shared over there for 8 hours. I know when prior school counselors were there for intermediate, they were shared. I know it was something that needed to be looked at as budgeting. So right now I have it on there that Ms. Flanagan is still shared there, and it's more social emotional. So when an emergency happens, she can usually get to that campus quicker if I'm not already there. And then I can go to that campus and take over or help her with whatever she was doing prior to the situation. Academically, as you heard, I'm going to do whatever I can to assist. It's always been the principal that handled like the schedules and stuff there, but it is a school counselor that's required to clear someone for graduation, not an administrator. So, and Flanagan's amazing. She's amazing things, but she doesn't also have that experience. And whatever's got to be figured out about what's shared, what's the budgeting thing, and then so that we can put somebody and figure out the minimum number of hours. As far as alt, I mean, I definitely feel they also need more social emotional. I was speaking today with TO Behavioral Health. I had this thought the other day and I'm trying to run with it. I really want just a counselor, even if it's a community kind of counselor, to just hold space. We need someone that can be committed and that, you know, are just gonna follow through and just be able to be there. If it's one time a week for 45 minutes, just for the kids to know somebody is there and that they can commit to that time. You know, we obviously want the right person to be there. And then work with them as far as like whether or not they need referrals. When you try to look at some of the other agencies, those people have to be official clients. They have to do intakes. The only people that are getting service through Intermountain or Spectrum, you have to have access. And some parents don't do it. That's why we try to do as much as we can until the insurance gets into place or the power of attorney, whatever it might be. But again, TO Behavioral Health is able to serve anybody. But I'm running into still some issues about trying to do an intake. Well, I've seen in emergency situations before, if I need counselors on campus the next day, we're not doing any of that red tape. We're not saying like, okay, you have to have an intake, we gotta do this. I do feel we need to have some kind of waiver form and that we're making the parents aware and we get parents to sign it and that waiver is signed either by the student 18 or over or the family just before a kid goes in and participates in any of those. I'm just calling them kind of like drop-in support groups. So again, if students know Tuesday, Thursday, you know, one person will go in, 5 people will go in, and we can see what some of the needs are. Because right now it's much more reactive. We have stuff in place again for the 6th and 8th graders. We definitely need more. We do certain presentations at the primary campus, inappropriate touch, you know, stranger danger. But then too, they need some more resiliency skills and little mini groups. Having both counselors and as well as myself based out of there, as long as 2 of us kind of be free, and have one person be able to do groups, but get providers in there. It's a struggle to have consistent providers, especially more than just like 1 year or 1 semester thing. I want to do this if we can get it in place at Alt, and then look at also providing something similar if it's success of like a secondary campus. All right, goals for this year. So full confession, this was a goal for last year, didn't happen. We have the counseling referral form, but we need to get it embedded into Synergy to be able to track the data. You guys need the data. You know, how many kids are we meeting with, for what? You know, what kind of crisis services are provided to how many, the breakdown of school sites. So this has to happen. We went through the whole year still trying to get people trained on the regular MTSS, and then MTSS looking more for your students with special needs, looking at academic concerns, creating those kind of plans. What we have done on the counseling side is check-in and check-outs, and they would be scheduled. So if we have a student we're continuing to follow up with, or you know, that just has to touch base, then we were gonna schedule through them a check-in, check-out to make sure that they're okay. So this goes back to the suicide prevention. So state laws, anybody that works with students grade 6 and above, this applies to food service and transportation. And as you see again, school counselors have to receive the training too. So I have to work with Ms. Cornell on this to figure out what funds possibly can be used. If we could try to get some counselors trained as trainers, like train the trainers counselors, so then we can then look at more staff going into the school year to be able to present it to, and staff that start in the 2nd and 3rd year, because again, it's every 3 years that this needs to be done. All right, moving forward, rinse and repeat, can you picture that? Anyways, so taking our partnerships, continuing to change it out, bringing more and more resources, quality resources, consistent resources to our classrooms, to our staff, to our community. The staff part, that is another goal of mine. We've got to do more for our staff besides just the EAP, the Employee Assistance Program. Our staff, especially first-year staff or staff that have never worked here before or in a similar environment, they need more help. They need more help. Looking at different communications and processes and procedures, as you guys know, there's a new state mandate when it comes to like child abuse and mandatory reporting. We have to work really closely with TOPD and tribal child welfare because we're not under Arizona State as far as Department of Child and Family Services. We have to work with our attorney to figure out exactly how we're going to follow some of these new things. The state has also asked for a liaison for foster care children, to have one person that's going to be that liaison. It has to be separated from McKinney-Vento. McKinney-Vento, they qualify for everything the McKinney-Vento kids do, but they're not McKinney-Vento, but they have those same things as far as removing their barriers, meaning they don't have to have the birth certificates to register. They don't have to have any kind of documentation. I have been asked to step in and be that person, so exactly what that's going to look like is going to have to be worked out. Yay!
That little lady did it to me.
Yeah, I was gonna try to practice it and do it like in unison with it, you know?
I think you and Ms. Vance do this all the time. Yes.
Yes, and everybody on our counseling team is experienced and has been out here before, so it's great.
Mr. Diaz, thank you, Ms. Gordon. I have a question to Superintendent. Mr. Diaz, regarding the site counselor for accelerated, being that that position, as was mentioned, is important, especially for the sake of identifying graduates or approving. Can you make sure that you are presenting and identifying that individual to the board so that there's no, I mean, because obviously, I know if the SEL director has been conducting that, and with the understanding that because of funding issues and or because right now we have a full staff, but issues before where we didn't, I would say it would be really important to understand who that is, especially because of some of the things that have come up. And can you make sure the board is informed so that, because if it is recorded, that's fine, but I think it needs to make sure that that's clear. Because if Flanagan, who just noted on here, is counselor for IOMHS, I'm going to Flanagan because it's noted on here. You know what I mean? But if it's not, we can make sure that that's very pointedly understood amongst all, so we're all on the same page.
I don't have a microphone. President, thank you. When the accelerated was created and when Anna was there, it was a 2-for-1 deal. Actually, was a counselor. There's no funding allocated for a counselor for the accelerated, and that has been one of the challenges. The committee, right now the way we have it is that for emergencies we'll share the support. But if this is something that is gonna have to be at least once a week or something that we do it. We need to then be creative, but also we need to be using the funding. We need to then allocate moving forward. This is one of the needs for the school, this is the expectation. And that funding needs to be there for X amount of time a week. And with that in mind, to also have that level of support. Keep in mind, once again, the school does not generate the funds itself, but this is our priority, this is how we want to show that our schooling will be loved and supported, and then we need to be on the same page.
Right. No, I understand. And then I'm not saying, I know, I understand. Second thing I was going to say, beyond that, is I just was just reported that the nation is finally put around $7 million toward the opioid crisis in the nation. Ish, whatever the amount is. It's not the full amount the first year, it's gonna be like segmented and allocated in different years. Thank you, because I know that it's something that we are very much aware has been being very terrible to the nation. One of those things, well, so what I'm wondering is, whenever they figure out how that's gonna be, because it didn't sound like they were saying, oh, we'll keep positions on HR's website when that finally opens, I haven't seen it. So I'm assuming they're still working through whatever they need to, and it probably won't be until next fiscal year anyway, which is October 1. Can we, and I know that when I was on the east side, west side, they were trying to have those conversations as early as they could with children about that. To the degree that the parents would allow, of course, but to the degree that the more that understand and the more that maybe have access to Narcan or whatever it may be, the better we're gonna be off at saving some of these children who just are just exposed to it, and it's just rampantly around the nation. I hate hearing about those children when we get those messages. And so I don't know, I mean, I'm gonna continue. Well, first of all, I wanna bless your heart. Second of all, I wanna say that whatever we need to do, if it's working with the superintendent's office or you guys in general on how do we get these on campuses, or on campus, or at least to some degree more awareness, understanding, and if it is 15, 20-minute how to use Narcan type of presentation, because they're available, it's not as like, people still feel like, oh, not my kid, sorry, probably your kid, or at least a friend of a kid, and more that we can stop that. I always try to put it into perspective for everyone that there might be a billion people, but there are only 30,000 all of them. And so every life lost is 100% impactful on our entire being. And as much as when I was reviewing everything that you put together in the course of over the year, 5 years you said.
In this position, right? My 13th year in the district.
Right. I know how difficult the nation can be when we don't have somebody that has that same type of passion and emphasis behind it. So what I'm hopeful is that if we can lean on the partners that you've already created, you've already established and been very adamant, very intentional with in utilizing them for the right reasons, we can continue to, what do you call it? Give the staff the tools, resources, and availability. I know we're doing that to a sense, but not only them, the students to some degree. And I want to say it was up to at least 4th grade that they were providing some of the, like, information, awareness. Here's how to use this in case it ever happens. I know it gets a little tricky with younger, but even then, and this is something I'll share, and it's not for any reason other than the perspective of it. We were doing prevention for grades K through 4, and the little 2nd graders already knew exactly what everything was, and it just blew and broke my heart. They just know, even, and I'm like, oh, because they just see it. It's so normal to them. But they also knew not to touch, or not, you know what I mean? They also knew, like, in themselves, that's not okay, which was good. But I think that is what people don't realize, is that's how early they're already seeing and experiencing and understanding. And then we look away and we think they're fine, they're just 2nd graders. Fortunately, they're exposed to way more than even I was at that age, or any of us, probably. So my heart and everything else behind everything else we're trying to do, which, gosh, let's think about it. When I realize when we sit here, it's so much more than what just a regular school district would. But I'm grateful that we have the courageousness to try and save not only the language but a life. And so my hope is that with those information finally being shared from the nation standpoint, that hey, it's time to pay attention, that we can really lean on those types of things and welcome them into the districts and welcome more awareness, talk more about our sensors in the bathrooms, about vaping and all of those things that we are implementing. I feel like we get a lot of the pushback about how bad we are, but we are doing some really, really good things when it comes to the school district. And part of that is because of what you've been able to do and everyone else in that group, counseling staff. So again, I just think it's impressive, and I want to be able to say we support. But I also want there to be very much understanding to the nation and anyone else involved is that at some point our limits kind of get met as a district, and it's terrible. But obviously we're battling other things when it comes to funding. And I don't want ever to be there to be something that comes across like, well, they just let it go away. No, we're asking for you guys to partner with us, meaning the nation. We need you that much because obviously we've done so much of it ourselves, and now we're reaching the limits only because of the way that politics go or whatever it may be, and it's terrible. But I can't stand that. That's something that we even have to discuss, but it needs to be rightfully upfront said that this stuff that we're doing goes well beyond, but it is very much necessary. So that's where I'm at.
So they got approved for that money, but it wasn't until about 3 weeks ago they could actually start spending it, and now we're ending that year one already,
Okay.
correct? So, they have like that $5,000 cap, and they're trying to do whatever but post positions and get it set.
Oh.
Rick is the director now for tour, he will be present at our kickoff event, he'll have a table set up.
Great, great, great.
Also, Julia Chavez from Arizona Complete Care that handles like the crisis team,
Oh.
she'll have a table set up. As soon as we can work out the timeframes for transportation and to get staff and start trained, we will do it.
Okay.
Because of all those mandatory trainings,
Yeah.
we're hoping to have transportation training that day, but it most likely won't happen.
No, I understood. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm glad about it, I'm glad you kind of already know what. Anything else? Mr. Diaz?
I want to take you back to the beginning. First of all, if you add a weekend, any comments for me supporting before I speak? Go ahead.
I walked in when you were doing this video, and I think that was very helpful, as a resource for our community. I also feel like you're seeing the attractive part of like who's taking advantage and being able to access somebody immediately, is really important. And I just like that eclipse of like the different topics of it, and I think that's very beneficial, especially like some of these gender staffs, like for help, you know, like, this is really helpful.
Go ahead, Ms. Hendricks.
Question, so the career college counselor is not part of your team, is that a separate entity? Or, I mean, as far as,
Honestly, that position went unfilled for a while, and they hired someone from, former graduate near the end of the year there. So that's my fault, I should have included them.
Okay, I was
This
just-
past year, since they came on, their office set up right next to Haley, we haven't worked that closely together, but thank you for pointing that out. I'll make sure they're part of our, their meetings. There's certain information that's discussed about students that unless you really have direct relationship with that student, it's not a need to know. So I want to be careful when it comes to training and having them as part of the counseling team, yes.
Oh.
I know that, I just being aware of how it took my granddaughter a long time to figure out what she wanted to do, and now that and finally, so glad she figured it out in her senior year.
And they do allow those opportunities for the ultimate student to participate in that too. So thank you very much. I'll add.
Real quick, last question was, and it's specific to what you mentioned about what you didn't get to at the district-wide MTSS system, synergy. Is the hope to have it done? Like, is there a timeline? Do you know?
I have to work with IT, so we have to get the school year going, everything that's done with the registrations, making sure that form's in there, that it's accessible by all staff members, and then work with the sites to do that PD for each site.
Okay, and then,
It's there, the counseling form exists and they're still there, it's just getting it embedded in Synergy.
okay. So in the meantime, there is still all of that data collected and that information shared amongst campuses, or you just do that by?
Campus specific.
Campus specific?
Yeah.
Meaning, what if somebody goes to third grade to fourth grade that has?
There's information then within Synergy that's already documented, yeah, but this is just like the actual referrals.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, okay.
So when it comes to contact notes, whether or not crisis
Those
is
are
called, whether or not you did a threat assessment, that lives in Synergy as part of the student's record. But now these counselor referral forms will live in there too, once you get it into Synergy.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Mr. Diaz.
Again, thank you so much. We started the day looking at the big picture, the instructional side and the operation side. Everything intended today was to manage up and empower the governing board in terms of the instructional and what is supporting the instruction, the regular and impact of support. You also were tested on the goals you mentioned, level 1 and number 2. In fact, I want you to remember tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. What's your homework?
Tier 1, tier 2.
Instruction is divided in 3 tiers. The first one is the first time I try to teach you something. And if you don't get it, then I'm gonna try it again, that's tier 2. Tier 2 can be done in a small group during the day, the same day or during the week. Tier 3 is after school and summer school. What's your homework?
Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
A new neighbor, how would you explain it to me?
Well, tier 1 is if you, I'm just gonna repeat what you just said.
That's fine.
If you don't get what you're being taught,
Mm-hmm.
then, tier 2 is we're gonna reteach it. Okay? And if you still don't get it, then we're gonna move forward to tier 3 and that, you're gonna get more instruction, but in summer school or tutoring.
President Munguia.
Yes, sir.
You have curriculum,
Okay, curriculum,
calendar,
calendar,
and a lesson plan.
lesson,
You have
curriculum, calendar, and a lesson plan.
So between you two, this is a book, a curriculum. It is my curriculum, my calendar, and then my lesson book. Okay? Those are now 6 of the essential 10. Okay? 6 of the essential 10. Ms. Hendricks, your homework is assessment, which is one of the for formative assessments and benchmark. Formative assessments and benchmark. They're both tests, but one is formative assessments and the benchmark is formative. With Anna Marie, your homework is connecting, right, and coaching. So between the 4 of you, tomorrow I'm going to quiz you what are the essential 10. And we'll see how many out of 10 we can remember to put together in goal 3. This year we're going to master the essential 10.
And how to put together examples.
Not yet. All I want you to know is
What's yours?
And if I overachieve and give you examples when I give you curriculum, calendar, and lesson.
benchmark. It's formative assessments and benchmark. Formative assessments and benchmark.
Assessment.
Curriculum, calendar, and lesson plan.
And on my presentation, if you have a post-it, you can also do it on page 8. Those are the essential 10 on the bottom right.
Did you give us post-its?
You didn't give us first. I can draw it on here.
Yeah, that's fine. But if you need a post-it to put it on my presentation, you're more than welcome as well.
We need to add it to the agenda if we're gonna continue past the presentations. Certain.
No, I'm just closing it and adjourn.
What do I do this?
You can adjourn and then I have an announcement.
Motion to adjourn the retreat day 1. Motion by Ms. Sylvia Hendricks. Second. For me.
Second. All those in favor of the motion, Juan Bondia,
What's up?
Kathleen Vance,
Masapa.
Sylvia Hendricks,
What's up?
Anna Marie Stevens, motion carries.
It's 5:08 PM. We are adjourned.
Announcement.